Welcome to a story built on love, heat, tension, and that kind of pull you can't walk away from. Turn up the volume, lean back, and let yourself fall into the moment. Let every emotion hit exactly where it should. Don't forget to subscribe. New audiobooks every week. Want to win a free bundle of 3 audiobooks? Just comment Dark Mafia Romance below for your chance to win. There's no limit. Comment as many times as you want. 5 random winners will be chosen.
Stay Still, Dark Mafia Romance. The Edge of Ruin Series, Volume 1. Daisy Fox. Published by Daisy Fox, 2026.
Miranda. I was supposed to be a casualty of the shadows, a witness silenced in a rain-slicked alley. Instead, I became the obsession of the man sent to end me. Gideon Stride is a predator in a tailored suit, a monster who replaced the barrel of a gun with a touch that brands me and a gaze that strips me bare. Trapped in his high-rise sanctuary, I am no longer a person with a name. I am a ghost haunted by the very man who should have been my executioner. The more he breaks my will, the more I find myself craving the ruin he offers. His dominance is a poison I drink willingly, a dark liberation that turns my terror into a desperate aching need for his touch. I should hate him for the gilded cage he's built around me, yet I find myself drowning in the storm of his intensity. In this world of blood and betrayal, his possession is the only thing that makes me feel alive, even if it eventually becomes my downfall.
Gideon. She was a loose end I was paid to tie off, a witness whose life should have ended the moment she saw too much. But when I pinned her against that brick wall, the fire in her eyes did what a decade of violence couldn't. It stopped me cold. Now, the bullet I was supposed to put in her heart has turned into a hunger I cannot satisfy. I've traded my loyalty to the syndicate for the scent of her skin and the thrill of her defiance. Miranda is my addiction and my destruction, a beautiful liability I refuse to release. I will tear the city apart to keep her, shielding her from the monsters I used to call brothers while I claim every inch of her soul. She thinks she's my prisoner, but she's the only thing tethering me to a world that's burning down around us. This is the first book in the Edge of Ruin series. Reading order: Stay Still, Don't Run Your Mind.
Chapter 1. Miranda POV. I am literally going to die of hypothermia before I even get the chance to get murdered by the mob, and honestly, that's just the kind of Friday night I've earned for myself. The freezing December rain is currently turning my wool coat into a 10-pound sponge, and I'm pretty sure my auburn hair is matted to my skull in a way that's going to take 3 bottles of conditioner to fix, assuming I live long enough to see a shower again. I'm gripping this waterproof folder against my chest like it's a holy relic and not a collection of digital forensic evidence that basically acts as a GPS coordinate for my own shallow grave. Warehouse 14 is looming up ahead, a rusted-out piece of shit that looks like it hasn't seen a legitimate business transaction since the Reagan administration. The pier is slick, smelling like salt and diesel and the general vibe of bad decisions. My watch says 11:25. I'm early. Of course I'm early. My neurotic-ass brain wouldn't let me be anything else, even though every single instinct I have is screaming that this meeting with Robert, the terrified whistleblower, is a one-way ticket to a wood chipper. I shift the heavy shoulder bag containing my laptop, and the strap digs into my collarbone so hard I wince. Stay in the shadows until you see the light, the note said. Real original. Real cinematic. I'm standing here in the fucking freezing rain because I couldn't just look at the numbers in the ledger and mind my own business. No, I had to be the one to find the discrepancies. I had to be the one to follow the trail of blood and missing millions. I stopped dead behind a mountain of stacked, rotting fishing nets that smell like death and old gym socks. Just past the nets, the atmosphere shifts from creepy dock to professional assassination zone in about 4 seconds. 3 identical black SUVs are idling near the warehouse entrance. They're polished so bright the rain just slides off them, windows tinted so dark you couldn't see a goddamn thing inside even if you had a spotlight. These aren't dockworker cars. These are the kind of vehicles that show up right before someone disappears from the census. My heart does this weird, frantic little flutter against my ribs, and for a second, I actually consider just turning around and sprinting back to my sedan. I should. I deadass should. Who drives a brand new Escalade to a dumping ground? This is not a financial meeting, Miranda. Get out. Get the fuck out right now. But the ledger is in my bag. Robert has the missing pieces. If I leave now, I'm just a girl with half a story and a target on her back. I wipe a streak of icy rainwater from my eye with a gloved thumb, trying to see through the gloom. The engines are just a low rhythmic murmur, like the growl of something waiting to bite. My analytical mind is screaming at me to abort, but my stubbornness, the part of me that refuses to let these corporate ghouls win, keeps my boots planted on the slick concrete. I find a side entrance, a heavy metal door that's leaning slightly ajar, wedged open by a toolbox that looks like it's been there since the pier was built. I don't think. I just move. I slip my body through the narrow gap, feeling the cold, grainy metal scrape the side of my coat, and of course, the fucking door lets out a deep, grating groan that sounds like a goddamn cannon going off in the silence. I freeze. I literally stop breathing. I'm a statue. I'm a piece of the wall. I'm praying to gods I don't even believe in, that the rain outside drowned out the sound. My whole body is rigid, and I can taste the metallic bitter tang of fear on my tongue. It's oily. It's heavy. I carefully place the heel of my boot over the loose toolbox, making sure it doesn't shift again as I step fully into the dark. Don't breathe, don't move, don't even think about the fact that your palms are sweating inside your gloves. The warehouse is cavernous, the air still and heavy, scented with stale seawater and machine grease. It's the kind of quiet that makes you hear your own pulse in your ears. I move along the interior wall, pressing my back against the damp concrete. It's rough and cold through my coat. I trail my hand along the surface, using it as a guide because it's pitch black in here, except for one spot. Far away, in the center of the floor, a single focused spotlight is illuminating a circle of concrete. It's so intentional, it's terrifying. Just one light? They don't want to be seen. What are you looking for, Miranda? You're looking for a way out, that's what. But I keep moving deeper. The adrenaline is doing this weird thing where it numbs the terror and replaces it with a shaky, hyper-aware buzz. Every rhythmic drip of water from the ceiling pipes sounds like a footstep. I calculate the risk. I think about the names in the ledger. I think about the corruption that's probably funding the very SUVs idling outside. I'm not just an accountant tonight, I'm a witness. And that is a very dangerous job description. I find a narrow, rusted spiral staircase tucked into the shadows. It looks like it belongs in a Victorian asylum, but it leads up to the catwalks, and the catwalks mean I can see what's happening without being at eye level. I ascend slowly, placing my weight on the very outer edge of the steps where the metal is more stable. The metal still groans. It flexes beneath me like it's complaining about my existence. Each upward step is a fucking gamble. My office boots, the ones I bought because they looked professional, are completely inadequate for this. The soles are slick with oil and rain, and I'm one bad step away from a 20-foot plunge. I hold my breath as I step over a section of the railing that is completely rusted through, leaving a jagged gap over the abyss. Hold it together. Slow and quiet. If I fall, it's over. The smell of rust is overwhelming up here, sharp and metallic, and there's this sticky residue on the railing that's probably 100 years of industrial filth. I don't care. I reach the top and crouch low behind a stack of enormous, empty wooden pallets. I peer through the slats of the wood. My breath hitches. Below, in that clinical circle of light, a man is tied to a rickety wooden chair. His head is bowed, chin resting on his chest. It's Robert. I recognize the cheap polyester jacket he always wears to the office. Oh God, Robert. I'm so sorry. I whispered it, but it felt like a scream in my own head. The realization hits me like a physical blow to the stomach. The discrepancies aren't just numbers. They're people. And I'm far too late to save this one. I adjust the heavy folder under my chest, protecting it like a shield. They know he talked. How much do they know about me? My palms are digging into the wood of the pallets, splinters catching on my gloves, but I can't feel the pain. I can only feel the sheer, unadulterated horror of seeing the sterile world of my spreadsheets explode into this bloody reality. 2 guards are flanking him. They're huge, built like refrigerators in cheap suits, their faces obscured by the shadows just outside the light. One of them steps forward and aggressively kicks the side of the wooden chair. The sound of the boot hitting the wood is sickening. "Where's the book, you bastard?" "I'll ask once more," the guard rumbles. His voice is rough, like he's been eating gravel. Robert whimpers, a weak wet sound that makes my skin crawl. "I don't know who has it," he cries out. My heart stops. They're hunting the data. They're hunting the ledger. They're hunting me. I pull my knees up tight to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible behind the pallets. I'm not just a witness anymore. I'm the target. I'm the one with the evidence they need to bury. Then the air in the warehouse just changes. It's like the temperature drops another 10 degrees. A figure emerges from the far shadows and walks into the spotlight. Gideon Stride. I know the name. Everyone in the city knows the name if they spend enough time looking at the dark corners of the financial district. He is fucking immense. He's built for utility, for violence, but he's wearing a charcoal suit that looks like it cost more than my car. It's perfectly tailored, draped over shoulders that look wide enough to carry the weight of the underworld. He's not a thug. He's the apex predator. My breath sticks in my throat when I see the jagged scar slicing across his jawline. It should be ugly, but on him it just looks like a warning. His presence is immediate and overwhelming. I feel this irrational, visceral recognition of him. He's the monster under the bed, the one the whispers are about. Jesus Christ, he's massive. He doesn't look like a hitman. He looks like a walking weapon that someone decided to dress up for a gala. I press the flat of my hand hard against my mouth, trying to make sure my sudden, shaky intake of air doesn't make a sound. "You're wasting my time," Gideon says. His voice isn't loud. It's a low, cold rumble that carries through the entire warehouse. It's the sound of a closing casket. He stands over Robert, not even touching him, but the threat is vibrating in the air. His eyes, I can see them even from here, are a slate gray, utterly devoid of anything resembling mercy. He's assessing Robert like he's a piece of faulty machinery that needs to be discarded. "I have no patience," he adds, his voice calm, almost bored. Robert starts begging. "Please, Mr. Stride, I swear." The sound of his raw, wet begging echoes against the steel walls, and it's the most pathetic thing I've ever heard. But Gideon doesn't care. He views murder like routine maintenance. It's just another Tuesday for him. I involuntarily flex my toes inside my damp boots, trying to channel my nervous energy so I don't shake the whole damn catwalk. Gideon reaches into his jacket. The movement is fluid, professional, the kind of muscle memory that comes from years of killing people. He draws a suppressed pistol. It's small, matte black, and looks terrifyingly efficient. He raises it, aiming for Robert's head with the same nonchalance I use to staple a tax return. There's a muted th-whump. Just one. Robert's body slumps forward instantly, the chair tipping over with a heavy thud. The sheer clinical efficiency of it sends a jolt of pure, white-hot horror through me. I clamp my eyes shut for a second, but the image is burned into my lids, the splash of red on the gray concrete. "Clean up. Now," Gideon says to the guards. He doesn't even look at the body. I just watched a murder. I am a witness. This is not a mistake. This is his job. He's here to erase loose ends, and I just realized I'm the biggest loose end in the city. I gasp. I can't help it. It's a sharp choke sound that I try to swallow, but it's too late. My trembling hands lose their grip on the heavy folder for a split second, and a loose metal pen, one of those stupid promotional ones from a firm I audited, slips out. It hits the metal catwalk with a loud metallic clang, that echoes like a goddamn church bell in the silence. No, 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 you idiot. I scramble to catch the folder, pulling it back to my chest, my knuckles white. My heart is pounding so hard I can hear it thudding against my ribs, a frantic rhythmic beat. The sound of the pen rolling across the rusted metal feels like it lasts for an eternity before it finally stops. Gideon's head doesn't just turn, his whole fucking body snaps toward the noise. It's instantaneous. 1 second he's looking at the guards, the next his slate-gray eyes are narrowing, cutting through the shadows and finding me. 50 feet of darkness between us, and it feels like he's standing right in front of me. His gaze locks onto mine, and the intent in his eyes isn't surprise. It's raw, calculating possession. He looks like a wolf that just spotted a deer that thought it was hidden. I feel my breath stutter. I realize I've stopped breathing entirely. My muscles are seizing up. He didn't just see a witness, he claimed me with that look. This is worse than being killed by some random guard. This is personal. Check the catwalk, Gideon orders. It's a sharp, barking command. The guards start moving, but Gideon doesn't look away from me. Did you really think I wouldn't hear that? He asks, his voice barely a whisper but somehow carrying all the way up to me. The paralysis breaks. I turn and bolt. I don't care about being quiet anymore. I scramble down the catwalk, abandoning all caution. I throw a desperate glance back and see Gideon dismissing the guards with a wave. He's coming for me himself. He barks a single name, Jagger, and then I hear it. The heavy, rapid sound of his polished leather shoes slamming onto the metal catwalk. The chase is on, and the gap is already closing. I dig my fingernails into my cut palm, using the sting of pain to focus. He's coming for me. Not the guards. Him. Run, Miranda. Run. I reach the spiral staircase and swing myself wildly around the railing, using the momentum to pivot. I almost fall 3 times, my boots sliding on the slick metal. I ignore the painful burn in my calves. Gideon is taking the stairs 2 at a time. I can hear his breathing, heavy, even, controlled. He's not even exerting himself. He's playing with me. He's controlling the distance like I'm some kind of fucking sport. The rough railing scrapes the exposed skin of my inner wrist as I slide down, leaving a thin red abrasion that stings like a bitch. Stay upright or you're dead. I hear the metallic shriek of his boot sliding across a step behind me, and the sound of my own frantic sweat mingling with the grease of the industrial air is all I can smell. He moves like something designed for lethal purpose. I am just prey. I hit the concrete floor and immediately dive into the narrow, dark maze created by towering stacks of shipping containers and crates. It's a labyrinth of corroded steel and shadows. I try to make myself invisible, hugging the cold metal, my shoulder snagging momentarily on a piece of rusty sheet metal before I wrench myself free. My coat is ruined, but I don't give a shit. I just need to hide. He's here, somewhere in the dark. Don't forget the folder, Miranda. I'm clutching it so hard I'm surprised I haven't snapped the digital drive inside. The containers offer cover, but they also create blind corners where he can corner me. I can hear my own breathing, it's too loud. It's a goddamn beacon. Gideon doesn't bother with a flashlight. He doesn't need one. He's moving parallel to me, using the sound of my panic as his guide. I know you're in here, little bird. Don't make me work for it, his voice rings out. It's low and smooth, cutting through the shadows with a calm dominance that is fucking horrifying. It confirms he isn't panicked. He's just irritated. I'm delaying the inevitable. I clamp my hands over my mouth, tasting the metallic tang of blood from where I bit my lip. I crouch low, pressing my face against the cold, damp concrete, trying to absorb the vibration of his approaching steps. He's close. So fucking close. You saw my face. That was your final mistake, Miranda Greer. My blood turns to ice. He knows my name. He knows who the fuck I am. He didn't just see a witness, he identified me. He's been waiting for me. I'm not just a random person in the wrong place. I was the target all along. The terror is so intense it's almost erotic, this terrifying mix of fear and my body's strange, fucked up reaction to an apex threat. I can feel the heat radiating from his body through the thin barrier of the shipping container wall. He's right there. I bite down on my lip to prevent a whimper. The scent of him, expensive sandalwood, spice, gun oil, and cold leather, is overwhelming. It's the smell of a man who owns everything he looks at. I crawl on my hands and knees toward the far end of the bay. A shard of broken glass from a discarded light bulb slices into my palm, and I hiss silently in pain. I refuse to stop. I drag my body through dust and spilled machine oil, heading toward the loading bay door. It's the only way out. I rip a piece of fabric from the inside lining of my coat and tie it tightly around my palm to stem the bleeding. Pain is temporary, escape is essential. He's too close. Too damn close. Gideon's shadow abruptly looms over the very container I'm hiding behind. He pauses, listening for a breath, a shudder. I press my entire back against the steel, closing my eyes and praying my body heat doesn't give me away. Suddenly, one of the guards shouts from the far end about movement near the secondary door. Gideon curses under his breath, a low dark sound, and pivots toward the distraction. This is it. My one window. I burst from the shadows and sprint across the wide open expanse of slick concrete toward the main loading bay door. I push off the ground so hard my tied-up palm leaves a smear of blood and grime on the floor. Go. Now or never. He'll kill that guard later for the mistake, but right now I have to run. The sound of my sneakers slapping against the wet concrete is loud and exposed. I'm a sitting duck, but I have to trust that I can reach the door first. I reach the colossal, heavy rolling door and throw myself at the rusted manual latch. My hands are shaking so violently, I can barely engage the mechanism. Move! Move! Move, damn you! The latch is stuck, corroded by years of salt air. Behind me, I hear Gideon's footsteps accelerate into a lethal sprint. He's realized I'm gone. I yank on the latch with every ounce of strength I have, my gasps audible and ragged. The metal finally gives, a painful shriek of rusted iron grinding against itself as the door begins to rise. If I can't get out, he will be on me in 3 seconds. He will pin me to this concrete, and that will be the end. The door slides up just enough, about 2 feet. I don't even wait for it to stop. I roll under the door, the cold gap of air hitting me, and tumble out onto the wet pier. I feel a rush of disturbed air. A bullet whistles terrifyingly close over my head, striking the steel door above me with a sharp metallic crack. He shot at me. He actually fucking tried to kill me. He isn't playing. I push a clump of wet, gritty hair from my face and spit out a mouthful of mud and gravel. I am out. Keep moving. I sprint blindly down the pier, my vision blurred by rain and tears of pure terror. The harbor is a labyrinth of machinery and fog, but I weave between enormous semi-trucks, hoping to obscure myself. I slide against a massive truck tire, using the momentum to change direction. My lungs are on fire. I can't feel my hands anymore. He can't run this fast in that suit, can he? A desperate hope, but I know better. He'll be looking for a car. He knows I have one. I finally collapse behind a stack of dripping lumber, doubling over as I try to catch my breath. The noise of the crashing waves and the pouring rain is so loud it drowns out everything. Did I lose him? Or is he silent now? The uncertainty is a special kind of torture. I use a trembling hand to push my hair out of my eyes. I need a tactical assessment. My car is 3 blocks away. I spot my beat-up, dark blue sedan parked under a flickering street lamp. I reach it and fumble desperately with my keys, dropping them into the oily puddle at my feet once before snatching them up. Every parked vehicle, every long shadow cast by a passing headlight looks like him. My motor skills are failing. I jam the key into the lock so hard my knuckles bang against the door frame. Start, damn you, start. I scramble into the driver's seat, slamming the door and locking it in one motion. The engine roars to life, a beautiful mechanical sound. I don't hesitate. I slam the car into drive and peel out of the harbor district, my tires squealing on the wet pavement. I glance in the rearview mirror obsessively, looking for the black SUVs. I'm safe for now, but the weight of Gideon's gray gaze is etched into my mind. He saw me. He knows me. He looked like a man who doesn't tolerate loose ends, especially not ones he finds aesthetically pleasing. I grip the steering wheel so tightly my bruised knuckles turn white. I survived Gideon Stride. Now, I have to hide from him. I need to get home, lock every door, and figure out how the fuck I'm going to disappear before he realizes that I'm the only person in the world who can put him in a cage. My heart is still doing 100 miles an hour, and I realized I'm out of wine. Of course I am. Because today just wasn't shitty enough.
Chapter 2. Gideon, POV. I've spent 15 years hunting things that don't want to be found, and let's be fucking real, Miranda Greer isn't a professional. She's a forensic accountant, with a nice rack, and a penchant for being in the wrong warehouse at the absolute worst goddamn time. I move through the industrial district like a fucking ghost, my boots barely making a sound on the rusted metal of the shipping containers while she's down there making enough noise to wake the dead. Every splash of her heels in a puddle, every ragged, sobbing gasp for air, it's a goddamn beacon. I track the heat of her flight through my thermal overlay before flipping the goggles up. I don't need the tech. I can smell the adrenaline and the cheap perfume she probably sprayed on this morning, thinking she was just going to have a normal day of crunching numbers for the cartel's shell companies. Poor bitch. The rain is coming down in sheets now, that heavy freezing Atlantic deluge that turns the harbor into a blurred mess of gray and charcoal, and I'm using every bit of the shadow to stay parallel to her. My tactical watch says she's been running for 6 minutes. She's reaching that point where the lungs start to burn, and the brain starts making mistakes. I should have ended this 30 seconds ago. I should have just leaned over the railing of the catwalk and put a suppressed round through the back of her skull. Clean. Professional. The way Merritt taught me. But there's something about the way she's moving. It's not just panic. It's efficient. She's looking for exits, not just running blindly into the dark. It's a lure, honestly. A fucking trap for my focus. I wipe the rain off my watch face, calculating the distance to the perimeter fence. She's not gonna make it. She should have stayed quiet, Christ. She should have just closed her eyes and pretended she didn't see Roman Castor put a bullet in that snitch's mouth. But she looked. She looked right at the carnage, and then she looked at me. And now, I'm the one who has to clean up the mess. Move like smoke, Stride. Don't leave a trail. That's the mantra. But my heart is thumping a rhythm that feels less like a hitman on the job, and more like a predator who's found something he wants to keep. She hangs a hard left into a narrow brick-walled alleyway that leads to a dead end. I know this grid better than I know the back of my own scarred hand. She's done. I round the corner, my 6 feet 4 inches frame filling the gap between the buildings, and I just stop. I don't rush her. I don't have to. I stand there, 10 feet of solid, lethal muscle blocking her only way out, and watch her realize the world just got very, very small. The rain is bouncing off the asphalt, creating this low-level mist that makes her look like a ghost in the neon flickering from the street above. She stumbles back, her heels catching on a discarded rain-soaked wooden pallet. She hits the brick wall hard, a soft pain sound escaping her throat as she scrapes her knuckles against the rough surface. She's cornered. She's breathless. And fuck, she's beautiful in a way that's actively ruining my night. Her auburn hair is plastered to her face, and those amber eyes are wide, reflecting the terror of a woman who knows she's looking at her own death. Stop moving, I think. Don't make this messy. I don't want to see her brains on the brick, but the job is the job. Or it was. You saw too much, witness. That's what I should say. That's the script. But the words feel like lead in my mouth. The metallic tang of her fear is so thick I can almost taste it, sharp like copper in rain. Most people scream. Most people beg. They tell me about their kids or their mothers, or how they'll never tell a soul. She just stands there, chest heaving, trying to find a weapon in a pile of garbage. Her fear, it doesn't taste like surrender. It tastes like a challenge. I advance. One heavy, deliberate step at a time. I want her to feel every inch of the distance closing. I want the air to get thinner for her. By the time I'm 3 feet away, I'm towering over her, my shadow swallowing her whole. The physical disparity is a joke. She's 5 feet 6 inches and built like a lithe, athletic whip. I'm a mountain of military-grade utility and bad intentions. The rain has turned her professional white blouse translucent, the fabric clinging to her curves like a second skin, showing me the lace of her bra and the frantic beat of her heart right against her ribs. I reach out, my leather gloves squeaking as I brace my hand against the wet brick right beside her head, trapping her. She flinches, but she doesn't drop her gaze. "Look at me," I command, my voice a low, gravelly rasp that barely carries over the rain. "You think running works? No one runs from this. No one gets out." I can feel the heat radiating off her, a stark contrast to the freezing dampness of the alley. She's so fucking fragile, a tiny thing I could snap without even trying, but she's tense. Wired. I want to see her broken, not because I hate her, but because the way she's holding onto her dignity while staring at a cartel enforcer is making my blood boil. It's a different kind of hunger. Not the kind that ends with a body bag. I draw the knife. It's a custom piece, carbon steel with a matte black finish that doesn't reflect the light, but in this darkness it looks like a sliver of the abyss. I press the flat of the blade against her jugular. It's cold. Deathly cold. I can feel her pulse thrumming against the steel, fast, erratic, terrified. I wait for it. The plea. The please don't. But Miranda Greer just glares at me. Those amber eyes are full of this sharp, intellectual hatred, a contempt so pure it actually stalls my kill reflex. She's not praying. She's judging me. "Make a sound, and I end this cleanly," I mutter. The syndicate expects silence. But she's staring right into my ruin, and for the first time in a decade, I'm the one who feels exposed. The knife blade catches a flicker of neon from the street, a distorted red glow that flashes across her eyes. No tears. No prayers. Just that fucking stare. It's like she's daring me to do it, and the fact that she's not buckling under the weight of my presence is doing something to my head. My thumb traces the hilt, my knuckles white under my gloves. Fuck. She's the most dangerous thing I've ever encountered, and she doesn't even have a gun. I lean in closer, my face inches from hers. I can smell the rain on her skin, the salt of her sweat, and that underlying fire that's making my own heart hammer against my ribs. I'm close enough to feel the heat of her breath, ghosting over my ear. My own arousal is sudden and violent, a physical punch to the gut that has no business being here. This is a hit. This is a cleanup. But my body is telling me a different story. It's telling me that if I kill her, I lose the only thing that's made me feel alive in years. The syndicate's orders are screaming in the back of my skull, but they're getting drowned out by the sound of her ragged breathing. The knife trembles, just a fraction of a millimeter. Not because I'm afraid, but because I'm fighting the urge to drop the blade and just sink my teeth into that soft, defiant neck. "You should be crying," I whisper, my voice thick. "What the hell are you?" She doesn't answer. She just keeps looking at me like I'm the one who's trapped. I'm going to ruin myself. This is the last rational thought I'll ever have. Merritt will kill me. Roman will hunt me. The whole fucking world will turn into a shooting gallery the second I decide to walk away with her. But as I look at the way the rain tracks down the curve of her throat, I realize she's worth every goddamn consequence. I withdraw the knife. The sound of it sliding back into the kydex sheath is a final heavy click that echoes in the narrow space. I've made my choice. I'm not a hitman tonight. I'm a thief. I'm stealing a debt of flesh that doesn't belong to me. "You don't get to die tonight," I say, and the way her eyes widen tells me she knows the alternative is much, much worse. "You belong to me now. Understand?" I don't wait for her to process it. I reach out and grab her jacket lapel, yanking her forward until her chest bumps mine. The contact is electric, a jolt of pure, unadulterated possession. She's soaked to the bone, shivering, but the fire is still there. I can feel it. I've just signed my death warrant, and I've never felt more focused in my life. She's mine. The syndicate can go to hell. She tries to fight then. God, she tries. The second she realizes she's not getting a bullet, the survival instinct kicks into overdrive. She's clawing at my wrists, her nails digging into the leather of my gloves, and she tries to bring her knee up between my legs. I've been hit by professionals. Her frantic, untrained struggle is almost cute, if it wasn't so fucking annoying. That was stupid, witness, I grunt, catching her wrists and wrenching them behind her back. I use my weight to pin her against the brick, my chest crushing hers until she can't do anything but gasp. She's feral, trying to headbutt my jaw, her teeth bared like a cornered cat. She actually manages to sink her teeth into the meat of my hand, biting down through the leather. I feel the pressure, the sharp nip of her frustration, and it only makes me want to squeeze harder. Do not touch me, I growl, my voice dropping an octave. I'm testing her limits, establishing the hierarchy before we even leave the alley. I want to feel every ounce of that resistance while I break it. It's the only way this works. I reach into my inner coat pocket and pull out a set of heavy-duty plastic zip ties. They're industrial grade, designed for the kind of people who don't want to be restrained. I loop them around her wrists, the plastic clicking 3 times with a sound of absolute finality. The loss of her agency is immediate. I watch the realization hit her, the way her shoulders slump just a fraction when she realizes her hands aren't her own anymore. Don't bruise yourself too badly, I tell her, though I don't really give a shit if she does. You are mine now. The sound of those ties is the sound of the line I just crossed. There's no going back. I'm a rogue agent now, and she's my prize. She strains against them, the rough plastic digging into her wet skin, but it's over. The intellectual accountant just became property. I'm not taking any chances with her screaming once we hit the street. I pull a thick strip of heavy black cloth from my pocket. It's standard kit for a witness, though usually I'm using it to keep them quiet before I dump them in the harbor. I wrap it around her mouth, watching her amber eyes flare with a new level of terror as she realizes I'm stripping away her voice. Silence is the first lesson, I mutter as I tighten the knot behind her head. I need you quiet for the ride. I make sure it's tight. Not enough to choke her, but enough to make sure that any sound she makes is nothing more than a muffled whimper. I don't need her words. I don't want her negotiating or pleading or trying to use that sharp brain of hers to find a way out. I just need her compliance. The terror in her eyes is enough of a conversation for me. I don't give her the dignity of walking. I hoist her roughly over my shoulder like a sack of contraband, my hand gripping the back of her thighs through her wet trousers. She's lighter than I expected, a lithe weight that fits perfectly against my frame. Her world is upside down now, her face pressed against the rough, expensive wool of my charcoal suit coat. I can feel her heart hammering against my back, a rhythmic, frantic thud. Don't try to move. I have a long walk, I say, my voice vibrating through my chest and right into her. I'm much faster than you are. The rain is still pounding, and I instinctively pull my jacket slightly over her head, shielding her from the worst of the downpour. It's a warped moment of protection, a glimpse of the possessive madness that's taking over. She's mine to ruin, and I'm not letting the weather do my job for me. Every step I take toward the SUV is another nail in the coffin of my career, but I don't give a fuck. Every ounce of her is fire, and I'm going to burn with it. We reach the blacked-out Escalade, idling 2 blocks away. It's bulletproof, secure, and currently the only safe place on the planet for either of us. I pop the back door and shove her unceremoniously into the floorboards of the back seat. It's a tight squeeze, a humiliating position for a woman who probably spent her morning looking at spreadsheets in a high-rise office. She's forced into a fetal position, her head knocking gently against the leather console as I tuck her in. Stay down, I command. You're safer here. The sterile, expensive smell of the black leather hits us both, a sharp contrast to the diesel and rot of the alley. She's hidden now. The world can't see her, and more importantly, my employers can't see her. I slam the door and do a quick 360 of the perimeter. The streets are deserted, the rain acting as a perfect screen, but my adrenaline is still spiking. I'm not just a killer anymore. I'm a kidnapper. And in my world, that's a much more dangerous profession. I slide into the driver's seat, the leather creaking under my weight. I check the mirrors, left, right, rear view, scanning the rain-blurred streets for any sign of a tail. My movements are sharp, utilitarian, the result of a decade of living on the edge of a knife. The silence in the car is heavy, broken only by the ragged, muffled sounds of Miranda's breathing from the floorboards behind me. It's a weight, a physical thing that fills the cabin. I should call Merritt. I should tell him the witness is handled, and I'm heading to the dump site. But I don't. I flick the switch to adjust my side mirror, watching the reflection of the alleyway shrink behind us. Christ, what have I done? I've risked 10 years of work, my reputation, and my life for a pair of defiant eyes and a scent that's currently making my head spin. I put the SUV in gear and roll slowly into the night. The engine hum, the only sound in my new, fractured reality. My burner phone vibrates in my breast pocket, a sharp, jarring staccato. I pull it out, the screen blindingly bright in the dark cabin. It's a text from Merritt. Status of the package. My jaw tightens until it aches. He's already impatient. Merritt's been my handler since I left the sandbox, the only man who knows where all my bodies are buried. And he's got a sixth sense for when things are going sideways. He expects a confirmation of death. He expects a photo of a corpse. I stare at the demanding screen, my thumb hovering over the glass. Fuck. If I don't answer convincingly, he'll have a cleanup crew at my apartment before I can even get her inside. The cold, wet leather of my gloves squeaks against the phone. He's looking for blood, and all I've got is a girl hidden in my floorboards. I type the lie with steady fingers. Target lost in the docks. Searching. I deliberately delete the full stop at the end, making it look like I'm typing in a hurry, frustrated and on the move. I toss the phone onto the passenger seat like it's a live grenade. It buys me time. Maybe a few hours, maybe a day if I'm lucky. The clock is ticking now, not just on Miranda's life but on mine. Behind me, I hear her struggling violently against the zip ties. She's kicking her boots against the back of my seat, trying to get my attention, trying to make enough noise to be heard outside the car. I ignore her. I focus on the road, pulling out into the dense, rainy traffic of the financial district. The rhythmic thump of her boots is like a metronome for my own obsession. It's arousing, honestly, that little spark of defiance. It's the perfect background music for what I'm about to do to her. I adjust the rear-view mirror so I can see her. In the shadows of the floorboards, through the gap in the seats, I catch the flash of those amber eyes. They're full of vengeance. She looks like she's planning my slow and painful death, and honestly, I wouldn't expect anything less. A drop of water runs down the side of the mirror, distorting my own reflection until I look like a monster, which is fitting. We're in the middle of a wordless exchange, a silent promise of the war to come. She's still fighting, still refusing to accept that her life as a forensic accountant ended the moment I laid eyes on her. Good. That fire will serve me well when I'm finally ready to put it out. I need her to be a challenge. I need her to be worth the ruin I've brought down on my own head. I clear my throat, my voice a low, gravelly rasp that seems to fill every corner of the SUV. Sit still, or I'll put you in the trunk. Decide now. I don't look back to see her reaction, but I feel the shift in the air. I'm establishing the regime of total physical dominance. I'm testing her compliance, seeing if that big brain of hers has figured out that her only hope for survival is doing exactly what I say. Sit still, witness, or I promise the trunk will feel like mercy. Sit. I slam my hand down on the passenger seat, not touching her, but the sound is sharp, a command that echoes like a gunshot. Your obedience is mandatory. I need her to understand that I am the only God in her world now. There is no law, no police, no father coming to save her. There is only me. I watch in the mirror as the kicking slowly, deliberately stops. Her breathing is still heavy, still ragged, but the frantic movement ceases. She's smart. That's the problem with smart women. They know when they're beaten, at least for the moment. She's forcing her muscles to relax, the tremor in her body slowing down as she accepts her immediate fate. A silent victory for me, but I know it's temporary. She's not breaking, she's adapting. She's observing. That's it, I think. Give me the leash. That's why I kept you. I want to see how you handle the cage. The city lights blur past as I drive toward the downtown high-rises. The financial district is a forest of glass and steel, a playground for the people Miranda used to work for. I should feel some kind of guilt for the carnage I left at the harbor, some fear for the fact that I've just betrayed the most powerful cartel on the eastern seaboard. But I don't. I feel a primal, focused hunger. I run a weary, leather-clad hand across the jagged scar on my jawline, a nervous habit I've had since the military. I risked everything for a pair of defiant eyes. I'm ruined. But as I look at the dark shape of the woman in the back of my car, I realize I've never been more certain of a decision in my life. This isn't a mission anymore. It's a reclamation. I'm already planning the long-term containment. My penthouse is soundproof, secure, and 30 stories above the nearest street. It's a gilded cage, a place where I can establish the regime of control I need to break her. I imagine the marks I'll leave on her skin, not from the knife, but from my hands, my mouth, my body. I will own her mind before I own her body, I tell myself. I check the temperature gauge of the car and adjust the heat higher just a fraction. I immediately chide myself for the softness, the accidental moment of care. She's a captive, not a guest. But she's my captive, and I want her alive and healthy enough to feel everything I'm going to do to her. The quiet hum of the SUV engine feels like a low frequency that's isolating us from the rest of the world. It's just us now. The SUV rolls into the sterile, brightly lit underground parking garage of my private residence. I punch the code into the secure gate, and it hisses shut behind us with a metallic finality that makes Miranda tense up again. I can see her in the mirror, her eyes darting toward the closing gate. Her chance for external rescue just vanished into the concrete. The tires splash through a small puddle, the sound amplified in the echoing garage. We're home, I think, though this place has never felt like a home until today. Now, it's a sanctuary. It's a lair. There are no witnesses here. No Merritt, no Roman, no cartel. Just me and my consequence. I kill the engine. The resulting silence is deafening, immediate, and completely suffocating. I don't move for a long moment, just letting the weight of the situation settle over us. I slowly turn around in my seat, my slate-gray eyes boring into the darkness where she's confined. I can hear the condensation dripping from the car's undercarriage onto the concrete floor, a slow, steady drip, drip, drip. She's waiting. She knows this is the moment where the rules change again. The drive is over. The reality of her situation is about to get very, very physical. I reach back and roughly grab her chin, pulling her face up until she's forced to meet my gaze. My thumb grazes the soft skin of her inner wrist where the plastic zip ties are digging in, a deliberate marking gesture. Don't fight me now, Miranda. The real game starts inside. I watch her eyes, those beautiful, furious amber eyes. She's still there, still fighting me from behind that gag. See how well I take care of you, if you listen, I whisper. I can feel the heat of her skin, the fine hairs on her wrist standing up under my touch. She feels like fire beneath my fingers. She's mine. I will break her right here if I have to, but I want her upstairs. I want her in my space. I step out of the car and pull her from the floorboards. She's stiff, her muscles cramped from the tight space, and I don't allow her to stand on her own. I hoist her up and pin her tightly against my side, my arm a steel band around her waist that lifts her nearly off her feet. She has no agency here. She has no feet to stand on. I want her to rely on me for every movement, every breath. Keep your face buried. No one sees you, I command, pressing her head against my shoulder as we move toward the elevator. Move. My suit jacket shifts against the fabric of her wet blouse, our bodies pressed so close I can feel the tremor in her thighs. I keep her crushed, keeping her hidden in my peripheral vision. She doesn't exist outside of me anymore. The private elevator doors close with a silent hiss. As the lift begins its rapid ascent toward the 40th floor, I lean my full weight into her, pinning her against the sleek glass wall of the cab. The stomach-dropping sensation of the high-speed rise only adds to the tension. The glass fogs slightly from our combined body heat and the rain clinging to our clothes. "Welcome home, witness," I say, my voice vibrating against her temple. Up we go. To the top. She's looking out at the city lights as they fall away, the realization of her isolation finally setting in. The height will remind her how far she is from help. This cage is perfect, and by the time we reach the penthouse, she's going to realize that I'm the only thing in this world that can keep her safe, and the only thing she has to fear. The elevator dings, a polite, sterile sound that signals the beginning of the end of her life as she knew it. The doors open, and I lead her into the dark.
Chapter 3. Miranda POV. The first thing I registered wasn't the light or the sound of someone moving in my space. It was the goddamn floor. My cheek was pressed against the hardwood of my own bedroom, the grain of the oak feeling like sandpaper against my skin. I tried to shift, to push myself up, and that's when the world exploded into a very specific, very sharp kind of suck. My wrists were yanked back, the skin screaming as industrial-strength zip ties bit into the bone. I tried to gasp, to let out a "what the fuck," but the only thing that happened was a pathetic muffled grunt. There was a thick coarse fabric cinched over my mouth, tasting of dust and old storage, pulled so tight my jaw felt like it was being unhinged. I wasn't dead. That was the first realization, and honestly, it felt like a massive strategic error on his part. He should have killed me outside in the rain. He should have ended it when I was still just a witness, and not a fucking liability. I kicked my heel against the floor, a weak, desperate thud that did nothing but scrape my ankle raw. The panic was a rising tide in my chest, a hot, oily pressure that made my breath come in short, jagged bursts through my nose. I can't scream. I can't breathe. This is actually happening. Some unhinged professional hitman is currently ghosting through my apartment while I'm tied up like a goddamn Christmas ham on my own rug. I blinked through the curtain of my auburn hair, the strands sticking to the sweat on my face, and there he was. Gideon Stride. He didn't even look like he was exerting himself. He was wearing those thin nitrile gloves, moving with a clinical, terrifying efficiency that made my stomach do a slow, nauseating roll. He wasn't looking for jewelry or cash, he was erasing me. I watched him bag my phone, then my laptop, his movements rhythmic and steady. He didn't knock anything over. He didn't make a sound. He was like a ghost, deleting the history of a living person. I strained my neck, the muscles corded and aching, trying to catch the glow of my digital clock on the nightstand. 3:17 a.m. The middle of the night, the dead zone where nobody is awake to hear a struggle. Not that I could make enough noise to alert the neighbors anyway. The silence in the apartment was fucking heavy, but not in a poetic way. It was the silence of a vacuum. He was cleaning up the witness, but he was forgetting the body. Or maybe he wasn't forgetting. Maybe the body was the point now. That thought was a cold needle in my spine. He doesn't hate me. He doesn't even see me as a person. I'm just a data point he's decided to move from one column to another. He finished with the electronics and then he just stood there. He was looming over me, a literal mountain of charcoal wool and lethal intent. His slate gray eyes weren't shadowed anymore, they were tracking every inch of me. He looked at my bound wrists, then traced the line of my body down to my bare feet, and then back up to my chest, which was heaving under the restriction of the gag. It wasn't a sexual look, not yet. It was the look of a guy checking the structural integrity of a bridge he's about to cross. It was clinical, but there was this undercurrent of morbid curiosity that made my skin crawl. He was assessing the value of his mistake. He'd spared me in that alleyway, and now he was looking at the consequences of that choice like he was deciding whether to keep the receipt or throw the whole thing in the trash. I tried to shrink away, to pull my knees into my chest and disappear into the fibers of the rug, closing my eyes and praying for the literal floor to open up and swallow me whole. I've spent my life looking at balance sheets and fraud cases, dealing with the cold reality of numbers, but there was no math for this. That look, it wasn't murder. It was possession. He was claiming the mess he'd made. The floorboards creaked, the first real sound he'd made as he shifted his weight. I flinched, my whole body jerking in anticipation of a boot to the ribs or the cold slide of a blade. I expected the violence to finally start, for the other shoe to drop, but it didn't. Instead, he knelt down, the heat coming off him like a furnace in the air-conditioned room. His knuckles grazed the thin, sensitive skin inside my elbows as he checked the zip ties. He wasn't being gentle, but he wasn't being needlessly rough either. He was just checking the hardware. A single hot tear escaped and soaked into the fabric of the gag, and I bit down on the cloth, trying to find some kind of purchase, some kind of control. I wanted to scream so bad my throat felt like it was full of glass. Then he leaned in, his face inches from mine, and the smell of cold iron and expensive leather hit me like a physical blow. He didn't say my name. He didn't offer an apology. He just leaned into my ear, his voice a low guttural rumble that vibrated right through my skull. Restraint, he whispered. That was it. One word. A command or a description, I didn't know, but the weight of it pinned me to the floor better than any tie ever could. Before I could even process the word, he moved. It was fast, jarring, and completely devoid of any fucks given about my comfort. He hauled me up like I was a bag of mulch, and threw me over his left shoulder in a fireman's carry. The air was knocked out of my lungs the second my stomach hit his shoulder, and I let out a muffled oomph against the gag. My head was hanging down his back, giving me a dizzying inverted view of my own bedroom floor retreating as he walked toward the door. I was a sack of wet cement to him. My shirt rode up, the cold air hitting the small of my back, and I felt the sheer audacity of the situation hitting me. This guy was just walking out of my apartment with me. No struggle, no noise, just a quiet exit into the night. I told myself not to show him weakness, not to vomit, not to let the vertigo win. If I was going to be kidnapped, I wasn't going to be a compliant victim. But as we crossed the threshold, the reality set in. My life, my job, my shitty apartment, it was all gone. I was just cargo now. He moved through the service corridor, the one by the garbage chute that nobody ever used, because it smelled like rotting takeout and bleach. The metallic clank of the service door slamming shut behind us sounded like a coffin lid. The transition from the warmth of my home to the biting chill of the night air was a shock to the system. The wind whipped at my exposed legs, and for a second it felt like freedom I couldn't reach. It was right there, the open air, the city sounds in the distance, but I was pinned against the broad expanse of his back, held in place by an arm that felt like a steel bar. He didn't break stride. He didn't look around to see if anyone was watching. He had the kind of confidence that only comes from knowing you're the baddest motherfucker in a 5-mile radius. He used his elbow to punch open the final exit door, the casual force of it, making me realize just how little effort he was using to carry me. To him, I was nothing. A feather. A nuisance he'd decided to keep. We hit the alleyway, and a blacked-out SUV was idling there, its headlights off, looking like a shark waiting in deep water. He didn't lower me down. He didn't even slow down. He just reached out, yanked the back door open, and tossed me into the seat. I hit the plush leather with a painful thud, my ribs screaming as I tumbled onto my side, struggling to get my bearings while my hands were still uselessly pinned behind me. I caught a glimpse of the driver. A guy with a neck like a bull and eyes that looked everywhere but at me. Jagger. That was the name Gideon had used in the alley. Jagger didn't even blink. He didn't look back. He just sat there like we were picking up groceries. I banged my knee hard against the center console, the pain radiating up my leg, and I let out another muffled, angry grunt through the gag. Gideon didn't even look at me as he climbed in, his movements heavy and deliberate. "Go," he said to the driver, his voice monotone like he was ordering a coffee. He treated me like cargo. I was worthless. Just a piece of evidence he'd decided to hide instead of destroy. The interior of the SUV smelled like new car leather, and the faint, sharp tang of gun oil. Gideon climbed into the seat next to me, and suddenly the cabin felt about 5 sizes too small. He didn't look at me, instead focusing on buckling his seatbelt and smoothing out the sleeves of his suit, but his presence was a physical weight. The air felt thin, hot, and charged with the kind of tension that makes your teeth ache. He was a mountain, and I was suffocating beneath the weight of him. I tried to sit up, my bound hands making it an awkward, humiliating scramble, and he just sat there, staring out the window at the passing city lights. He brushed a strand of hair off my forehead, a move that should have been gentle, but it was purely clinical. He was checking the gag, making sure it hadn't slipped. It was a startling intimacy that felt more like a threat than a caress. I glared at him, my amber eyes burning with every bit of hate I could muster, but he didn't even give me the satisfaction of a reaction. I was just an object in his space. I started working the zip ties. It was a long shot, a desperate, stupid move, but I had to do something. I tried to scrape the plastic against the rough stitching of the carpet on the car floor, focusing every bit of my mental energy on the slow, agonizing friction. Think. Find the angle. Find the weak point. I was a forensic accountant. I was trained to find the one mistake, the one loose thread that unraveled the whole lie. But these weren't numbers on a screen. This was high-tensile plastic, and the more I struggled, the more they bit into my wrists. I noticed his hands then, resting on his knees, his fingernails precise and clean, his knuckles scarred. He looked so put together, so bespoke, and yet he was the guy who had just executed 3 people in a warehouse. The rhythmic flash of passing streetlights illuminated his jawline, showing the jagged scar that ran along his skin. He was a paradox, a high-end monster, and I was trapped in a leather-lined cage with him. He noticed. Of course he noticed. He didn't even turn his head fully, just reached out with a hand that seemed twice the size of mine and gripped my chin. His fingers dug into my jawbone with enough pressure to make my vision swim, wrenching my head around to force me to look at him. "Stop," he commanded. His voice wasn't loud, but it was low and vibrating with a coiled threat that made the hair on my arm stand up. Struggling is pointless. The directness of it, the absolute certainty in his voice, paralyzed me. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. He wasn't even breathing hard. I was just an inconvenience he was managing. "Keep still," he added, his thumb pressing into the soft skin under my jaw, "or I'll secure your ankles to the frame." I believed him. Deadass, I believed every word. I stopped moving, my body trembling with a mix of fury and a fear so deep it felt biological. He let go, but the ghost of his grip stayed on my skin, burning like a brand. I forced myself to breathe through my nose, trying to regulate the panic. I looked out the window, trying to figure out where the fuck we were going. We weren't heading for the docks or some abandoned warehouse district. We were headed toward the center of the city, toward the financial district. The skyline loomed above us, all glass and steel and sterile lights of wealth. The high-rise territory. My confusion was a new kind of terror. If he was taking me to a shallow grave, we'd be headed for the outskirts. This implied a plan. A long-term containment. The financial district? Does he live here? Is this a safe house? I strained my eyes, trying to read a street sign as we blurred past. We were in the heart of the money. This wasn't an execution, this was a possession. He wasn't killing the witness, he was sequestering her. The audacity of it was breathtaking. He was bringing the evidence into the most crowded, most watched part of the city. The SUV braked abruptly for a yellow light, and because my hands were tied, I didn't have the balance to stay upright. I slid sideways, my shoulder impacting Gideon's hip. He didn't move away. He didn't even flinch. Instead, his hand came down on my hip, his fingers splaying out and gripping the bone through my jeans. It was a bruising, possessive grip. He didn't shove me back, he just held me there, pinned against his side. The heat transferring from his body through the fabric of his suit made my skin prickle. It was an unwanted, intimate contact that signaled everything I needed to know. I was property now. I wasn't a person, I was a thing he owned. I tried to arch my back, to pull away from the pressure of his hand, but he just tightened his fingers, driving them deeper into the flesh of my hip. His hand was a brand. It burned right through the fabric, I closed my eyes, trying to block out the sensation, but the vibration of the engine and the heat of his body were everywhere. We pulled into an underground parking garage, the kind that requires a keycard and a blood sacrifice to enter. It was pristine, clinically cold, and filled with cars that cost more than my entire education. Jagger killed the engine, and the silence that followed was deafening. He didn't look back, didn't say a word, just stayed in the driver's seat like a statue. Gideon hauled me out of the vehicle, his grip on my waist so tight it was going to leave marks. I stumbled on my bare feet, the cold concrete of the garage floor shocked to my system. He casually grabbed the bag of my confiscated life from the trunk and slammed it shut, the echo ringing through the empty garage. "Wait here." "No calls," Gideon said to Jagger. "No rough, damp basement." This was worse. This was a fortress of glass and steel. I was being taken to the one place where nobody would ever think to look for a kidnapping victim. He shoved me toward a set of private elevator doors. There were no buttons, just a sleek glass panel that scanned his face and chimed softly. The doors slid open to a glass-walled car, and as the ascent began, my stomach dropped. The city began to fall away below us, the streetlights turning into a sea of glittering jewels. I had literal vertigo, my head spinning as the height intensified the feeling that I was being pulled far beyond the reach of law or rescue. I leaned my shoulder into the cold glass, looking for some kind of support, but it offered only slick indifference. We were going to the clouds. To his cage. I looked at the polished steel reflection of the elevator door and saw him watching me. He had this expression of stark, terrifying satisfaction. He looked like a hunter who had just brought home a prize he couldn't wait to take apart. I lifted my chin, refusing to break eye contact with his reflection. I might be bound, I might be gagged, but I wasn't going to let him see me crumble. He's not just a man. He's the peak of this city's darkness, and I'm the only one who knows it. The elevator chimed, a futuristic, polite little sound that felt completely out of place, and the doors slid open directly into a vast, silent penthouse. It was the kind of place you see in architectural magazines: open floor plans, floor-to-ceiling windows, and furniture that looked like it cost more than a mid-sized sedan. Gideon dragged me across the threshold, his large hands digging cruelly into the soft flesh of my waist and hips. He wasn't being careful anymore. He was propelling me forward with a force that made my breath hitch. The physical pain of his grip was a sharp contrast to the silent, opulent beauty of the apartment. I felt like a trespasser, a piece of filth in his pristine sanctuary. I could feel the bruises blooming where his fingers pressed into my skin. I'll wear his grip for days. The temperature dropped as the air conditioning hit us, smelling faintly of clean linen and cedar. It was too quiet. Too perfect. He roughly dropped me onto a thick, cream-colored rug in the living area. It was unnervingly soft, the kind of plush fiber that swallowed your hand if you pressed into it. I rolled immediately to my side, my lungs burning as I tried to regain my bearings. I was gagging against the fabric of the restraint, my jaw aching so bad it felt like it was on fire. I lay there, looking at the baseboards, the contrast of my bound, humiliated state against the untouchable luxury around me making my blood boil. I should be dead in a ditch. Not on a $4,000 rug. I could feel the expensive, tightly woven fibers pressing into my cheek, a mockery of comfort. The sound of my ragged, muffled breathing was the only noise in the vast room, echoing off the high ceilings like a death rattle. Gideon stood above me, dominating the space. He didn't look at me as he shrugged off his charcoal suit jacket, tossing it onto a nearby leather chair. Beneath it he was wearing a shoulder holster, the black leather straps contrasting sharply with his crisp white shirt. The sheer, intimidating breadth of his frame was even more apparent now. Stripped of the suit, he didn't look like a businessman or an enforcer. He looked like a predator who had finally made it back to his lair. I noticed the expensive watch on his wrist, the way his muscles moved under the thin fabric of his shirt. The weapon isn't the gun. The weapon is him. He looked down at me, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something in his eyes that wasn't just clinical. It was heat. I tried one last desperate act of defiance. I bucked my hips and kicked out my legs toward his shins, a wild, uncoordinated strike meant to do anything, to mark him, to trip him, to make him feel a fraction of the chaos I was in. He didn't even grunt. He easily sidesteps my flailing, and before I could recoil, he pinned my legs down against the rug with a single heavy, unmoving boot. The weight of it was crushing. It was non-negotiable. I was pinned to the floor like a bug in a display case. I bit down so hard on the gag that I tasted the salt of my own blood. I have to fight, even if it's useless. I won't beg. I glared up at him, my vision blurring with rage, but he just stood there, his boot holding me in place like I was a piece of trash he was preventing from blowing away. The overwhelming scent of his polished leather boot filled my senses, a reminder of exactly where I stood in his hierarchy. Then he knelt. He reached for the knot at the back of my head, his fingers moving with expert precision. He didn't fumble. He didn't rush. He undid the tie and ripped the coarse fabric away from my mouth. The relief was so sharp it was almost painful. My jaw ached, my lips felt swollen and raw, and my first breath was a ragged, wet sob of rage and sheer exhaustion. I dragged the back of my tied hands against my face, wiping away the tears and sweat, trying to reclaim some shred of dignity. "Breathe," he said. It wasn't a suggestion. It wasn't compassion. It was a direct order. "You should have killed me," I rasped, my voice thick and hoarse, sounding like I'd been swallowing gravel. My throat was raw, the dry air of the penthouse stinging as it hit my lungs. I looked up at him, my amber eyes narrowed, waiting for the blow, waiting for the reason. "Why am I still alive?" "You had an order, Gideon. Fulfill it. Do your fucking job." I spat the words at him, my fury finally finding a vent. I expected him to snap, to hit me, to pull the gun. Instead, he just stared. He reached out, his thumb slowly dragging across my swollen bottom lip, the callous skin stinging against my raw flesh. It was a disturbing, silent fixation. He wasn't listening to my words, he was looking at my mouth. "They will come for both of us now," I said, my voice shaking but my resolve holding. "You're a professional. You know how this works. You're risking everything for a witness. It's delusional." He leaned closer, his weight shifting over my bound body, pinning me further into the rug. His slate-gray eyes burned with that same terrifying hunger I'd seen in the alley, but now it was unchecked. "Because I haven't decided what to do with you yet, Miranda," he rumbled. Hearing him say my name was like a physical blow. It was a promise and a threat wrapped in one. "You are mine for now. That is all you need to know." I shivered uncontrollably, and it had nothing to do with the air conditioning. The psychological terror of being kept was worse than the fear of a bullet. He confirmed it. His lethal intent hadn't gone away, it had just morphed into something darker, something carnal. "Miranda." He said my name. "I am seen. I am a project. I am a toy." The deep, vibrating register of his voice in my ear made the small hairs on my neck stand up, a primal reaction to a predator in my personal space. He pulled back just enough for me to breathe, but he didn't move away. His scent, expensive tobacco, cold steel, and now a raw male sweat, filled my senses, clogging my brain. I realized then that the world I knew was officially over. There was no going back to audits and spreadsheets. I wasn't a hitman's mistake anymore, I was his captive. He was the new center of my reality, the sun my broken world was now orbiting. I frantically scanned the room, searching for anything, a glass, a heavy book, a letter opener, but the place was a minimalist nightmare. It was spotless, useless, and perfectly designed to keep me from finding a weapon. I am his toy. His pet. His downfall. Gideon stood up, adjusting his shirt, the momentary display of intimacy vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. He didn't look back at me as he walked toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out at the glittering city he seemed to own. He left me there, bound and helpless on the rug, a deliberate dismissal that wounded my pride more than the zip ties hurt my wrists. He was so confident in my incapacitation that he didn't even need to watch me. I tried to slide my tied hands forward, the plastic chafing my skin further, but it was useless. Rest, he said, his back still to me. We have rules to discuss. I lay on the rug, watching the silhouette of the man who had spared my life. I'm a forensic accountant. I calculate odds for a living. And the odds right now, they were fucking abysmal. Being his captive meant a drawn-out psychological war. It meant an intimacy that was more dangerous than a gun to the head. I closed my eyes, not in prayer, but in acknowledgement. The war had just begun, and I was starting it from the floor. This was the raw edge of ruin, and I was falling right over it. I heard him take a deep, satisfied breath as he surveyed the city, and I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that I was the only thing in this room he really cared about destroying. This was going to be a bloodbath. And I wasn't sure which one of us was going to bleed out first.
Chapter 4. Gideon, POV. The black ceramic blade is pressed so tight against her pulse that I can feel every frantic, jagged thud of her heart vibrating through the steel and into my palm. It's a fucking mess. The rain is coming down in sheets, heavy and cold, soaking through my charcoal blazer like it's got a personal vendetta against me. And all I can think about is how easy it would be to just lean in, flick the wrist, and end the problem right here. That's the job. That's the military-grade instinct that's kept my head on my shoulders for a decade of cleaning up after these cartel fucks. She's a liability. She's a witness. She's a forensic accountant who saw a hit at the harbor, and now she's looking at me with these wide amber eyes that aren't even begging for mercy. That's what's tripping me up. Usually, they cry. Usually, they snot and plead and offer me money I don't need. But this girl, Miranda Greer, she's just vibrating with this pure, unadulterated defiance that's making my blood run hot in a way that's got nothing to do with a firefight. It's some primal lizard brain shit. My logic is screaming at me that she's compromised intel, a walking death sentence if I don't pull the trigger, but my hand won't move. I'm standing here in a rain-slicked alleyway like a fucking amateur, because the way the water runs down her throat is doing things to my head that shouldn't be possible in the middle of a wet work contract. I shift my weight, my boots splashing in the oily puddle at our feet, and I lean in until my mouth is right against her ear, the scent of her expensive perfume cutting through the metallic stink of the rain. Hold still. Don't push it. You should be dead right now, Greer. Deadass. I should have finished this 3 minutes ago and been halfway to a steak dinner by now, but you're making this difficult. Look at me when I speak to you, witness. She doesn't look away. She can't even blink because the rain is hitting her face so hard, but she stares right into me like she's trying to memorize the man who's about to ghost her. It's not bravery. It's just some hard-headed disregard for the fact that I'm the apex predator in this alley. I want to break that look. I want to see the exact second her spirit snaps and she realizes I'm the only god she's got left. She tries to twist her shoulder, a desperate, clumsy move that's pure suicide when you've got a tactical blade at your neck. The edge nicks her. It's just a tiny bit of steel meeting skin, but a thin line of crimson blooms instantly against her pale throat. The blood is hot. It mixes with the freezing rainwater and washes down the front of her white silk blazer, turning it pink, and seeing my mark on her, fucks me up completely. It's like a switch flips. The professional enforcer dies, and the possessive monster takes over. I don't want her dead. I want her caged. I need to own the thing that's looking at me with that much hate. Careful. That's a messy way to die. Don't move. Don't fucking breathe unless I tell you to. You just bought yourself a leash, Greer. I should kill you just for making this choice for me, but I think I'd rather see how long it takes to make you quiet. My heart is pounding against my ribs, a heavy rhythmic thud that matches the rain. This is a catastrophic failure. Merritt is going to lose his mind when he realizes I haven't cleared the scene, but I can't bring myself to care. I sheath the knife back into the magnetic clip under my lapel, the click sounding like a gunshot in the narrow alley. She thinks she's getting a reprieve. She thinks maybe I'm letting her go. She's wrong. Before she can even draw a full breath, she spits a word at me, something crude, something low, and it's the last bit of fuel I need. I grab a fistful of her long auburn hair and wrench her head back against the brick wall, hard enough to make her gasp. A few strands pull free, sticking to my wet palm. Try that again, and you'll find out what real pain is. Silence. You exist to be silent now. You're mine. Understand? I decide if you live or die. Every minute. Every fucking second. I don't wait for an answer. I crush my mouth against hers in a kiss that's more of a collision than anything else. It's angry. It's violent. It tastes like copper blood, cold rain, and the kind of adrenaline that makes you want to burn a city down. I force her lips apart with my teeth, a territorial claim that's meant to strip the last of the fight out of her. It's a total wreck of a move, unprofessional as fuck, but I need to feel her yield. For a split second she does, her breath hitching in her throat, and that's all the invitation I need. I rip my mouth away and spin her around, slamming her front first against the bricks. I pull a heavy-duty, reinforced zip tie from my pocket and ratchet it around her wrists behind her back. The plastic clicks loud and fast, cutting into her skin. It's tight for a reason. Try to run, and you'll lose the circulation. I don't leave anything to chance, Greer. She's whimpering now, a muffled, ragged sound that's getting drowned out by the downpour. I don't have time for her to have a panic attack in the street. I pull a preloaded sedative syringe from my inner pocket and jam it into her shoulder right through the wet fabric of her blazer. She cries out, a sharp, desperate sound of pure terror as the neuroblocker hits her system. I catch her before she hits the pavement, her knees buckling as the drug takes hold. She's lighter than she looks, lithe and athletic, and I scoop her up, throwing her limp body over my shoulder like she's nothing more than a piece of gear. My eyes sweep the alley. No witnesses, no CCTV that hasn't already been looped. We're going home. I navigate the SUV through the midnight streets, the wipers working overtime to keep the world visible. My mind is already spinning, constructing the lie for Merritt. He's my mentor, the guy who taught me that emotion is a liability, and here I am, going completely rogue for a woman I was supposed to erase. I look in the rearview mirror, at her slumped form on the leather seat. I'm officially off mission. I'm a rogue element. If the syndicate finds out I've kept the witness, they won't just kill me, they'll make it a spectacle. I reach out and wipe a faint smear of her blood off the steering wheel with a cloth. Christ. Stay quiet, Greer. Just stay quiet, and maybe we both make it through the week. My burner phone buzzes in the console. It's a text from Merritt. Target neutralized. I pull over for 3 seconds, my thumbs flying across the screen as I type out the lie. Target located. Complications. Requires extensive debriefing before final disposal. Moving to secondary, soundproofed site for comprehensive cleanup. Standby for confirmation 24 hours. The reply comes back almost instantly. Understood. Do not fail this time. Too late for that, old man. I've already failed. Or maybe I've finally started winning. The penthouse garage is empty when I pull in. I carry her up the private elevator, the silence of the building a stark contrast to the chaos in my head. When the doors open into my suite, I walk into the center of the living room and drop her unceremoniously onto the cold marble floor. The heavy oak door locks behind us with a mechanical thud that signals the end of her life as Miranda Greer. Welcome to your new cage, witness. The noise outside doesn't matter here. Nobody is coming. I toss my soaked charcoal blazer onto the couch and start rolling up my sleeves. My forearms are a map of scars, shrapnel, blades, burns, and I want her to see them when she wakes up. I want her to know exactly what kind of man has her. She starts to stir, her amber eyes fluttering open, unfocused and glazed from the sedative. She coughs, trying to clear the dryness from her throat, and as her vision clears, the horror sets in. She takes in the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city, the granite pillars, the sheer oppressive opulence of the place. Waking up. Good. The party's just starting. I crouch down, my shadow completely covering her. Stand up. She hesitates, her pride still trying to put up a fight even when her body is failing. I don't give her the option. I haul her to her feet by the zip ties, making her hiss in pain as I force her to look at me. When I speak, you move. Got it. I don't wait for compliance. I take it. Her knees are shaking violently, but she stays upright. I start the inventory. I go through her pockets, pulling out a slim smartphone, a set of keys with a leather fob, and a wallet full of credit cards and a driver's license that says she lives in a nice part of town. I toss it all into a Faraday bag. She lunges for the phone, a pathetic instinctive move, and I pin her against a granite pillar with one hand on her shoulder. Her elbow scrapes the stone. That life is over. That phone doesn't work here. Everything you had, I own. Including you. I start stripping her of the rest. I reach up and unscrew the diamond studs from her ears, dropping them onto the marble. The metal hits the stone with a sharp, final click. I unstrap her gold watch. I kick her heels off. Then I find the hair tie securing that auburn mess and cut it with a pair of tactical shears. Her hair spills down her shoulders, damp and tangled. She looks less like a professional accountant now, and more like a captured prize. Lose the uniform, Greer. I use the shears to cut the wet blazer right down the middle, then the shirt under it. The fabric is heavy with rain, and falls away in sodden clumps. She's left standing there in a black lace bra, shivering in the air conditioning, her skin pale and goosebumped. Don't bother covering up. I've seen better. But I haven't owned better. I circle her slowly, the click of my heels on the marble the only sound in the room. I'm assessing the damage, memorizing the curves, the bruises starting to form on her wrists, and that thin red line on her neck where I nicked her. It's intoxicating. She's a beautiful, fragile weapon that I've stolen from the world, and the fact that I've ruined my entire career to have her is making my blood sing. I step back into her space, my heat radiating off me, and lean down to whisper in her ear. Lesson 1. You do not speak unless I tell you to speak. You do not move unless I tell you to move. She tries to say something, a desperate, breathless protest, but my hand flashes up and closes around her throat. I don't squeeze hard enough to bruise, just enough to remind her that I can stop the air whenever I want. Your voice is no longer yours. Try to speak again, and I guarantee you'll regret it. I let go and she gasps, drawing in huge ragged lungfuls of air. Tears well up in her eyes, not the crying for help kind, but the kind that come when you realize you've lost everything. Your life outside ended in that alley. The old Miranda Greer is dead. You now belong to me entirely. I own the name you answer to, the food you eat, and the air you breathe. I am your only master now. I shove her lightly toward the floor. Sit. She stares at me for a long, agonizing second, her jaw clenched, her amber eyes burning with a defiance that's finally starting to flicker out. Then, slowly, she sinks onto the cold marble at my feet. She wraps her bound wrists around her knees, trying to hide herself, but there's nowhere to go. That's better. Learn fast, Greer. I like looking down at you. I walk over to the wet bar and pour 2 fingers of high-proof bourbon. The ice clinks against the glass, a sharp domestic sound in a room that feels like a war zone. I take a slow sip, letting the burn settle in my chest, and watch her through the amber liquid. She's a mistake. She's the biggest fucking mistake I've ever made. A variable that's going to bring the whole syndicate down on my head. And as I look at her shivering on my floor, I realize I wouldn't trade it for anything. You are the only mistake I've ever made, Greer. And I wouldn't trade it for a goddamn thing. I set the glass down with a decisive click. Tomorrow, you will tell me everything. Every name, every ledger, everything you know about that harbor execution. You're a forensic accountant. I expect details. Lie to me, and you'll wish I killed you tonight. I turn my back on her, walking toward the bedroom. I don't look back, as I lock the heavy sweet door from the outside, and slide the sound dampener into place. She's alone in the dark with the marble and her fear. Sleep well, witness. I'll be watching. I check the monitor on my phone as I strip off my own wet clothes. She's still sitting there, a small pale shape in the middle of the room. My career is a smoking crater, and I've got a target on my back, but for the first time in 10 years, I'm not bored. I finish the bourbon in one go and lie back in the dark. This is going to be a fucking disaster. Good. I was getting tired of the quiet anyway.
Chapter 5. Miranda POV. The rug was probably worth more than my first year's salary at the firm, a plush cream-colored sea of expensive wool that felt like an insult against my skin while my wrists were screaming. I lay there like a discarded piece of luggage, my body vibrating with that frantic, trapped adrenaline that makes your heart feel like it's trying to punch its way out of your ribs. The zip ties were the real stars of the show, though, biting into my skin with every shallow breath I took, leaving these dull, burning tracks that made my fingers feel like they were swelling into useless sausages. I could feel the blood stagnating, the pulse in my wrists hitting the plastic barriers over and over until it was all I could hear. And then there was him. Gideon. He was pacing the perimeter of the room, moving with this fucked up, lethal grace that reminded me of a wolf that had already eaten and was just deciding whether to bury the leftovers or keep playing with them. The guy was a goddamn apex predator in a charcoal suit, and the way he didn't even look at me while he moved, like I was just a feature of the architecture he'd already accounted for, was the biggest red flag in a room currently decorated entirely in crimson. My brain was a chaotic mess of spreadsheets and survival instincts, trying to find a way to reconcile the fact that I was in a luxury high-rise instead of a ditch, but the pain in my wrists kept anchoring me back to the immediate terror of being his property. Get it over with, then. Why are you waiting? I bit out the words, my voice sounding like it had been dragged over gravel. I needed him to say something, to do something other than that silent, methodical pacing. It was the uncertainty that was the real bitch of it all. If he was going to kill me, he should have done it in the alley. If he was going to keep me, the least he could do was stop acting like he was checking the perimeter of a secured zone. He stopped. He didn't turn around immediately, just stood there with his back to me, those broad shoulders blocking out half the view of the city lights behind the floor-to-ceiling glass. You smell expensive. For a killer, I added, because apparently my survival instinct includes being a smart ass when I'm about to die. It was true, though. The scent of him, cedar, something metallic like gun oil, and a soap that probably cost $50 a bar, was filling the space, mixing with the antiseptic wood polish of the penthouse. Gideon finally turned, his slate-gray eyes flat and unreadable. He didn't answer. He didn't have to. He just walked over to where he'd dropped my black professional laptop bag and picked it up like it weighed nothing. My stomach did a slow, nauseating roll as he tossed it onto the sleek glass coffee table. The sound of plastic hitting glass was sharp, a high-pitched crack that echoed through the sterile room and made me flinch. That bag was my entire life. It was my evidence, my leverage, and currently, the reason I was being hunted by a cartel. Seeing it in his hands felt like a fresh violation. A sudden invasion of my intellectual, professional world into this arena of raw physicality he dragged me into. Don't touch that. That's privileged, I snapped, trying to shift my weight to find a spot on my hands that wasn't screaming. It was a joke, really. Privileged. Like attorney-client privilege meant a damn thing to a guy who cleaned up crime scenes for a living. He looked down at me, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something in his eyes. Not pity. Definitely not that. It was more like he was looking at a bug that was trying to bark. The only privilege you have in this room is the air I let you breathe, he said. His voice was a low, textured rumble that seemed to vibrate right through the marble floor and into my bones. He wasn't even being dramatic, he was just stating a fact. He was the god of this particular square footage, and I was just an occupant he hadn't evicted yet. I strained my neck, watching him as he flipped the laptop open. I'd encrypted that thing until it was a digital fortress, but Gideon didn't seem bothered. He pulled a small device from his pocket, plugged it into the USB port, and started typing with a speed that made my blood run cold. He wasn't just a thug. He wasn't just the muscle. The way he navigated the terminal, bypassing my biometric locks like they were a keep-out sign on a bedroom door, was terrifying. The blue light of the screen cast these sharp, jagged shadows over his scarred jawline, making him look even more like a statue carved out of granite and spite. Impressive encryption, Greer. Almost, he muttered, his eyes tracking the files. I could see the reflection of the folder names in his pupils. Harbor Ledger 3 feet, Executive Cash Flow, Project Midas. My heart skipped a beat. If he saw the depth of what I'd found, there was no way he could let me live. He was looking at death warrants, not spreadsheets. I involuntarily let out a soft noise, a gasp of violation that I hated the second it left my throat. It felt like he was reaching inside my brain and sifting through my thoughts. You're looking at death warrants, not spreadsheets, I said, my voice shaking just enough to piss me off. You know what's in there. You know why they sent you. The laptop fan started its faint, mechanical whir, the only sound in the suffocating silence. The metallic taste of fear was coating my tongue, thick and bitter. He didn't look up. He just kept scrolling, his expression hardening with every line of data he processed. He was sharp, way sharper than the guys I usually dealt with at the firm. This wasn't some mid-level manager trying to hide a few grand in travel expenses. This was a man who understood exactly how the world was built on blood and balanced life. Suddenly, a burner phone on the edge of the glass table started to buzz. The vibration was shrill, a frantic rattling against the glass that sounded like a warning bell. Gideon's head snapped toward it. He didn't rush. He never rushed. He just picked it up, his thumb hovering over the screen while his eyes stayed locked on the data he'd just stolen from me. I stiffened, my muscles protesting the movement as I tried to hear if someone was speaking on the other end. My mind was spiraling, thinking of the syndicate, thinking of my father, wondering if this was the moment the order finally came down to finish the job. That's them, isn't it? The people who want me dead, I whispered. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might actually crack a rib. Gideon didn't look at me. He slid the phone open and held it to his ear. When he spoke, his voice dropped another octave, becoming this freezing, gravelly tone that made the hair on my arm stand up. The witness is dead. Shot twice and disposed of. I'm moving the remains to the industrial incinerator now, standard protocol. I felt the air leave my lungs. I was dead. According to the only world that knew I existed, I was ash. A tiny, desperate whimper escaped my throat before I could stop it, swallowed by the vastness of the penthouse. He was lying. He was committing treason against people who killed for breakfast, all so he could keep me in this high-rise cage. Send the digital confirmation once the site is scrubbed, Gideon continued, his voice absolute and cold. 24 hours, and then I'm off the grid. He snapped the phone shut. The sound was final, like a tomb door closing. He didn't look back at the laptop. He didn't look at the city. He looked at me. His slate-gray eyes were dark now, heavy with a possessive intensity that felt like a physical weight on my chest. The world thought I was dead, which meant I didn't belong to the world anymore. I belonged to the man standing over me. You are mine now, witness, he said. It wasn't a threat. It was a statement of ownership. The world thinks you're ash. The reality of it hit me like a physical blow. He hadn't saved me because he was a good guy, he'd claimed me because he was a selfish one. I was a ghost now, a non-entity, and the only person who could see me was my executioner. I wanted to scream, to tell him to go to hell, but the relief of still being able to breathe was fighting with the terror of what that breath was going to cost me. Gideon slowly crouched down, his massive form eclipsing the overhead lights until I was in his shadow. He reached into his suit jacket and pulled out a tactical knife. The blade was matte black, curved and wicked, catching the faint glint of the moonlight. I flinched, pressing my head back into the rug as far as it would go. This was it. The lie was just a delay. He was going to do it now. Don't move, he growled. You twitch, I slip, and it's over. The smell of cold steel and his expensive cologne, bergamot and cedar, filled my nose as he moved the blade toward my wrists. I was panting now, shallow and fast, waiting for the bite of the edge. Instead, I felt the sharp, sudden snap of the plastic zip ties as he sliced through them in 2 clean motions. He stood up immediately, offering no help, letting the severed plastic loops drop onto the rug like dead snakes. I sat up, my breath hitching as the blood rushed back into my hands. It felt like thousands of hot needles were stabbing into my skin, a throbbing, agonizing heat that made me wince. I started rubbing the raw, chafed skin of my wrists, the red tracks deep and ugly against my pale skin. The binding is over. The lesson begins, Gideon said, towering over me. Look at your hands. Remember where you were. He wasn't talking about the alley. He was talking about the power dynamic. The zip ties were gone, but the invisible ones were just getting started. I massaged my wrists, staring up at him with every ounce of hate I could muster, but my body was already betraying me, shivering from the sheer coldness of his presence. Before I could even get my feet under me, he reached down and grabbed my right arm above the elbow. He didn't ask. He just hauled me to my feet with a brutal, bruising grip that told me exactly how little my autonomy mattered. I stumbled, my legs feeling like jelly, and ended up chest to chest with him. The rough texture of his suit wool was against my cheek for a split second before I jerked my head back. He was solid, like a fucking wall of muscle and bad intentions. Stand straight, he commanded, his fingers digging into the soft flesh of my bicep. You will not slump in my presence. Fuck you, I managed to rasp out, even though I was using his chest as a brace just to keep from falling over. My hand pressed against the hard, unforgiving lines of his torso, and the sheer heat radiating off him was making my brain short-circuit. I could feel the power in his grip, a silent promise of pain if I didn't comply. He didn't even blink at the insult. Instead, he reached for the lapel of my charcoal blazer. He didn't say a word as he unzipped it in one sharp, clinical motion. He peeled the fabric from my shoulders, and before I could even process what was happening, he dropped the expensive tailored jacket onto the floor like it was a piece of trash. Everything that makes you Miranda Greer, forensic accountant, is staying on the floor, he said. You are stripping away my identity, I whispered, my voice thick with the audacity of what he was doing. It wasn't just clothes. This blazer was my armor. It was what I wore to board meetings and depositions. It was my professional shield. And he was tossing it aside like it was nothing. I instinctively crossed my arms over my chest, trying to shield myself, but he was already moving for the buttons of my silk blouse. I felt a surge of pure, unadulterated rebellion. I wasn't going to just stand here and let him do this. I slapped his hands away, a weak, desperate move that was probably the stupidest thing I'd done all night. Gideon reacted instantly. He caught both my wrists in one hand, and pinned them above my head against the wall behind me. The impact wasn't hard, but the control was absolute. He lowered his head until his hot breath was ghosting across my earlobe, and he said one single word that made my entire body go rigid. Still. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a command that hit some primal, lizard part of my brain. My heart was hammering against my ribs, and the scratchy feel of his suit fabric against my trapped wrists was driving me insane. I wanted to scream, "Don't touch me," but the word still was echoing in my skull, more effective than any threat he'd made so far. You forget who owns this moment, he murmured. He used his free hand to start unbuttoning the blouse. It was the most dehumanizing thing I'd ever experienced. He wasn't even looking at me with lust. He was doing it with the clinical efficiency of a guy dismantling a piece of machinery. 1 button. 2. The silk fell open, and the cold air-conditioned air hit my skin like a slap. He peeled the fabric off and discarded it next to the blazer. I closed my eyes tight, trying to pretend I was anywhere else, but the sound of the silk rustling as it hit the floor was too loud in the silence. Look at me, witness. See who is undressing you. I opened my eyes, and the sheer lack of desire in his expression was what hurt the most. He was treating me like an object of strategy, a problem to be solved. If he'd been a leering creep, I would have known how to handle it. But this was total dominance. I know about the harbor books, I blurted out, the words coming in a desperate, breathless rush. I had to change the subject, had to use the only weapon I had left, my brain. I know the shell companies aren't just for money laundering, they're for internal embezzlement. Your bosses are being robbed from the inside, Gideon. He froze. His hand was hovering right over the waistband of my slacks, but he stopped. His slate-gray eyes narrowed, fixing on mine with a sudden sharp focus. The air in the room felt like it was thickening, the physical tension being replaced by this intense intellectual friction. They're robbing themselves. I continued, gasping for air. I can show you the ghost accounts. I'm worth more to you alive than dead. I'm leverage, damn it. I was rambling, my mouth dry and my chest rising and falling rapidly, but I saw it. The flicker of surprise. He slowly released my wrists, but he didn't back away. He stayed right in my space, studying my face like I was a ledger he was trying to balance. Embezzlement? You saw that? He asked, his voice low and dangerous. Don't lie to me, Miranda. Lie, and I put the bullet in your skull myself. The payout to Shell Company Midas was tripled, but the inventory only shifted half, I said, leaning into the jargon because it was the only thing that made me feel like I had any power. I gestured with my hands, my fingers shaking as I tried to explain the discrepancy. Someone is siphon-feeding the top tier. I didn't just see a murder at the harbor. I saw the motive. That guy they killed? He was going to talk to the feds about the missing funds, not the drugs. Gideon didn't say anything for a long time. He just stared at me, and I could practically hear the gears turning in his head. He wasn't just a cleaner, he was a strategist. He realized exactly what I'd just handed him. You should have kept your mouth shut, he finally said, but he didn't sound angry. He sounded impressed in a way that terrified me even more. He put his hands on either side of my head, caging me against the wall. Knowing that makes you a walking death sentence for everyone in the syndicate. You just bought yourself a much longer stay, Greer. And a bigger target. He leaned down until our noses were nearly touching, the scent of him, that cedar and gun oil mix, filling my senses. You are the fuse now. I hate you, I whispered, though it felt weak even to me. Good. Hate keeps you sharp. He completely ignored the financial debate then, returning to the physical power play like the conversation had never happened. He reached for the zipper of my slacks. Wait. He didn't wait. He pulled it down and stripped the slacks from my legs in one fluid motion. I was left standing there in the center of that vast cold room, wearing nothing but a lace bra and panties that had cost me half a week's pay and now felt like they were made of nothing at all. The humiliation was profound, a raw, aching weight in my gut. He'd reduced me to flesh in spite of my best defense. I gripped my biceps, trying to create some kind of warmth, my eyes burning with tears I refused to let fall. You talk too much, he said, his voice flat. Quiet now. I've heard enough business for the night. He walked over to a chair and picked up a charcoal gray dress shirt. He tossed it at me, the heavy cotton unfolding midair. It landed on my shoulder and I grabbed it, pulling it around me like a life raft. It was huge, smelling so strongly of him that it felt like he was still touching me. Put this on. My rules, he commanded. If you freeze, I can't use you. I fumbled with the buttons, my fingers feeling like they belonged to someone else. The shirt was ludicrously large, the sleeves covering my hands and the hem reaching mid-thigh. It felt like a uniform. I wasn't Miranda Greer anymore. I was whatever he wanted me to be. I caught sight of the embroidered initials on the cuff, G.S. Gideon Stride. A beacon showing exactly who I belonged to. Too big, I muttered, looking down at the crisp cotton. It fits the role, he replied, already striding back toward me. He didn't give me a chance to breathe. He reached out and gripped my chin roughly between his thumb and index finger, forcing my face up toward the light. He was examining the small cut on my jawline, a reminder of the knife he'd held to my throat in the alley. He traced the edge of the wound with a dark, twisted kind of pride, his callous thumb pressing into my skin. This is mine. Remember that, he said. That scar will be gone soon. The reminder won't. I winced as his thumb shifted. He didn't move it away. Instead, he dragged it slowly across my bottom lip. He pressed hard, deliberately, until I felt the delicate skin split. A single, metallic-tasting bead of blood rolled down onto my lip. I gasped, the sudden sting making my eyes water, but he didn't let go. "The only thing that leaves your mouth without my permission is blood," he whispered, his face inches from mine. His breath was hot against the wound he'd just given me. "Your brain is why they'll kill you. Your body is why I'm keeping you. Remember which one matters more in this room, Greer. Your flesh is your currency now." I stared into his slate-gray eyes, refusing to break contact even though my soul was screaming. I understood the terms. He'd made it crystal clear. My intelligence was a liability he could use, but my body was the anchor that kept me in this room. It was a brutal, disgusting contract, and the worst part was that I was going to sign it because I wanted to live. He pulled his thumb away, leaving the smear of blood on my face like a brand. He stepped back, the sudden lack of his heat making me shiver again. He pointed toward a modern, low-slung chair across the room. "Sit." It was a command for a dog. I hesitated, my hands clenching inside the overlong sleeves of his shirt. 3 seconds passed, an eternity of silent defiance where I imagined throwing the laptop at his head. But then my body betrayed me. I turned and walked to the chair, slowly lowering myself onto the expensive upholstery. "Good girl," he said, and the way he said it made me want to vomit and scream at the same time. "You learn fast." I sat on the very edge of the cushion, my teeth grinding together so hard my jaw ached. I watched him as he walked away, not toward the bedroom, but toward a built-in office nook lined with surveillance monitors. He picked up my laptop, sat down, and began to type. He was looking at the file I'd just handed him, the digital trail that could burn his entire world to the ground. "Don't move from that chair until morning," he said without looking up. "We have work to do, Greer. We're going to burn this world down together." I reached up and wiped the smear of blood from my lip. I looked at the crimson stain on my finger for a second, then wiped it off on the hem of his charcoal shirt. He'd claimed my body, sure, but he'd just signed up for my war. I leaned back into the chair, realizing that for the first time in my life, I didn't care about the numbers. I just wanted to see who bled first.
Chapter 6. Gideon, POV. The blue light from the monitors is doing a number on my eyes, making the edges of the room bleed into a fuzzy, static-filled haze, but I don't move. I'm glued to the Italian leather of this chair, like it's the only thing keeping me from floating off into some psychotic break. 6 screens. 6 different ways to look at the same problem. And right now, the problem is Miranda Greer, huddled on the floor of the soundproof suite, like she's trying to disappear into the fibers of the rug. She looks small. Fragile. Except I know better. I've seen the way her brain works, the way she looks at a blood-spattered ledger and sees the ghost of a billion-dollar empire. You should be dead by now, Greer. Deadass. If I were the man I was 48 hours ago, she'd be a memory and a stain on a warehouse floor. But instead, I'm sitting here in the dark, rotating this heavy titanium stress sphere in my palm, feeling the cold metal scrape against my calluses while I watch her breathe. It's a total shit show. My professional life is a burning wreck, and I'm the one who lit the match just because this girl didn't blink when I put a blade to her throat. What the hell are you doing to me, Greer? You're a fucking audit, not a soulmate, and yet here I am, neglecting my rounds, ignoring the peripheral feeds, just watching the way her auburn hair spills over her shoulders like a damn oil slick. It's pathetic. I'm a high-level enforcer for a cartel that eats people like her for breakfast, and I'm currently acting like some basement-dwelling voyeur because I can't stop looking at the way she holds herself together even when she's falling apart. I reach out and tap the console, zooming in on the feed from the north corner. The camera whirs, a tiny mechanical sound I can't even hear through the soundproofing, but I see the lens adjust. Now her hands fill the screen. Those delicate financial analyst hands that probably spent their days typing up spreadsheets and sipping overpriced lattes. Now they're bound tight with heavy black zip ties that are biting deep into her pale skin. Her wrists are red, the skin chafed raw from her struggling earlier, and I can see the frantic rhythmic thrum of her pulse against the plastic. It's a fucking vibe seeing her like that. Restrained. Contained. It's the only way I can trust her not to burn my world down. I find myself dragging my thumb across the glass of the monitor, right over where her pulse is visible, feeling the heat of the electronics instead of the warmth of her skin. It's a proxy, a shitty one, but it's all I've got until I decide if I'm going to break her or keep her. Control. That's the name of the game. I need her to stay still. Stay still for me, Miranda. Don't make me come in there and remind you who owns the air you're breathing. The room smells like ozone and the metallic tang of overworked hardware, a stark contrast to the way she smelled in the alley. Expensive perfume mixed with the copper scent of fresh blood. It's a head trip, realizing I've effectively kidnapped a woman who knows where all the bodies are buried, literally and financially. My mind keeps looping back to the conversation from an hour ago. The Shadow Ledger 7. The way she said it like it was a death sentence, which, for anyone else, it would be. She didn't just see the hit, she saw the strings. She knows how the money flows from the offshore accounts in the Caymans, back into the political PACs that keep her father's pockets lined. She's not just a witness, she's a fucking weapon. A mind like that is a threat to everyone in my circle, Merritt especially. I reach over and grab the evidence bag I tossed on the desk earlier. It's got her glasses in it. I pull them out, the frames feeling flimsy and light in my hand, and I press the cold plastic against my jawline, right over the scar she's probably wondering about. I can almost feel the phantom weight of them on her face. She looks different without them, more exposed, more feral. I set them back down with more force than necessary. I respect the intellect, I really do, but that same sharpness is why I should have pulled the trigger. She's too dangerous to be walking around, and that realization just makes the ache in my gut tighter. I don't want to neutralize the threat, I want to possess it. I want to own every thought that crosses that brilliant, terrifying brain of hers. The encrypted satellite phone on the desk starts chirping. It's a low, rhythmic chime that makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Only one person has this number. Merritt. I let it ring. Once. Twice. Giving myself those 2 seconds to fix the mask, to shove the obsession into a dark corner and bring the soldier back to the front. I straighten my tie, tightening the knot until it feels like a noose, centering myself. I'm about to lie to the man who taught me how to kill, and if I slip up, we're both dead before sunrise. Stride. The silence on the other end is heavy, the kind of silence that usually precedes a bullet. Then Merritt's voice comes through, dry and brittle like old parchment. Gideon. Tell me the loose end is tied. Merritt. I was about to call you. I keep my voice flat. Professional. The voice of a man who just spent his evening cleaning up a mess instead of staring at a woman's pulse on a monitor. The witness is, and cooperative, I say, the lie tasting like copper in my mouth. I'm stripping the data manually. She had some files on her that weren't in the initial brief. I need to know what she knows before I clear the site. There's a pause. I can almost hear Merritt calculating the risk-to-reward ratio. He's a master strategist, a man who views people as chess pieces, and I've been his favorite rook for a decade. Is she still breathing, Gideon? He asks, and there's a sharp edge to it now. This was a simple extract and erase. Why are we talking about data? She's fighting, I tell him, my eyes flicking back to the screen where Miranda is trying to adjust her position. But she's breaking. I'm using aggressive means. I'll dispose of the body once the data is clean. No prints, no DNA. You know how I work. I know how you work, Gideon. That's why I'm wondering why it's taking 24 hours to kill a fucking accountant. Loose ends burn the whole tapestry. You know the rules. If she's still alive by dawn, she's not just your problem anymore. She's the syndicate's. I'll have it done, I growl, clenching my fist under the desk so hard my nails are drawing blood from my palm. Just keep the cleanup crew on standby for the harbor drop. You're making me nervous, Gideon. This should have been routine. Don't let a pretty face or a clever tongue slow your hand. I'm counting on you. Merritt hangs up without a goodbye. The dial tone is a jagged mechanical scream in my ear. I toss the phone onto the desk, and it skids across the polished wood with a loud clatter that echoes in the silent office. Fuck. I'm in deep. I'm officially operating as a rogue, inventing some bullshit extraction narrative just to buy myself a few more hours of watching her breathe. It's unhinged. I run a hand over my face, scrubbing at the fatigue and the lingering adrenaline. The gap between who Merritt thinks I am, the cold-blooded cleaner, and who I've become, a desperate captor, is a goddamn canyon, and I'm standing on the edge of it with no parachute. I need to move. I can't just sit here and spiral. I pick up the hard line and dial Jagger. He's the only one who might not sell me out immediately, mostly because he's too lazy to find a new boss, and I pay him triple the street rate. Jagger. Go to the address I sent you. Her apartment. Is this about the witness, boss? Jagger's voice is muffled, probably eating a burger in the front seat of the SUV. I thought she was handled. Don't think, Jagger. It's above your pay grade. Retrieve the forensic laptop from the floorboard under her desk. Scrub the place. And I mean everything, hair prints, DNA. I want that apartment to look like it was never inhabited. No forensic traces. Nothing that links her to this city. He hesitates. I can hear the gears turning. He's smart enough to know that a scrub this thorough means she isn't dead yet. If she were dead, we wouldn't care about the DNA in her bathroom. Is she contained, boss? He asks, his voice dropping an octave. Merritt was asking around the club tonight. People are talking. Sit, Jagger. Just do what you're told. Without question. If I hear another word out of you that isn't a confirmation of the task, you're going to find out exactly how contained she is from the inside of a furnace. I slam the receiver down, the plastic rattling the base. I regret the harshness for about a second before the rage takes back over. I need him to fear me more than he fears Merritt. I need everyone to stay the fuck away while I figure out how to navigate this mess. I turn back to the monitors. Miranda is moving again. She's trying to sit up, her movements jerky and pained. She braces herself on an elbow, her body trembling with the effort, and the sound of the plastic zip ties dragging across the marble floor comes through the speakers like a knife on a whetstone. It's a pathetic, desperate sound. She manages to get her back against the sofa, her chest heaving, her auburn hair a tangled mess that hides her face. I can see a dark bruise already blooming on her left hip where she hit the floor when I tossed her in there. It's a mark of my own making, a physical reminder of the violence I've brought into her world. Stop moving, little witness, I mutter to the empty room. You're just making it worse. I want to go in there. I want to pick her up, put her on the bed, and maybe run my hands over that bruise until she stops shaking. It's a weakness, a disgusting, sappy impulse that makes me want to vomit. I don't provide comfort. I provide ends. But seeing her like that, struggling for an inch of dignity on a cold floor, is doing things to my head. I need her to be dependent on me, yeah, but I also want to see the fight in her. That's what's arousing about this whole fucked up situation. It's not just the body, though God knows her body is a masterpiece. It's the way she looks at me like she's already figured out how to kill me. I stand up and walk over to the small bar in the corner of the office. I pour a triple shot of neat bourbon into a crystal glass, the amber liquid catching the blue light of the screens and turning a sickly, beautiful purple. I down it in one go, the heat burning its way down my throat, grounding me. It's self-medication, pure and simple. I need the burn to remind me I'm still operational, still the man who can pull a trigger when the time comes. The smell of the high-proof whiskey momentarily masks the sterile electronic scent of the room, but it doesn't do shit for the tension in my shoulders. On the screen, Miranda has noticed the glass of water I left for her. I put it exactly 4 feet away from where she landed. Close enough to see, too far to reach without a struggle. It's a dick move, I know, but I need her to work for every basic human necessity. I watch her crawl toward it, her movements slow and agonizing. She moves like a wounded animal, a mix of grace and desperation that makes my throat dry. Her fingers brush the side of the glass, but with her hands bound in front of her, she can't get a grip. She tries to hook her fingers over the rim, but her hands shake too much and the glass wobbles, threatening to tip over. She lets out a soft, ragged breath, a sound of pure frustrated rage, and collapses back onto her side, staring at the water like it's a mirage. That's it. Work for it, I think, my eyes narrowing. You want a drink? You're going to have to ask for it. You're going to have to look me in the eye and admit that I'm the only reason you're not dead. I zoom in on her face. There's a tiny, almost invisible scratch on her jawline from where my knife nicked her during the capture. It's a thin red line, barely a fraction of an inch, but it feels like a brand. My mark. I find myself touching my own jaw, tracing the jagged scar that runs along the bone, a souvenir from a job in Juarez that should have killed me. We're a matched set now, Miranda. Two scarred things in a room full of expensive shit. I feel a sharp pang of possessive pride, a physical claim etched into her skin that no one else can touch. She's mine. The syndicate doesn't get her. Merritt doesn't get her. She is the only collateral that matters in this whole goddamn city. I pull up the perimeter security logs on the main laptop, scrolling through the infrared scans of the street grid 40 stories below. The city is a hive of activity, a million little lights moving in patterns I used to understand. Now it just looks like a hunting ground. I'm expecting a breach at any moment. Merritt isn't a man who waits for 24 hours to pass if he smells a rat. He's probably got a tactical team, prepping a floor-by-floor sweep as we speak. I adjust the sensitive exterior microphone settings, trying to pick up anything that doesn't belong. The hum of a drone, the click of a long-range shutter, the specific idle of a blacked-out SUV. Nothing. Just the distant, muffled roar of traffic and the occasional siren. Come on, Merritt. Show me your hand, I whisper. I know you're out there. The tactical overlay on the screen is cold and efficient, digital crosshairs and thermal signatures of the doorman downstairs. I'm running on pure, anxious adrenaline and the lingering kick of the bourbon. My focus is splintered between the threat outside and the woman in the next room, and it's a dangerous way to live. A predator should never be distracted, but Miranda Greer is a fucking strobe light in my peripheral vision. Suddenly, she stops moving. Her head tilts, her auburn hair falling away from her face, and she lifts her gaze. She looks directly into the camera lens in the upper corner of the suite. It's like she can feel the heat of my stare through the glass and the miles of fiber optic cable. Her amber eyes are sharp, even through the grainy blue feed, and she doesn't flinch. She doesn't look away. It's a direct challenge, a silent acknowledgement that she knows I'm watching her every move. You know I'm watching, don't you? The psychological connection is undeniable. She's baiting me. She knows that by watching her, I'm giving her power. I'm the one obsessed, she's just the object. It infuriates me. I lean forward in my chair, my own breathing hitching as we lock eyes through the digital divide. Look away, goddammit, I growl, but I can't stop looking either. My arousal is a heavy, physical ache now, a constant pressure that's making it hard to think. It's a tool for self-discipline, usually. I use the hunger to stay sharp, to stay angry. But this is different. This is a need to break her, to see her eyes go wide with something other than defiance. I want her desperate for my touch, even if that touch is a bruise. I want her to crave the sound of the door opening, because it means she isn't alone in the dark anymore. I grip the edge of the desk, the polished wood groaning under the pressure of my knuckles as I fight the urge to just stand up, walk through that door, and end the games. But not yet. Not until she's ready. Miranda finally gives in to the exhaustion. Her head lolls to the side, and she drifts into a fitful, shallow sleep, curled tightly on the thick cream rug. Her hair is fanned out around her like a dark stain, a mess of copper and shadow against the pristine fabric. She looks so vulnerable like that, the forensic accountant who saw too much, caught in the web of a man who doesn't know how to let go. Even in sleep, she owns a space in my mind that I can't reclaim. I notice the small, involuntary flinch of her body every few minutes, the way her shoulders jerk as her subconscious replays the hit at the harbor. Trauma is a bitch. It stays in the nerves long after the danger is gone. Sleep well, little fighter, I think, the words sounding foreign and soft in my head. I return to the desk and reopen the encrypted files I pulled from her cloud storage before I shut down her life. It's the digital version of her soul. Spreadsheets, tax returns, shell company registrations. I begin scanning the documents, my eyes flying over the numbers. I'm looking for leverage. I'm looking for the one thing she's more afraid of than me. Every person has a pressure point, a weak spot in the armor where you can slide a needle in. I'm dissecting her life, finding the places where she's exposed. And the more I read, the more I realize she's been playing a very dangerous game for a very long time. She wasn't just auditing these companies. She was building a map of the cartel's entire financial nervous system. Tell me who you work for, Miranda. Because it isn't just the firm. I work through the night, the blue light of the monitors replaced by the low, controlled yellow glow of my desk lamp. I check the digital clock on the primary laptop. 20 hours left. The time is slipping through my fingers like sand, and every second that passes is another second Merritt gets closer to the truth. I need to convert her fear into compliance, and I need to do it fast. The psychological phase is coming to an end. The isolation has done its work. She's cold, she's thirsty, and she's trapped in a room where I'm the only god she has. I stand up, my movement precise and silent, and walk toward the heavy reinforced door that connects my office to the main suite. My hand hovers inches above the biometric scanner pad. I can feel the slight static electricity crackle on the panel, a physical pull toward the woman on the other side. Almost. I pull my hand back. Not yet. I need her to wake up and find the room empty again. I need her to feel the weight of the silence until it becomes a physical pressure in her chest. A predator should never rush the kill. And I'm not just looking for a kill. I'm looking for a claiming. I walk back to the desk, whispering a rough, raspy fuck to the empty room. My voice sounds like it's been dragged over gravel. It's an acknowledgement of my own loss of absolute control. Christ, this is beneath me. I'm Gideon Stride. I don't get down bad for a witness. I don't jeopardize a 10-year career for a girl with amber eyes and a penchant for forensic accounting. But as I look at the minimized monitor feed, the image of her hair fanned out on the rug burned into my retinas, I know I'm lying to myself. I don't need the wires to see her anymore. She's everywhere. In the shadows of the office, in the burn of the bourbon, in the rhythmic thrum of my own heart. I sit back down and pull my knife from my suit jacket, a sleek black oxide blade that seemed more blood than a trauma ward. I begin cleaning it with a piece of microfiber cloth, a practiced, lethal ritual that usually calms my nerves. The scent of gun oil and the sharp edge of the blade are my only constants in a world that's currently spinning out of orbit. Tomorrow, it starts. Tomorrow, I go in there and I find out exactly what it's going to take to make her mine. I'm ready to be broken myself, as long as I'm the one who breaks her first. Possession is the only form of survival in this city, and I've already decided that Miranda Greer is the only thing I'm keeping when the world goes to hell. The clock keeps ticking. The city keeps breathing. And in the next room, my obsession is dreaming of a way to destroy me. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Chapter 7. Miranda POV. My split lip is a constant, stinging reminder that my life as a functioning member of society ended the second I stepped into that harbor warehouse. Now I'm just a ghost haunting a billionaire's glass cage. I pace the perimeter of this master suite like a caged lab rat, my bare feet sinking into carpet that probably costs more than my college tuition. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city is a glittering, unreachable grid of light. And for the first time in my life, I truly understand the word isolated. I'm officially dead to the world. Gideon told Merritt I'm gone, and in the eyes of the law, and apparently my own fucking father, I might as well be buried in a shallow grave. I drag my fingertip along the razor-thin edge of the window pane, wondering if I pressed hard enough, would the pain finally drown out the sheer, unadulterated panic vibrating in my marrow? Probably not. I just want to feel something that isn't dictated by him. My reflection looks like a stranger, all wide amber eyes and bruised skin, framed by a mess of auburn hair that hasn't seen a brush in days. I look wrecked, and the worst part is the audacity of this man to think he can just erase me and keep the remains as a souvenir. I'm wearing his shirt. That's the real kicker. It's a heavy charcoal silk dress shirt with GS embroidered on the cuff, in a thread so subtle it's practically a flex. It's huge on me, the hem hitting mid-thigh, and the fabric is saturated with him. Sandalwood, expensive tobacco, and that sharp metallic scent of a man who handles high-end firearms for a living. It's a cage made of silk. Every time I move, the fabric brushes against my skin, a constant sensory brand of his ownership. It's suffocating. I pull the collar up, trying to shield the back of my neck, but it doesn't help. Everything smells like him. I can't even think straight, because my brain is being hijacked by his pheromones. It's a total mind fuck. I hate that I've started to recognize the scent, and even worse, that my body seems to be seeking it out for some kind of twisted comfort in the middle of this nightmare. It's Stockholm Syndrome in real time, and I'm judging myself so hard I can practically hear my own internal monologue screaming at me to get a grip. He's not a savior, he's a predator who just happened to find a use for me that didn't involve a bullet to the brain. Yet, I wander out into the living area, my movements cautious and deliberate. I'm not just walking, I'm scouting. I scan the ceiling, spotting the subtle, high-resolution dome cameras tucked into the chrome accents of the recessed lighting. 3 in this room alone. He's watching. I know he is. He's probably sitting in some dark room somewhere, staring at a monitor, studying the way I breathe, the way I flinch when the AC kicks on. I hope you're enjoying the show, Gideon. You don't just watch, you study. You're looking for the fracture points, the places where you can wedge your thumb in and break me apart. I force my shoulders back and walk right through the center of the room, pretending I don't give a damn about the lens tracking my every move. It's a blatant lie, but it's the only defense I have left. My heart is thudding against my ribs, a frantic, irregular beat that feels like it's trying to escape my chest. I need a tool. I need a way to hit back, even if it's just a scratch before he puts me down for good. The office nook is tucked away behind a partition of dark mahogany and glass. I approach the desk, my hands trembling. The surface is cold, austere, and perfectly organized, not a single stray paper or a drop of ink out of place. It's the workspace of a man who demands total control over his environment. I run my hand along the edge, half hoping he's been sloppy enough to leave a burner phone, or even a fucking paperclip I could use to pick a lock. Nothing. I use the corner of the oversized shirt to rub away a smudge mark one left on the wood. A futile, neurotic act of cleaning that makes me want to scream. If I can't escape, I'm going to find a way to make him regret keeping me. This isn't a game anymore. This is about survival, and if that means I have to get dirty, then I'm diving headfirst into the mud. I need something, anything, to bridge the gap between his power and my helplessness. I reach for the drawers, my breath catching in my throat. I expect them to be locked, and the first 2 are solid, unyielding wood that doesn't even wiggle. But when I pull on the bottom file drawer, the one heavy with architectural blueprints, it slides open with a muffled, metallic thunk. My adrenaline spikes so hard I feel dizzy. I bite the inside of my cheek until I taste that familiar copper tang of blood, grounding myself against the panic. Please let there be something. Anything. I'm digging through stacks of technical drawings and shell company filings, more evidence of the Midas accounts my father helped orchestrate, when I see it. It's buried beneath a heavy roll of blueprints for a peer development. A heavy, obsidian-handled letter opener. The blade is at least 6 inches long, made of meticulously sharpened steel. It's not an office supply, it's a short dagger disguised as one. It's beautiful and terrifying. I pull the blueprints over the open space for a split second, shielding the drawer from the cameras as I snatch the weapon. The shock of the cold, smooth obsidian against my palm is like an electric jolt. The weight is perfect. I flex my grip, testing the balance of the steel. And for the first time since I was dragged into that alleyway, I feel a surge of cold, hard confidence. This is my first act of true defiance. This is the line. I'm not letting them win. If I die here, I'm taking him with me. I think about my father, Blythe, sitting in his mahogany row office, probably drinking a 20-year-old scotch while he signs my death warrant. He sacrificed me to keep his hands clean, and Gideon is the man holding the bucket of bleach. I'm done being the victim in their little empire-building drama. You won't get the chance to lie to me again, I whisper to the empty room. The silence of the penthouse feels less oppressive now, and more like the quiet before a storm. I can hear my own ragged breathing, a sharp contrast to the faint ozone smell of the electronics surrounding me. I carefully shove the letter opener into the sleeve of the oversized shirt. The stiff material of the cuff holds the handle secure against my forearm, but the blade presses unnervingly against the delicate skin of my inner wrist. Every time I move, I can feel the threat of it. I walk back toward the living area, my arm held rigid to hide the silhouette of the steel. I stop by the kitchen counter and pour myself a glass of water, forcing my hand not to shake. I drink slowly, the cool water sliding down my parched throat, practicing the mask of resigned submission. I need him to think I've given up. I need him to see a broken woman, so he doesn't see the shiv tucked against my pulse. Every camera is a witness to my performance. I'm a forensic accountant. I know how to hide things in plain sight. I just have to hope Gideon isn't as good at reading people as he is at killing them. The soft electronic click-clack of the front door's lock sounds, and my heart nearly stops. It's followed immediately by the heavy, measured weight of a keycard sliding into the security slot. He's here. My pulse is so loud in my ears it's a physical throb, drowning out the ambient hum of the building. I set the glass down on the counter with a click that sounds like a gunshot in the quiet room. It's now or never. I move to the center of the living area, abandoning the water, my muscles coiled like a spring. I clench and unclench the fist holding the hidden handle, making sure I'm ready to move the second he gets within range. I have to commit. I have to be fast. There are no second chances with a man like Gideon Stride. The door swings open, and the chill of the outside air follows him in. Gideon looks exactly like the apex predator he is, cold, professional, and entirely unbothered. He's wearing a dark, bespoke suit, his tie slightly loosened as if he's just finished a long day of deciding who lives and who dies. He doesn't look hurried, but his slate-gray eyes immediately lock onto me, scanning the room, taking in my posture. He drops his keys on the marble console table with a force that feels like a challenge. The smell of cold rain and expensive wool clings to him, instantly dropping the temperature of the room. He fills the space so completely that I feel like I'm being crowded even though he's 10 feet away. He slowly runs a hand over the jagged scar on his jawline, a gesture I've realized means he's either stressed or about to do something violent. Where the fuck is the security report on this place? He isn't even looking at me when he says it, but his voice is a low, warning rumble. He starts unbuttoning his suit jacket, and I catch a flash of the leather shoulder holster underneath. It's a deliberate display of power. He knows I'm watching. Don't look at me like that, Miranda. I don't move. I don't breathe. His composure is infuriating. He looks completely untouched by the chaos he's caused in my life, while I feel like I'm vibrating with exposed nerve endings. He notices I'm not on the sofa where he usually expects me to be. His eyes narrow. You're out of your seat, Miranda. I didn't give you permission to move. Stop testing me. He's using my name like a leash, his voice flat and commanding. I steady my breathing, refusing to back down. I meet his gaze head-on, my chin trembling just enough to show the strain, but I force my voice to be cold. I'm not a dog, Gideon. I don't stay where I'm put. If you wanted a pet, you should have bought a kennel. You told Merritt I was dead. I'm choosing my own ending now. That's a very stupid sentence, Miranda. You confuse defiance with capability. He starts walking toward me, his boots rhythmic and ominously quiet on the hardwood. He stops just inches away, his 6 feet 4 inches frame casting a shadow that swallows me whole. The air between us is sizzling, thick with a tension that isn't just about the blade in my sleeve. He reaches out, his touch entirely clinical, as he adjusts the crooked collar of the shirt I stole from his closet. The proximity is overwhelming. I can smell the faint gunpowder residue that always seems to linger on his hands. He's baiting me. He knows I'm planning something. He can probably hear my heart trying to kick its way out of my ribs. What did you find while I was gone? Your pulse is running high enough to choke you. You're shaking. Tell me what you're plotting. His thumb hovers near the scrape on my jaw, his eyes penetrating, searching for the crack in my mask. He's reading my physiological response like a fucking textbook. I force my eyes to stay wide, refusing to blink, trying to hide the fury behind a blank stare. He thinks he's in control. He thinks he's already won. I snap. I lunge forward, the obsidian blade sliding from my sleeve into my hand in one fluid motion. I swing it in a desperate wide arc toward his exposed neck, a wordless cry of pure, unadulterated rage tearing out of my throat. Die, you son of a bitch. I put every ounce of my frustration, my fear, and my hatred into the strike. I can see the steel catching the light, inches from his jugular. Gideon's reaction is a terrifying, practiced blur. Before the blade can even graze him, his hand shoots up, catching my wrist mid-swing with a bone-crushing grip. I gasp, the pain radiating up my arm as he squeezes the radius. Amateur. Don't. Fuck. Move. The letter opener vibrates uselessly in my hand, held just shy of his skin. He doesn't even look surprised, he looks bored. The disparity in our skill is a slap in the face. My desperate rebellion is neutralized in less than a second. He twists my arm brutally behind my back, the torque forcing me to double over, and then he slams me chest first into the hardwood floor. The air leaves my lungs in a sharp, painful gasp, and for a moment the world goes dizzy. I'm pinned, my face pressed against the cold wood, the weight of him suddenly crushing me. He pries the letter opener from my numb fingers, with zero effort. I hear it hit the floor, then the sound of it being flicked across the room. It clatters against the marble baseboard of the fireplace, a dark, useless piece of trash. Pathetic. That's for opening envelopes, not arteries. He removes his knee from my back but immediately grabs a handful of my hair, tilting my head back so I have to look at him. His face is inches from mine, dark and terrifyingly calm. He's breathing hard, the only sign that the struggle even happened. I can feel the rough texture of his suit trousers pressing against my bare thighs, the heat of his body radiating through the fabric. Look at me, Miranda. You think you get to choose when I die? Don't move. You will hurt yourself. Fuck, Miranda. You really want to play this game? You think a letter opener makes you dangerous? You're shaking like a wet bird. You are so far out of your league, it's comical. Tell me, where were you aiming? He's mocking me, his hot breath fanning over my face, his voice a raspy growl that vibrates against my ear. I want to claw his eyes out, but my body is failing me. My muscles are heavy, my lungs are burning, and beneath the terror, something else is starting to stir. Something dark and unwanted. As I struggle beneath him, trying to find some leverage, my hips grind against his, an accidental movement born of panic, and a shocking jolt of electricity shoots through me. Everything goes dangerously still. Gideon feels it too. His eyes fixed on mine darken instantly, the calculated anger wiped away by a sudden sharp spike of arousal. The air in the room becomes thick, heavy, and purely sexual. The shift is so abrupt it makes my head spin. My body is betraying me in the worst possible way. I can feel the sudden heavy wetness between my legs, the raw friction of his trousers against my skin. He's hard. I can feel him pressing against my inner thigh, demanding and unyielding. Don't move, Miranda. Not again. Christ. Look what you do to me. He loosens his grip on my hair just enough to trace the contour of my ear with his nose, inhaling deeply. His voice has dropped an octave, a rough velvet rasp that makes my skin crawl in a way I can't describe. I should break your wrist for this blatant disrespect. But I think I'll find a better way to use up all that aggressive energy. You tried to kill me. Now I decide how you pay for it. You're going to learn what obedience feels like. He drags the rough pad of his thumb across the curve of my hip where the shirt has ridden up. I stare up at him, my chest heaving, trapped between the floor and the monster who decided to keep me. I see the predator, the man who would kill me without a second thought, but I also see the terrifying single-minded obsession in his gaze. He isn't just my captor anymore. He's something much worse. What are you going to do to me? Do it then. Kill me. My voice is a wreck, but the defiance is still there, even if it's drowning in a sea of dark, hot curiosity. I'm terrified of him, but the intensity he represents is a drug I didn't know I was addicted to. Gideon stands up abruptly, the sudden loss of his weight leaving me dizzy and shivering in the cold air. He pulls me roughly to my feet by my arm, his touch proprietary and firm. He points to the nearest chair, his eyes devoid of any further negotiation. Sit. Now. We follow the rules, or we spend the night on the floor. Don't push your luck, Miranda. Not tonight. He picks up his keys from the console, the metallic jingle signaling the end of the confrontation. The promise of punishment isn't gone, it's just been postponed. I walk to the chair and sit, my legs feeling like lead, my mind a chaotic mess of hatred and a thrill so dark it feels like a sin. The tension in the room is unbearable, a living thing that's going to swallow us both before the sun comes up. I'm officially broken, and the worst part is, I'm the one who handed him the hammer. The city lights outside are still glittering, indifferent to the fact that I just traded my last shred of agency for a seat at a dead man's table. Gideon doesn't look at me as he walks into the kitchen. He doesn't have to. He knows exactly where I am. He knows exactly what I'm feeling. And he knows that next time, I won't even try to reach for the blade.
Chapter 8. Gideon, POV. I'm staring at the muted surveillance feed of the guest suite, and I know I'm being a fucking weirdo, but I can't help it because watching her is better than any drug I've ever bought or sold. And the way she's just sitting there on the edge of the bed like she's expecting a goddamn apology or a rescue team makes my skin itch. Merritt is breathing down my neck on the burner phone, and the syndicate clock is ticking like a fucking bomb in my pocket. But all I can think about is how her skin felt under my hands when I pinned her to the floor yesterday, and how she tried to gut me with a fucking letter opener like some kind of wild cat. She's a loose end. She's a target. I should have put a bullet in her brain at the warehouse and been done with it. But instead, I'm here in my high-rise, acting like some obsessed fanboy while the most dangerous men in the city are wondering why the fuck the witness isn't dead yet. I rub the jagged scar on my jawline, a nervous habit I only ever pull out when I'm calculating how bad I'm about to wreck my own life. And I realize I'm addicted to the violence of her spirit. She moved like a trapped animal in that office. Fast but careless. I shouldn't want to watch her this badly. She is a loose end, not a prize. But my brain is dead-ass stuck on the way she looked at me when I had her pinned. Like she wanted to kill me or fuck me, and she couldn't decide which would feel better. The phone on the desk vibrates. It's the syndicate clock. 20 hours. That's all the time Merritt gave me to clean up the mess before he sends a professional crew to do what he thinks I'm too soft to finish. Merritt can wait. The whole fucking world can wait. She needs to understand her place first. A witness is a target. A pet is a controlled asset. I need to make her the latter before someone else decides to make her a corpse. I pick up the tactical folder on the desk and then put it down, my eyes drifting back to the screen. She hasn't moved. She's just staring at the door, waiting for me, or waiting for the end. I reach back and check the edge of the knife in my holster with my thumb, still sharp enough to shave with. I head into the kitchen and pull a prime cut of ribeye from the fridge. I don't go for the easy shit. I want her to smell it. I want the scent to drift through the vents and hit her right in the gut. I get the cast iron pan screaming hot, drop in a chunk of butter, and lay the meat down. The sizzle is loud as fuck in the quiet penthouse, and the smell of rendered fat and blood starts to fill the room immediately. Hunger is a weapon. It's cleaner than a beating. I haven't fed her a real meal in almost 48 hours, and I know her body is starting to scream at her. I meticulously salt the steak, my movements unhurried and precise. Every second I spend searing this meat is another second she spends staring at the wall, her stomach cramping, her pride eroding. That fire in her eyes is going to turn to desperation real quick. I can feel it. It's basic biology. You can be the toughest bitch in the world, but your stomach doesn't give a fuck about your principles. I plate the steak, rare and dripping with juice, and put a small, pathetic portion of plain bread and water on the side of a silver tray. I don't give her the good shit. Not yet. I walk toward the guest suite, the heavy tray in my hands. The electronic lock chirps, and I push the door open. The cool, stale air of the soundproof room hits me, mixing with the savory heat of the food. Miranda is right where the camera said she was, sitting rigidly on the edge of the bed. Her auburn hair is a mess, waist-length tangles clinging to her neck, and her amber eyes are fixed on the door. She looks like she wants to jump me and scream at the same time. I can hear the dry clicking of her tongue against her teeth as she swallows. Stop looking at me like you're waiting for salvation, witness. I am the reason you're trapped. She doesn't say a word, but her gaze drops to the tray. I see her nostrils flare. The scent of the steak is filling the small room now, thick and heavy. She instinctively crosses her arms over her chest, trying to hide the thin white shirt that's bunched up, but I can see the faint yellowing of the bruises on her hip from where I handled her. I feel a dark, proprietary satisfaction looking at them. You still taste the dirt from the floor, Miranda. I didn't mean to ask it, but it came out anyway. She glares at me, her jaw set. Don't cover up those marks. They are mine. I slowly drag my finger over the ridge of the scar on my jaw, staring her down. She needs to see those marks every time she looks in a mirror and remember exactly who put them there. I walk past her, the smell of her, something like vanilla and fear, cutting through the scent of the steak. I deliberately set the tray on the highest shelf of the dresser, way out of her reach. Then I pull the heavy leather chair into the center of the room, sit down, and start eating. The scrape of my knife against the ceramic plate is the only sound in the room. I cut a piece of the ribeye, slow and clinical, and chew it while staring directly into her eyes. It tastes like victory. You look hungry, witness. Observe. I don't look away. Not for a second. I want her to watch every swallow. I want her to see the juice on the plate. 3 minutes go by. The silence is so thick you could choke on it. I can see the way her hands are clenched on the bedsheets, her knuckles white, her tendons straining against her skin. She's vibrating with it. Finally, she breaks. When do I eat, Stride? Answer me. Her voice is rough, like she's been swallowing glass. I don't answer. I just lift another piece of steak to my mouth and chew. That's enough. Put the knife down and look at me. I wipe my mouth with the linen napkin from my breast pocket, taking my sweet time. I hold her gaze with the kind of cold calculation that usually makes men start praying. You stabbed a table yesterday. Did you think that was free? She doesn't move. She just breathes, her chest heaving under that thin shirt. Every time you forget who you belong to, the rules get tighter. Tonight, you pay the price for that letter opener. Miranda stands up. The force of it rocks the bed. Her legs are shaky. I can see the tremor in her knees, but she marches forward anyway. She's trying to flank me, trying to get to the dresser and the tray. She's driven by pure, unadulterated hunger and fury. It's clown behavior, really. She thinks she can just walk past me. You won't break me with hunger, Stride. I don't even stand up. I just stretch my left leg out, casually blocking her path. My boot hits the floor with a dull thud right in front of her. She stops dead. She's hovering inches from my knee, her breath coming in short, jagged bursts. I can see her pupils dilating, her body reacting to the proximity, even if her mind is trying to fight it. The line between fear and fire is blurring in her, and I'm the fucking fuse. The scent of my cologne and the leather of my shoes is probably overwhelming her in this small space. Stay where you are. You look like you're about to fall over. I finish the last of the steak and set the cutlery down with a precise click. I reach up to the tray and grab a single piece of the white bread. I hold it between my thumb and forefinger, extending my hand toward her mouth. Come and get it. Take it from my hand, Miranda. This is the line. Take the bread and admit I'm the one who keeps you alive. She leans forward, her eyes fixed on the bread. Her lips part just a fraction, the invitation there, but as soon as she goes for it, I jerk my hand back. I shake my head slowly. Not yet. You haven't earned this, little captive. Her eyes flash with a renewed fury that makes me want to pin her all over again. Her lips close on empty air, and she looks like she's about to explode. You're too eager. I don't reward eagerness. I rise from the chair, pushing it back so it scrapes loudly against the hardwood. I stand at my full height, looming over her, making sure she feels every bit of the space I'm taking up. My jacket shifts, and the black steel of my pistol catches the light. Just a reminder. You stand when I stand. I start to walk. A slow, tight circle around her. I don't touch her, but I stay close enough that she can feel the heat coming off my body. I force her to rotate, her eyes following me like I'm a predator in the tall grass. When I stop, I'm directly in front of her. She has to crane her neck just to look at my face. I am not a kind man, Miranda. Stop testing me. The air in the room feels like ozone, like a storm's about to break. She shuffles forward, the pressure finally getting to her. She stops 6 inches from my trousers, her shoulder trembling. She's down bad, and she knows it. Her pride is losing the war against her stomach and her exhaustion. She involuntarily reaches out, her hand gripping her own thigh like she's trying to hold herself together. Tell me what you want. Just stop looking at me like that. I don't say a word. I just lift my chin and point down at the rug. Right between my boots. I make the gesture with cold, unblinking authority. The silence is a command in itself. I want her on the floor. I want the peer-to-peer bullshit over with. She shakes her head, a small choked sound escaping her throat. No. I won't. She whispers it, but I hear it. My expression hardens. I pivot toward the dresser and reach for the tray. If she wants to be a martyr, she can do it on an empty stomach. Wait. Don't take it. She lunges. Her hand shoots out and grabs the wool of my jacket sleeve. It's not a fight this time. It's a plea. Her palm is damp with sweat, leaving a mark on the charcoal fabric. I look down at her small hand, then up at her wide, frantic amber eyes. She's desperate. Don't take it. I set the tray back down. The sound rings through the room. I lean in, lowering my head until my breath is ghosting her ear. My voice is a rough growl, stripped of anything that sounds like mercy. Sit. Right now. At my feet. I grip her inner wrist, my thumb rubbing a slow, possessive circle over the fragile skin there. You belong on the floor, Miranda. Where I put you. The weight of it finally breaks her. Her shoulders slump, the fight draining out of her like water from a cracked vase. She sinks. It's a fast movement, her knees hitting the rug with a soft thud right between my boots. She presses her forehead to her knees for a second, trying to hide the humiliation, her breathing heavy and ragged. I stand over her, rock still. I let the silence stretch for a full minute, forcing her to live in that position. To feel the rug under her knees, and the shadow of my body over hers. I shift my stance, resting the toe of my polished leather shoe lightly against her inner calf. She flinches, but she doesn't move away. That's where you stay. Until I say otherwise. I reach down, hooking my thumb under her chin and forcing her head back. I want to see her face. I want to see the damage. Her amber eyes are a fucking mess, rage, humiliation, and a raw, nascent desire she's too smart to admit yet. She hates me, but she's starting to burn for me. I can see the pivot in her brain. I dig my thumb lightly into the bruise near her jaw. Look at me, Miranda. Remember this feeling. Her skin is hot. Feverish. I grab the tray from the dresser and place it directly on the floor in front of her, wedged between my boots. You eat now. And you keep your eyes forward. Don't try to hide your face from me. She grabs the plastic fork with shaking hands. She starts eating, her hair falling forward to shield her, but I don't let her hide. Every bite she takes is an admission. Every swallow is a confirmation of who she serves. I watch her eat like an animal for a few minutes, satisfied with the wreckage. I move toward the door. I've seen enough for one night. Rest tonight, Miranda. Tomorrow, we start new lessons. You'll wish for the floor then. I step out, and the electronic lock clicks shut. The sound is definitive. I walk back to my office and pull up the feed. I don't even sit down. I just stand there watching the screen. She's still on the rug, huddled there, eating the scraps I gave her. My chest feels tight, a sharp physical ache that makes me have to adjust my trousers. I pour 2 fingers of whiskey and listen to the ice clink. She is already mine. I watch her on the monitor, the golden liquid in my glass catching the light of the screens. The mind is broken. Now for the body. Merritt and the syndicate think they're the ones in control of this situation, but they're wrong. She broke her will tonight. Tomorrow, I break everything else. I need to possess her completely before anyone else even gets the chance to look at her. I take a sip of the whiskey and don't look away from her. Not for a fucking second.
Chapter 9. Miranda POV. My legs are shaking, but it's not because I'm weak. It's the fucking adrenaline, sharp and bitter as battery acid. That sit command from last night is playing on a loop in my head like some cursed audio I can't swipe away. A constant reminder of the dog he thinks I am. I'm pacing the length of this glass and mahogany cage, my boots clicking against the polished floor like a goddamn countdown to a total breakdown. Every time I pass the mirror, I don't even recognize the woman staring back. My auburn hair is a tangled mess, my eyes are wild and blown out, and my jaw is set so tight, I'm probably going to need a night guard if I ever breathe fresh air again. He wants to break me. He thinks because he's got the bespoke suits, and the tactical training, and the literal keys to my existence, that I'm just going to roll over and play dead. I keep touching my neck, right where his thumb pressed yesterday, seeking the bruise like a talisman. I can still feel the ghost of his skin against mine, a heavy, suffocating heat, and it makes me want to scream and puke and throw myself off the balcony all at once. The rage is the only thing keeping the terror from swallowing me whole. It's cleaner. It's sharper. I'm not some fragile little thing he can just psychologically unmake for his own amusement. If I'm going down teeth first, and I'm going to make sure he carries the scars to prove it. I walk up to the panoramic window, the kind of floor-to-ceiling reinforced glass that only exists to remind you how small and trapped you are. The city is a grid of indifferent lights below, millions of people living their lives, buying groceries, complaining about mundane bullshit, while I'm up here in a soundproofed vacuum. I slam my palm against the glass, hard enough to sting, but the surface doesn't even vibrate. It's bulletproof. Reinforced. Everything in this place is built to keep the world out and me in, a luxury tomb at the edge of the sky. I hate this glass. I hate the height. I hate that I'm becoming a witness to my own obliteration. It's like I'm watching a movie of my life, and the director just decided to turn it into a snuff film. I won't let him. I'm not a ledger he can just balance, or a loose end he can tie up with a few intimidating glares. The pressure headache in my ears is becoming unbearable, a dull ringing that pulses with every heartbeat, fueling a surge of trapped animal desperation that I can't contain much longer. I need to break something. I need to see him bleed. The door clicks open. That heavy rhythmic tread follows, vibrating through the floorboards and straight into my spine. My whole body stiffens, a reflex I can't kill no matter how much I tell myself to be chill. Gideon Stride. Even his name sounds like a threat, something solid and immovable. He moves like a predator who doesn't have to worry about anyone else in the jungle, his presence taking up every available inch of oxygen in the room. He shrugs off his charcoal jacket, bespoke obviously, and hangs it over the back of the chair with a precise military grace. The slight squeak of his leather holster against his shirt is a warning shot, a metallic punctuation to the silence. The atmosphere in the room shifts instantly, the air getting thin and heavy like a storm's about to break. He smells like expensive leather and something sharp, gun oil or blood, I can't tell the difference anymore. It's a scent that should make me run, but instead, it just pins me to the floor, my breath hitching in my throat as I watch him move. The audacity of him, acting like he's just home from a boring day at the office instead of whatever blood-soaked errands he runs for the cartel, is the final insult. He doesn't say a word at first. He just looks at me with those slate-gray eyes, cold and calculating, like I'm a complicated account he's trying to reconcile. He opens a file folder on the mahogany desk, giving me a slow, assessing look that makes my skin crawl. He runs a thumb over the jagged scar on his jawline, and I find myself staring at it, picturing myself tearing it open with my bare hands. He's so clinical, so detached, while I'm vibrating with a volatility that feels like it's going to ignite the room. He's waiting for me to break. He's sitting there with his charcoal suit and his scarred knuckles, playing a psychological game that I'm done participating in. I curl my hands into fists so tight my nails dig small crescents into my palms. Do you find my misery amusing? I want to scream it, but I keep my mouth shut, watching him like he's the bomb he actually is. He looks at me, his expression darkening into something unreadable. You seem restless, Greer, he says, his voice a low guttural vibration that I can feel in my marrow. He pours himself a drink from a crystal decanter, the amber liquid splashing over large, perfect ice cubes. The clinking sound is a mocking, expensive punctuation mark to the tension. Then he gestures sharply toward the high back chair, and says the word that fractures my self-control completely. Sit down, Miranda. We'll discuss your progress. The word sit hits me like a physical blow. It's the trigger, the link back to the humiliation of the previous night, when he had me at his feet like a pet. Progress? I'm not a goddamn project. I'm not a dog. I'm not a witness to be managed. You don't tell me to sit, I snap, my voice sounding more like a snarl than I intended. The rich, heavy smell of whiskey fills the air, contrasting with the cold rage that's finally overflowing. He doesn't move. He doesn't even blink. He just stares at me with that calm, lethal patience. Sit. Now, he repeats. The word is a muzzle, and I refuse to wear it, even if it costs me everything. Something in me just snaps. It's not a conscious decision. It's a total system failure. Instead of sitting, I snatch a heavy, ornate crystal paperweight off the corner of the desk and hurl it with every ounce of strength I have. I'm aiming for his head. I want to smash that calm, arrogant face into 1,000 pieces. Die. You fucking bastard, die. I scream, the noise ripped from my throat. Gideon doesn't even flinch. His training allows him to track the object instantly. He tilts his head by a fraction of an inch, and the paperweight misses him, shattering against the soundproof wall with a sickening muffled crack. The sound is absorbed by the room, which somehow makes it feel even more violent. He looks at the fragments on the floor, then back at me, his eyes turning charcoal dark. That was a mistake, Greer, he says, his voice dropping into a register that makes my blood turn to ice. Is this what you wanted? I yell, charging him before he can even set the glass down. I'm not thinking about the fact that he's 6 feet 4 inches of trained muscle, or that he's literally holding a gun. I'm just a wild trapped thing. I aim my fingers for the scar on his jaw, wanting to gouge it open, to leave a mark on him that he can't ignore. My shoulder slams into his chest, and it's like hitting a stone pillar. He doesn't move an inch. I'm clawing at him, my teeth flashed in a silent snarl, my raw, desperate aggression meeting his decades of trained reflex. For a second, he looks genuinely shocked by my ferocity, his hands coming up to catch mine, but I'm a whirlwind of limbs and hatred. I taste the metallic tang of adrenaline on my tongue, and for the first time in days, I feel alive. He catches both my flailing wrists in his right hand, binding them effortlessly with a grip that feels like steel bands. He uses his superior mass to pull my body flush against his chest, neutralizing my lower body struggles as he pins me against him. The sudden, overwhelming physical proximity transitions the dynamic instantly. The struggle shifts from a fight for freedom to a fight against the suffocating heat of his body. I can feel the hard, cold outline of the weapon holstered at his hip pressing into my thigh, a constant reminder of the monster I'm grappling with. "Stop moving," he growls, his voice vibrating directly into my chest. "You'll only make this worse." I'm gasping for air, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. "Let me go. Let me go." I scream, but he just pulls me tighter, his heart beating a heavy, rapid rhythm against mine. The fabric of his shirt is rough against my skin, and the realization hits me like a freight train. My body is trapped against the very thing it should fear most, and a dangerous, sickening static is starting to build between us. I can't move my arms, so I use my mouth. I lean back as far as his grip will allow and spit the words right into his face. "You have no soul, Stride. You're just a trained dog. A soulless fucking animal." His eyes turn almost black, and his expression darkens into pure predatory intent. He leans in, his breath hot against my ear, his voice a lethal whisper that silences everything else. "I'll show you, animal Greer. You have no idea how close to the truth you are." He uses his jaw muscle to rub the side of his face, including the rough texture of that scar, against my temple. It's a deliberate, rough contact that makes my stomach flip. "You like the feel of my hand on your throat, didn't you? Admit it. Say my name, not the insult." The fear is still there, screaming at me to run, but it's being overwhelmed by a desperate, sickening heat pooling low in my belly. I'm vibrating, not from rage anymore, but from a biological betrayal I can't control. He ceases holding me close and shoves me backward across the room, maintaining his crushing grip on my wrists. He marches me back with a relentless, predatory pace, until my hips smash hard against the edge of the heavy mahogany office desk. The impact is jarring, a sharp spike of pain that makes me bite my lip to stifle a cry of shock. He's towering over me now, his chest heaving, his massive frame blocking out the light from the windows. "Where are you taking me?" I gasp, my breath coming in ragged hitches. "Quiet witness," he says, and the way he says it, like I'm a prize he's finally decided to claim, makes my knees go weak. "You wanted to fight? Fine. I accept." The physical dominance has transitioned entirely from defensive restraint to predatory claiming, and I'm pinned between the cold wood and his burning heat. Miranda is arched backward over the desk, the heavy mahogany biting into my spine. Gideon's large shadow blankets me, and I see the wildness, the animal in his eyes. The fight drains out of me, replaced by a deep biological tremble I can't suppress. My mind is screaming red flag, telling me this is the moment I lose everything, but my core is contracting in painful, unwanted anticipation. I'm terrified, but I'm also ready. A bead of sweat trails down Gideon's temple and lands just beside my eye, and the metallic charged static between our bodies becomes almost visible. The air is thick with our combined, labored breathing, and I realize this is the inevitable endpoint of our captivity. I'm going to be claimed, violently, by the monster I provoked, and I'm not sure I want to stop it. He releases my wrists only to grip my chin, his thumb pressing cruelly into my jaw, forcing me to meet his gaze. "Since you wanted to fight me, I'm going to treat you like the untamed bitch you are," he snarls, his voice like gravel. The pressure of his hand is bruising, making it hard to speak, but he doesn't care. He demands submission, demands that I recognize him. "Beg for me, Greer. Say my name?" I stare up at him, my mouth dry despite the desperate need flooding my body. I want to stay stubborn. I want to be the baddie who doesn't give in. But my body is arching into the pressure, demanding more. I push out the tip of my tongue, licking the edge of his thumb in a small, instinctive act of defiance and surrender. "Say it now," he demands, his voice dropping to a lethal whisper, "or I'll take it without." Gideon, I whisper. The sound of his name is a plea, a challenge, and a total surrender all wrapped into one. Gideon. Please. The whispered sound breaks his final restraint. He crushes his mouth against mine in a brutal, punishing kiss that silences any further words. It's not a kiss of affection, it's a collision of rage and possession. I taste whiskey, rage, and the coppery tang of blood from where the rough contact has split my lip. His fingers dig into my hips through my clothes, marking the bone. The sound of his zipper ripping open the silence of the room is the loudest thing I've ever heard. There is only pressure, heat, and the sound of the world ending as I know it. Gideon's forearm sweeps across the desk with a single violent motion. The heavy lamp, the stacks of files I've been analyzing, the marble penholder fragments, everything goes flying. The sound of ceramic and metal clattering on the polished wood floor is deafening, a prelude to the absolute chaos of what's coming. A stack of papers floats down and settles near my head as he forces me further onto the cold, unyielding mahogany. Look at this mess, Miranda, he growls, his voice thick with arousal. This is what you made me do. Filthy. The texture of the wood presses against my exposed skin through the fabric of my skirt, a freezing contrast to the fire he's lighting in my veins. I'm unhinged, spiraling, and I can't stop my body from reacting to the sheer audacity of his dominance. He grabs the collar of my blouse and rips it downward in one sharp motion. Buttons scatter, pinging off the desk and the floor like tiny bullets. He doesn't even look at my face. His mouth is immediately on my neck, biting hard at the soft skin just above my collarbone. I cry out, the sharp pain followed by a rush of endorphins so intense my vision blurs. One of my shoulder straps snaps under his aggressive movement. This is what happens when you bite back, he murmurs against my skin, his coarse stubble scratching me. Marked. Always. Ah. God, Gideon. I'm gasping, my hands flying to his hair, pulling him closer even though I should be pushing him away. He's a monster, he's branding me as his. I stop resisting, my legs wrapping tightly around his waist as I pull him into the space between my thighs. My heels dig fiercely into the expensive fabric of his trousers, leaving indentations as I demand the pressure he's withholding. It's an instinctive, desperate act of claiming, a need to anchor myself to the only thing that feels real in this soundproofed hell. Take it, Gideon, I hiss, my voice raw. Take it all. He looks down at me, his eyes dark with a primal hunger. Cling to me, little witness, he says, the friction of our clothes generating an immediate, overwhelming heat. The stubble on his jaw is like sandpaper against my neck, and I'm chasing the burn. Gideon tears his shirt free and thrusts his trousers down just enough. He is immense, a brutal physical manifestation of his power that leaves me breathless. His shirt is pulled up to his ribs, exposing the hard utilitarian muscle of a torso built for violence. I stare, my breath hitching in my throat as I take in the sight of him. You like the view, don't you? He asks, his voice like grinding stones. Look at what you provoked. The smell of his arousal, raw, potent, and overwhelmingly masculine, mingles with the scent of whiskey and sweat, filling my senses until there's nothing else left in the world. He pushes my skirt up violently, the fabric bunching around my waist, and tears my thin underwear to the side. He doesn't go slow. He doesn't do foreplay. He uses two rough, calloused fingers to ensure I'm ready, finding me slick and hot. I cry out when the cold contact hits, the physical shock and the realization of my own immediate response making my head spin. Wet for me, you filthy thing, he murmurs, his fingers moving with an aggressive efficiency that isn't meant to pleasure but to possess. See? You belong to me already. The slick internal heat, contrasted with the rough leather of his hands, is too much, and I find myself arching into him, demanding the violation I should be running from. Gideon enters me in one deep, unyielding thrust that borders on painful, driving me back even further onto the cold mahogany desk. I scream, a high, desperate sound of shock and biological release, as my fingers dig into the solid muscle of his broad back. The heavy desk scrapes slightly across the floor under the sudden, violent force of the entry, the screech of metal on wood echoing through the room. Gideon? Ah. I'm stretched to my limit, the the shock of fullness making my vision tunnel. "Take it all, witness," he growls, a deep guttural sound erupting from his chest as he buries himself inside me. Every fucking inch. He begins a relentless, driving pace, focused entirely on possession and claiming. There is no rhythm, no gentleness, just punishing friction against the edge of the desk. Every thrust is a crude reminder of his dominance, and he uses my screams as fuel to move even faster. A pen rolls off the desk and lands near my head, a distraction I can't even register through the mounting intensity of what he's doing to me. "Too fast. Too bad," he grunts. "Fight me now, Greer. Fight me with this." The rhythmic slap of skin on skin and the loud strained creak of the mahogany desk are the only sounds in the world, a symphony of our shared destruction. Gideon grips the back of my head, his fingers tangling in my hair and pulling hard enough to force my neck to arch. He wants me to look at him, to see the man who is dismantling me piece by piece. He grinds out the word "mine" between clenched teeth, his dark predatory eyes dominating my field of vision. My head whips back, the strain in my neck adding to the erotic overload, as I grip his biceps, refusing to let go. "Mine? Say it back, or I'll take all the breath from your lungs." I'm gasping, the metallic taste of my own bitten lip in my mouth. "Yes. Yes, I'm yours." I scream, the surrender finally complete. I completely shed my identity, my hips rising violently to meet every hard, crude shove he gives me. I'm chasing the friction now, seeking the sweet, dark relief in the center of the violation. I'm urging him faster, louder, my voice raw from screaming his name. My spine arches so aggressively that my shoulder blades press into the scattered paper clips on the desk surface, the small stings of pain mixing seamlessly with the pleasure. Faster, animal. Harder. I'm unhinged, feral, demanding the very thing that's breaking me. "Don't stop. Never stop." He looks down at me, a dark smirk on his face. "You like being treated like this, little bitch? Tell me." The friction builds to an unbearable peak, my whole body vibrating with the tension. Gideon's thrusts become shorter, shallower, and frantic, his body tensing into a rigid column of heat. He uses his full weight to crush me into the desk, ensuring total, painful possession as he fights for his own release. His knuckles scrape the surface of the desk as he grips the wood for leverage, his breath coming in strained, guttural grunts. "I'm close, Greer. Look at me," he commands, his voice a ragged edge. "Don't hide from this. Feel it all." My vision is tunneling, the lights overhead blurring into a single blinding streak. I shatter first, my body convulsing in a violent, animalistic climax that feels like it's tearing me apart from the inside. My cry is a high, desperate wail that echoes through the soundproofed room, triggering Gideon's own immediate crushing release. He roars, a sound of pure victory, as he spends himself deep inside me, his muscles gripping me with a force that feels like it could break bone. My hands tear at the rough fabric of his shirt in my final convulsions, my whole world reduced to the intense muscular contractions and the overwhelming heat of the man above me. Oh fuck. Gideon? I'm gone, completely undone by the monster I swore I'd never let in. Gideon collapses over me, his sweat-drenched weight crushing me to the cold wood of the desk. He buries his face in the crook of my neck, his hot breath steaming against my skin as we both try to find our air. He doesn't pull out, ensuring the physical reality of our bond remains absolute, his heavy frame a literal anchor. He slides his hand from my hip and grips the back of my head, still pulling my hair gently, a postcoital possessive gesture that says more than words ever could. "You? Always you," he murmurs into my skin. The smell of spent musk, sweat, and adrenaline fills the air, and there's a painful, lingering ache in my body that feels, terrifyingly, like belonging. I'm lying on a ruined desk in a high-rise tomb, claimed and broken by a cartel enforcer, and the real horror is the shocking void where my panic used to be. I don't want to move. I don't want to breathe. I just want to stay under the weight of the man who just destroyed me. Apparently, I'm just as unhinged as he is. "Don't move," he growls, his voice finally returning to that low, steady frequency. "Breathe." I do exactly what he says, my lungs burning, staring at the ceiling, and realizing that the woman who entered this room is dead. Gideon Stride didn't just take my body. He took the fight and turned it into a debt I'll be paying in flesh for a long, long time. So what? The world outside doesn't exist anymore. There's only the wood against my back and the monster in my bed. Or on my desk. Whatever. I'm too wrecked to care about the logistics of my own ruin.
Chapter 10. Gideon, POV. My shirt was a fucking wreck. Silk, ruined by sweat and the frantic, desperate grip of a woman who'd spent the last 10 minutes trying to claw my soul out through my ribs while I wrecked her on my desk. I stood there, lungs burning, adjusting my cuffs with hands that wouldn't stop fucking twitching. The office smelled like expensive mahogany, spilled scotch, and the raw, metallic tang of spent adrenaline. Miranda was still slumped on the desk, a mess of auburn hair and bruised skin, her breathing coming in these jagged little hitches that grated on my nerves because I knew exactly what they were. That was the sound of a woman whose body had just betrayed every moral bone in her fucking corpse. I looked down at my watch, a custom Patek that cost more than most people's houses, and saw a smear of her blood on the crystal. She'd bitten her lip hard enough to bleed when I was finishing, and that little red streak felt like a goddamn brand. I wiped it off with my thumb, staring at her. I'd officially crossed the line. There was no going back to being the cartel's golden boy after this. I'd chosen this obsession over my career, my safety, and every rule I'd lived by for a decade. She was a dead body walking, a witness who should have been face down in the harbor 4 hours ago, but here she was, breathing my air, marked by my hands, and looking like the most beautiful, ruined thing I'd ever seen. Christ, I was down bad. This wasn't a cleanup anymore. It was a goddamn kidnapping. And the realization that I was willing to burn the whole syndicate down just to keep her on this desk was a fucking pill I wasn't ready to swallow yet. Look at me, witness, I growled, my voice sounding like it had been dragged over gravel. She didn't move. Her amber eyes were fixed on some spot on the floor, vacant and glassed over. I reached down, my fingers tangling in her hair to force her head up. This is what you chose. You want to play the hero. You want to fight me? This is the result. Don't pretend you didn't feel it, Miranda. That desperation belonged to both of us. You were begging for it by the end, even if your brain was screaming no. She didn't say a word, and that silence was starting to piss me off. It was heavy, a physical weight in the room that made me feel like I was the one losing the fight, even though I was the one standing. I let go of her hair and scooped her up. She was lighter than she looked, a lithe, athletic frame that felt like it was made of fine porcelain and steel. She didn't resist, didn't kick, didn't even sigh. She just let her head fall against my chest, right over my heart, which was still thudding like a hammer against a riot shield. I started the walk back toward her room, the squeak of my leather shoes on the marble floor sounding like gunshots in the quiet of the apartment. I adjusted my grip on her hips, feeling the warmth of her skin through the rags of her clothes. Usually, the only thing I carried this close was a suppressed Glock or a combat knife. Carrying a person, carrying her, felt like a weakness I couldn't afford, but I couldn't bring myself to put her down. I needed her to feel the physical reality of my protection, even if that protection was just a different kind of cage. Be quiet, I muttered as we hit the corridor. The effort of fighting me is over. You're spent, Greer. Just take it. I stopped in front of the full-length mirror in the hallway. It was a cold, unforgiving slab of glass that reflected exactly what we were, an apex predator and the thing he'd decided to keep. I shifted her, forcing her face toward the reflection. Her throat was already darkening with the marks of my fingers, and there was a bruise forming on her jawline where I'd held her still. It looked like a goddamn map of my possessiveness. See that? That's my signature, I said, leaning in so my breath fanned over her ear. I wanted her to see the transformation. The forensic accountant was gone. The professional starched collar woman who thought the world ran on spreadsheets was dead. The witness is dead, Miranda. Say hello to my property. You look at those marks every time you think about running. They're there to remind you who owns your next breath. She flinched when I traced the darkest bruise on her neck, a tiny reflexive twitch that proved she was still in there, still feeling. I didn't care if it hurt. I needed her to internalize it. I needed her to look at herself and see me. When I finally reached the bedroom, I didn't set her down gently. I dropped her onto the mattress, the sound-dampening foam swallowing the impact. She immediately curled into a tight fetal position, clutching the remnants of her skirt like it could actually protect her modesty. It was a useless, civilian gesture that made a flare of irritation heat up my blood. "Don't hide from me," I snapped, standing over the bed. "You are mine to look at. All of you. You earned those marks, Miranda. Wear them. Trying to cover up now is just clown behavior." She still didn't speak. She just shivered, her hands shaking so hard I could hear the fabric of her skirt rustling. I stared at her for a long minute, the scent of her fear and my own lingering lust making the air in the room feel 3 degrees hotter. I needed to leave. I needed a drink, and I needed to check my phone, because the world outside this high-rise didn't give a fuck about my midlife crisis or my sudden urge to play house with a witness. I walked out, the heavy door clicking shut behind me, and headed straight for the bar in the living area. I poured a double scotch, no ice, and downed half of it in one go. The burn was the only thing that felt real. Then I pulled out the encrypted burner. My stomach did a slow, nauseating roll when I saw 3 urgent pings from Merritt. "Where is the body, Stride? The client is nervous. Don't make me come down there. Status report. Now." Merritt was an old dog, but he had a nose for bullshit that was sharper than anyone I'd ever met. He'd been my mentor, the guy who taught me that a body is just a logistical problem to be solved, not a person. He was smelling blood. If I didn't give him something credible, he'd have a cleanup crew at my door by sunrise, and they wouldn't just be looking for Miranda. They'd be looking for me. I rubbed the jagged scar on my jaw, my mind racing. I was officially committing treason. I was lying to the syndicate for a woman I'd known for less than 24 hours. It was insane. It was a suicide mission. But when I thought about her face, about the way she tasted, I knew I wasn't turning her over. Not now. Not ever. I picked up a pair of precision pliers from the kitchen junk drawer and meticulously snapped the burner's SIM card into pieces so small they looked like dust. I dropped them into the remainder of my scotch and watched them sink before pouring the whole mess down the drain. I grabbed another phone, a secondary burn, and typed out the lie. Problem with the tide. Disposal complete. Documentation to follow. I hit send and felt the invisible noose tighten around my neck. The price of my silence was going to be higher than I could probably pay, but that was a problem for future Gideon. Right now I was obsessed. I walked over to the security monitors and flipped the feed to her room. She was off the bed now, leaning against the frame, staring blankly at the tray of food I'd left her earlier. She looked like a ghost. But beneath the defeat, I could see the gears turning. She wasn't just sitting there waiting to die. She was analyzing. She was a forensic accountant, for fuck's sake. She was trained to find the missing scent, the hidden trail. She was looking for a way out. I pressed my hand against the cold glass of the monitor, tracing the line of her shoulder. "Eat, Greer," I whispered to the empty room. "You're gonna need your strength to endure what's coming." I felt a sick kind of satisfaction watching her. Control is only really satisfying when the captive still has a spark of fight left in them. If she just gave up and turned into a doll, I'd lose interest in a week. But she was stubborn. She was feral. I needed her body strong enough to take more of what I wanted to give her. Weakness was for civilians, and she wasn't that anymore. I moved with a restless energy toward my closet. I needed to get her out of those shredded rags. I selected a dark gray tactical base layer, one of my shirts. It was heavy, starched cotton that smelled like my detergent and my life. Giving it to her wasn't an act of kindness. It was a tactical move. I wanted her covered in my scent. I wanted every inch of her skin to be in constant contact with something that belonged to me. I wanted to erase her identity and replace it with my own fabric. I sniffed the collar, a grim smile tugging at my mouth. She smelled like an office and fear. I was going to change that. I went back to the room, not knocking. I didn't need permission to enter a room I owned. Miranda didn't move from her spot on the floor. She just looked past me, her eyes dead. I set the water and the shirt on the bedside table and stood over her, my shadow completely swallowing her small frame. Get up. Now, I commanded. She ignored me. She stayed there, a heavy, sullen weight. The power struggle was back on. She knew I wasn't going to kill her, not after what just happened on the desk, and she was testing the limits. She thought she could withhold her voice, her compliance. I tapped the toe of my shoe against her ankle. It wasn't hard, but it was a reminder. You think silence saves you, Miranda? It only makes the consequences louder. Stand up. I reached down and grabbed her by the chin, forcing her upright. I didn't give a fuck if it hurt. I gripped her jaw until her teeth audibly clicked together, making her look at me. Her amber eyes were haunting, filled with a cold, sharp hate that made my blood hum. You think sex paid the debt? We're not even at the interest yet, witness. Sex is just the entry fee. The principle is your obedience. Every second you breathe in this apartment is a second you owe me. I own your hunger, your skin, your very fucking pulse. Understand your balance sheet, Greer. You're deep in the red. I slammed her back against the wall. The thud of her head against the dry wall was a dull, satisfying sound. I pinned her there with the full weight of my body, my knees forcing her legs apart, ripping the remains of her skirt even further. The physical tension between us snapped back into place like a live wire. You belong right here, I growled, my hands bruising her hips as I held her in place. Pinned against this wall. That's your position from now on. Don't fucking move. You exist only where I place you. She tried to shift, but the movement only made her grind against me, and I felt the sudden, involuntary wetness of her through the fabric of my trousers. She was down bad, just like me, her body reacting to the violence and the proximity, even if her mind was trying to pull away. Look at me, I demanded, leaning in and biting deep into the meat of her shoulder. I felt her gasp, a sharp, ragged sound that I swallowed by pressing my mouth to her throat. I didn't break the skin, but I left a mark, a jagged purple-red crescent that would stay there for days. That's mine. Every inch of your skin belongs to me. Remember that pain. Remember my teeth every time you think you're in control. I dragged my thumb roughly across her swollen lower lip, forcing it open. She tasted like salt and copper. I'd made her bleed on the desk, and I wanted her to taste it. I forced my thumb into her mouth, making her gag slightly. Lick that clean. This debt is crude, Miranda. You taste like trouble and submission. I ground my clothed erection against her, making her feel the permanence of what I was. I wasn't giving her a release. I wanted her to feel the discomfort, the aching weight of me without the satisfaction. I held her wrists above her head with one hand, my calloused knuckles dragging over the friction-burned skin of her inner thighs. She hissed, her back arching against the wall. I can hold you here all night, I whispered into her ear. Do you want that? Do you want to spend the night pinned to the wall, like a fucking trophy? Tell me who owns you, witness. Speak, damn you. Tell me who put those marks on you. She remained silent, but her pulse was thudding like a trapped bird against my teeth when I bit her neck again, right over the artery. She let out a choked, desperate sound, half pain, half something else, that was better than a goddamn confession. This is the language we speak now, I said, forcing a bruising, oxygen-depriving kiss on her. I ground our teeth together until I felt her pull back, gasping for air. Violence and want. Breathe my breath, Miranda. There's nothing else left for you. I slid my hand under the hem of her shirt, my palm creating harsh electrical friction against her core. She was soaking. Her body was a goddamn liar, screaming my name while her mouth stayed shut. You're wet, witness. Your body submits even when your mind plays games. Tell me I own that too. Tell me my name made you ache. I gave her a sharp, stinging slap to her thigh, the sound echoing in the quiet room. A vivid red mark appeared instantly next to the bruises. Eyes up. Look at the man who owns you. I'm going to teach you how to beg for the pain. I'm going to make your obedience the only thing that keeps you alive. I gave her breasts one final, possessive squeeze through the thin shirt, inhaling the scent of her neck. I'd marked her. I'd claimed her. I stepped back, the cold air hitting the spots where our bodies had been fused together. Good girl. Now wait for me. I forced her to sit on the edge of the bed, performing a final inspection like she was a piece of high-end hardware. I checked her wrists, ran the back of my hand over the bruises on her hips. I needed to make sure I hadn't broken the toy yet. I was clinical, detached, treating her like a prized asset that needed maintenance. Heal fast, witness. I don't tolerate weak links. You're softer than I expected. That's going to change. I turned to leave, feeling the weight of a psychological victory. She was sitting there, head down, seemingly broken. I didn't notice the way her hand brushed against the bedside table. I didn't see her fingers twitch toward the heavy ceramic coaster I'd set the water on. I was too wrapped up in my own goddamn ego, too busy thinking about how I'd handled Merritt. Miranda reached down, her movement so subtle it didn't even register on my internal radar. She secured something from under the rug, a sharp, jagged shard of the ceramic plate she'd shattered earlier and hidden. I saw her hand disappear into the waistband of the oversized shirt I'd just given her, but I misread the gesture as her trying to cover herself. Thank you for the clothes, Gideon, she said. It was the first time she'd used my name. Her voice was quiet, dangerously level. I paused at the threshold, looking back at her. She was lying down now, feigning sleep, feigning defeat. I felt a surge of pride. I thought I'd finally cracked the shell. Stay in the bed, witness, I ordered, my voice cold. If you're on the floor when I come back, I'll make sure you can't walk for a week. I closed the door and engaged the heavy, silent electronic lock. The thud of the door felt final. I walked back to the living area, the silence of the apartment suddenly feeling like a trap. I loosened my tie, the silk feeling like a noose. I was a liability now. A man driven by a visceral, hypersexual obsession with a woman who should be dead. I was a loose end, and in my world loose ends got cut. I took another long pull of scotch, the alcohol failing to numb the awareness of the disaster I'd created. I looked at the security monitor one last time. She was perfectly still on the bed, eyes closed. She's broken, I muttered to the empty room, trying to convince myself. She's mine. I turned off the monitor, the screen fading to black. I was a professional. I was a killer. And I was an absolute fucking idiot for thinking she was just going to lay there and take it. I headed toward my own room, the weight of the day finally pulling at my bones, completely unaware that the woman in the next room was currently tracing the edge of a ceramic shard with her thumb, waiting for the exact moment I let my guard down again. She was going to be the death of me. I just didn't realize how literally she meant it.
Chapter 11. Miranda POV. The silk sheets are cool, expensive, and a complete fucking lie. I woke up alone in that massive bed, and the first thing I felt wasn't the relief of being alive, it was the heavy bruised ache in my core and the absolute unadulterated shame radiating through my bones. My body is a traitor. There's no other word for it. It remembers the taste of him, the way he moved, the way he took exactly what he wanted and made me want him to take it. I'm lying there, staring at the ceiling of this luxury cage, flexing my wrists, and feeling the faint pull of skin that's definitely going to be purple by noon. I can feel the depth of the bruises on my hips, the phantom pressure of his fingers still indented in my flesh. It's disgusting. I'm a forensic accountant. I deal in hard numbers and cold facts, and the fact right now is that I'm being dismantled by a man who was hired to put a bullet in my brain. My internal monologue is a goddamn car crash of cognitive dissonance. I hate him. I hate the way he smells like cedar and violence. I hate that he thinks he owns me. But my skin is still humming, still warm from where he was, and that realization makes me want to scrub myself raw until there's nothing left. I rolled out of bed, my legs a little shaky, and caught my reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window. The city is out there, gray and indifferent, and in the glass I see the brand. It's not a collar. It's a deep purple bite mark right on my collarbone. A violent signature he left behind like he was marking a territory. I pressed 2 fingers hard against the wound, welcoming the sharp, localized sting, trying to use the pain to drown out the memory of how I arched into it when he did it. He didn't need a leash. He just left a mark that tells anyone who looks at me exactly who I belong to. It's unhinged. This whole situation is a fucking fever dream, and I'm losing the thread of who I actually am. Miranda Greer doesn't get claimed. Miranda Greer doesn't stay in the high-rise of a cartel hitman and wait for him to decide her fate. I need to kill the version of me that let him touch her last night. I need to find the woman who knows how to survive, because this symbiotic, erotic bullshit is going to get me dead or worse. I reached into the sleeve of my ruined blazer, which was draped over a chair, and felt the sharp, jagged edge of the crystal shard I'd managed to palm during the chaos in the office. My fingers brushed the point, and a tiny bead of blood appeared on my thumb. Good. This is the price of keeping my soul. One final fight. I can't just sit here and let him turn me into a pet. If I don't strike now, if I don't try to sever this cord, I'm never getting out. I practiced the motion in the air. A short, fast jab aimed right at the junction of his neck and shoulder. The carotid is too risky, he's too fast, but the subclavian artery is a bigger target if I can get close enough. My pulse was racing so hard I could hear it in my ears, a frantic rhythmic thud that made my hands tremor. Don't panic. Just focus. Forensic logic. Find the vulnerability and exploit it. The silence in the bedroom was deafening, making every breath I took sound like a goddamn freight train. I heard him in the main living area. The sounds were mundane, which somehow made it worse. The metallic clink of something hitting a trash can, the heavy drag of furniture. He was cleaning up the wreckage of the desk, sanitizing the crime scene where he'd systematically broken my will. It's the audacity for me. He's out there tidying up like he didn't just wreck my entire life. To him, I was just a casualty he decided to keep, a piece of evidence he's deciding whether to file away or burn. I lingered in the doorway, the shard pressed into my palm, feeling the heat of my own rage. He's cleaning the room, and I'm just part of the mess. I walked out into the living space, trying to keep my gait steady, even though my knees felt like they were made of water. Gideon was standing by the massive window, his back to me, looking out at the skyline like he fucking owned that too. His silhouette was immense, all broad shoulders and dark lines, a perfect target. The opening was right there. He wasn't even looking. You look rested. Lie to me, Miranda. He didn't even turn around. The sheer arrogance of it made my blood boil. I'm not lying about anything. He turned then, those slate gray eyes scanning me from head to toe. He didn't look like a monster. He looked composed, bespoke, and utterly in control. His gaze lingered on the mark on my neck for a second too long, a dark spark of satisfaction crossing his face before it went flat again. He crossed his arms, the movement tautening the muscles of his chest. He wasn't angry. He was dead-ass bored. Eat? We're not doing this again, on an empty stomach. He gestured to a tray of eggs and toast on the coffee table. The domesticity of it was the final straw. He's telling me to sit and eat like I'm a well-behaved dog. Sit, Greer. Now? Eat your own fucking eggs, Gideon. I didn't go for the table. I lunged. I put everything I had into it, driving the shard toward his neck with the frantic strength of someone who has nothing left to lose. Die? I screamed it, a raw guttural sound that tore out of my throat. I saw the shard moving, saw the distance closing, and for a split second, I thought I actually had him. Then the world blurred. He moved with a speed that shouldn't be possible for a man his size. 1 second I was striking, the next his hand was a vice around my wrist. He intercepted me a hair's breadth from his skin. He didn't just stop me, he twisted. I heard a sickening pop in my arm, and the pain was so sudden and sharp that my fingers gave way. The crystal shard hit the marble floor, and shattered into 1,000 useless pieces. I told you to quit playing with sharp things, witness. His voice was low, dangerous, and completely devoid of surprise. He slammed me back against the window, the cold glass biting into my spine as his massive body crushed mine. He pinned both my arms high above my head with one hand, his grip so tight, I knew I'd have his fingerprints burned into my skin for a week. I kicked out, my feet scraping uselessly against his shins, but he didn't even flinch. He just looked at me, his face inches from mine, and for a second I saw it, that dark, predatory appreciation. "You're too slow, Miranda." "But the fire?" "I like the fire." "You almost had me, witness." "Almost." "Kill me then. Just fucking do it and get it over with." "Not yet. You're too interesting to kill, and you're too filthy to keep like this." He released my jaw, but before I could breathe, he gripped my elbow and began dragging me toward the bathroom. I stumbled, my feet sliding on the marble, but he didn't slow down. He snagged a thick white towel from a chair and threw it over his shoulder in one smooth, clinical motion. "You try that again, and I won't just take your dignity. I'll take your hands. Understand? Fuck you. Later. Right now you're getting cleaned. I clean my property." He dragged me into the bathroom and threw me toward the center of the room. He didn't wait for me to move. He reached out and began stripping the ruined clothes from my body, his movements rough and efficient. He wasn't being sexual, he was being a handler. He tore the last of my shirt off, buttons flying and hitting the mirror with a sharp metallic ring, leaving me standing there naked and shivering in the middle of the marble floor. He turned the shower on full blast, and the room filled with steam instantly, the heat hitting me in a wave. I am naked and he is fully clothed. The power dynamic is so skewed it's nauseating. I stood there, my good girl accountant brain, trying to find a way to rationalize this, but there was nothing. Just the roar of the water and the man standing over me. He grabbed my hand, the one that had been holding the shard, and forced it under the steaming spray. He used a bar of soap to scrub at the tiny cut on my palm, the menthol stinging the wound. "You bleed easily, Miranda. I need you tougher than that. We don't leave evidence." The way he said it, "we," made my stomach flip. He was washing my blood off like it was a chore. He was taking care of me in the most perverse way possible, and it was doing more damage than the fight. I looked up at him through the steam, my hair already damp, my skin flushing from the heat. He was dry, dominant, and looking at me like I was a problem he was finally solving. The hate was there, burning in my chest, but something else was starting to rise up to meet it. It was that biological betrayal, again. The addiction to the intensity. My life before this was spreadsheets and filtered coffee. It was safe. It was boring. This is terrifying, but it's the most real I've ever felt. I hate that he sees the animal in me, and I hate even more that the animal wants to be fed. I reached out, my wet fingers gripping the front of his expensive charcoal shirt, and pulled him into the spray with me. "Drown it out," I whispered, my voice shaking. "Please? Just drown it the fuck out." I didn't wait for him to move. I kissed him. I seeking the heat and the friction to erase the failure of the shard, the shame of the sheets, the guilt of still breathing. I needed him to consume me, so I didn't have to exist as Miranda Greer for a while. Gideon's eyes darkened, a flash of something feral taking over. He recognized the shift instantly. I'd stopped fighting him, and started fighting for the sensation he gave me. He let out a low growl, and shoved me roughly against the slick tile. "You're begging for the leash, little lamb. Show me what I asked for." He didn't hesitate. He ripped his shirt open, the wet fabric slapping against the wall as he kicked off the rest of his clothes. His body was a map of scars and corded muscle, steaming in the heat of the small stall. He trapped me against the cold, textured tile, his hand palming the back of my head and forcing my face up into the spray. I was pinned. I was nothing but sensation. The water was scalding, then cooling, then scalding again as we moved, the condensation dripping down the walls like sweat. "I am literally going to lose my mind," I muttered against his skin, my fingernails raking down his chest, leaving thin red lines. Use me. Don't let me think. Harder, Gideon. Fucking harder. He lifted me like I weighed nothing, my legs wrapping instinctively around his waist. The slickness of the water made the friction more intense, a raw, wet collision that echoed off the tiles. He caught me as I slipped, his grip on my thighs bruising, reinforcing that he was the only thing keeping me upright. Hold tight, witness. Don't fall. He entered me with a blunt, punishing force that made me gasp, his thumb pressing hard against the bite mark on my collarbone. He forced me to look at him, his jaw clenched, the veins standing out in his neck. Look at what I did to you. Look at what you want me to do now. The rhythm was primal, a war of flesh and heat. The sound of the water drowned out my cries, which were loud and uninhibited, bouncing off the marble. I slammed my head back against the tile with every thrust, the world narrowing down to the feeling of him filling me, breaking me, claiming me. Mine, I hissed, leaning forward to bite his shoulder, mimicking the mark he gave me. I tasted the salt of his skin, drawing a tiny drop of blood. Mine too. He didn't pull away. He increased the pace, his hands gripping my hips so hard I knew there would be no hiding what happened here. You wanted friction? I'll give you fire. You wanted to fight? Here's your war. I hit the peak with a violence that left me sobbing, my nails dragging down his back, my body shaking so hard I couldn't breathe. I was crying because I felt everything, and because I knew in that moment that I'd never be able to go back to the woman I was before the harbor. This was the deepest betrayal. My soul was screaming no while my body was screaming more. Gideon finished with a guttural, strained growl, his weight pinning me to the tiles as the hot water finally began to run cold. The shock of the cooling spray made us both tense, but he didn't move. He stayed there, his heart hammering against mine, his forehead resting against the tile. Mine, he rasped. Always. We stood there for a long time, the only sound the dripping of the shower and our synchronized heavy breathing. The steam was clearing, revealing the reality of the room again, the broken shard on the floor outside, the torn clothes, the bruises already forming on my skin. We are two monsters in a cage, and the walls are closing in. Gideon pulled my head back by my wet hair, looking into my eyes one last time. He didn't look triumphant. He just looked certain. You belong here, Miranda. Right here. Mine? He stepped out, grabbing the heavy towel and wrapping it tightly around my shoulders, pulling it snug until I was cocooned in the thick fabric. He wiped a stray tear from my cheek with his thumb, but his expression was cold again, the professional hitman back in place. Get dressed? We're moving in the morning. He picked up his soaked, ruined shirt, wrung it out over the sink, and tossed it into the hamper. Don't fight me again, Miranda. It's the only thing that makes me angry. He walked out, leaving me in the cooling bathroom. I stood there, wrapped in his towel, smelling like his soap and my own submission. He didn't need to lock the door. I wasn't going anywhere. My body had already made the choice for me, and as I looked at the shattered crystal on the floor, I realized I'd just traded my only weapon for a sensation that was going to destroy me. So much for the subclavian artery. I'm just trying to remember how to breathe.
Chapter 12. Gideon, POV. The sting of the antiseptic spray is a bitch, but it's the only thing that's going to keep the infection out of the jagged-ass hole Miranda carved into my shoulder. I'm standing in front of the master bathroom mirror, chest bare, looking at the damage. It's a clean enough slice for a ceramic shard, but deep enough that the muscle twitches every time I move my arm too fast. The bitch really tried to end me. She's sitting on the edge of the tub right now, staring at the floor like she's trying to memorize the pattern of the marble, still wearing my oversized shirt that barely covers the dark flower-shaped bruises I left on her thighs last night. The humidity from the shower is still hanging in the air, thick and smelling like her skin and my sweat, and it's making the blood on my shoulder feel tacky. I rip the backing off a large butterfly bandage with my teeth, the snap of the plastic echoing off the tiles like a gunshot. I pull the edges of the wound tight, wincing as the skin stretches, and slap the tape down. It's not a mark of failure, It's a receipt. She's got fire in her, a wild, unhinged streak that I should have snuffed out the second I saw her in that rain-slicked alley. Instead, I'm here, leaking on my own floor because I'd rather have her trying to kill me than have anyone else touch her. It's total clown behavior, ruining my career for a forensic accountant with a mean right hook and amber eyes that look like a forest fire, but I'm too deep in the paint to care now. You'll wait here until I say otherwise. She doesn't even blink. Just keeps staring at the floor. Don't move, Miranda. I mean it. I catch her reflection in the glass. She looks ruined. Her hair is a mess of auburn tangles, and that bite mark on her shoulder, my mark, is turning a deep angry purple. She's shaking just a little bit, a fine tremor that she can't hide no matter how hard she tries to look detached. I should feel bad, maybe, but all I feel is this heavy possessive heat in my gut. She looks exactly like she belongs to me. She looks like she's finally figured out that the world outside this high-rise doesn't exist anymore. There's no law, no accounting, no safety. Just me, and the fact that she's alive because I'm a liar. I see her nervously picking at a loose thread on the hem of my shirt, pulling it until it snaps with a tiny sharp sound. Stop fidgeting. Her eyes flick up to mine in the mirror. She's still got that spark, that defiance that makes me want to pin her back down and remind her who owns her breath. You're shaking. Are you cold? She doesn't answer. She doesn't have to. The air in here is 80 degrees, but she's vibrating like a tuning fork. I turn away from the mirror and walk into the bedroom, her following me like a shadow that's too scared to get close. She stops 6 feet back, waiting for permission to even exist in the space. I grab my burner phone from under a stack of thermal blankets. My head is pounding, a dull throb that matches the rhythm of my shoulder. The silence from the syndicate is the loudest thing in the room. Merritt hasn't called, which means Merritt knows. The old bastard was my mentor for 10 years. He taught me how to spot a lie before it's even spoken. And here I am trying to sell him a fairy tale about a clean kill at the harbor. I'm dead-ass dead if I don't move her now. I bought her 24 hours with a lie, and now I have to buy us a lifetime by running into the dark. I rub the bridge of my nose, feeling the pressure behind my eyes. Stay where you are. The time for talking is over. The phone vibrates in my hand. It's Jagger. I slide the screen open, the blue light harsh against the darkened room. Jagger, what the fuck did they find? His voice is a distorted crackle, low and urgent. The cleaners, boss. Merritt sent a second team to double-check the harbor. They reported back 20 minutes ago. No body, no blood, and the surfaces were wiped too clean. Merritt's moving. He saw the witness list, Gideon. He knows you didn't pull the trigger. Merritt is moving. That old bastard. He saw the witness, Jagger. He's pinging your location right now. He's looking for the last man who spoke to him. You've got 5 minutes, maybe less, before a strike team hits that lobby. I crush the phone in my palm, the plastic cracking audibly. My knuckles are white. I look at the panoramic view of the city, all those twinkling lights and people living normal, boring-ass lives, and I realize I just burned it all for the girl standing in the middle of my room. Pinged. How long do we have? 4 minutes, Jagger says. I'm in the basement, level B3. Armored SUV is idling. If you aren't here in 4, I'm burning the truck and bailing. I can't die for your obsession, Gideon. Don't wait for me. If I'm not there, run. Basement B3. Armored, now. I toss the broken phone onto the bed and turn to Miranda. She's shrinking back, sensing the shift in my energy. I move faster than she can react, crossing the room in 2 strides and grabbing her jaw. I force her head up, my thumb digging into the soft skin beneath her chin until she has to look at me. My pupils are blown wide, adrenaline hitting my system like a freight train. Look at me, Miranda. Look at me. She's gasping, her amber eyes wide and terrified. They are coming for this building. They are coming for you. We're leaving. Any disobedience, any screaming, and I leave you behind to let them do whatever they want with you. Do you understand? She nods, a quick, frantic motion. I can smell her fear. It's sweet and sharp like ozone before a storm. I let go of her jaw and toss a pair of black leggings and a thick sweatshirt at her. Hurry up. We have 90 seconds. Don't forget the shoes. You'll need them for the woods. She catches the clothes, her hands trembling so hard she almost drops them. She starts pulling off my shirt right there, not even trying to hide her body anymore. I watch her with a clinical cold intensity, making sure she isn't trying to hide anything, making sure she's moving fast enough. Watching her dress is a different kind of torture. She moves like a prisoner who's finally accepted the bars. That black uniform is hers now. She's not Miranda Greer, forensic accountant, anymore. She's the girl I stole. I walk back into the bathroom and scan the floor near the tub. There it is. The curved ceramic shard, stained with my blood. I pick it up, running my thumb along the edge until it nicks the skin. It's a reminder. A trophy of the moment she tried to be the predator. I slide it into my suit jacket pocket, right next to my wallet. Don't forget your weapons, Miranda. She looks at me, confused, as I pat the pocket where the shard sits. This stays with me. A reminder of what happens when you try to leave. I move to the walk-in closet, my movements efficient and practiced. I pull a small tactical bag from the top shelf, stuffing it with emergency cash, international burners, and 2 trauma kits. Miranda is standing by the bed, completely still, her eyes vacant. The defiance is buried under a layer of shell-shocked submission. It's what I needed, but seeing her this quiet makes my skin crawl. She's addicted to the intensity, the way I break her down and then hold her together. It's a sick cycle, but it's the only thing keeping her alive. You carry nothing but what you wear. Remember the rules, Miranda. Total silence. I reach into the hidden safe behind my charcoal suits and pull out the suppressed Glock 17. The metallic clack of me chambering around makes her flinch, a tiny tremor running through her frame. I holster it on my hip, the weight of the steel familiar and grounding. I grab a compact Sig Sauer and slide it into the bag, zipping it shut with a loud mechanical rasp. This is what keeps us alive. Don't ever reach for it. Not unless I tell you. I lead her out into the main living area. I've already turned off the lights. The apartment is a tomb of glass and expensive furniture. I grab a bottle of chemical accelerant from the kitchen island and spray it along the windowsills and the door frames. It'll fuck with any electronic signatures or tracking dust they try to use once they realize we're gone. The acrid smell is sharp, mixing with my cologne. I look at Miranda. She's staring at a big abstract painting on the wall, one of those expensive pieces of shit I bought to make this place look like a home. Say goodbye to your old life, Miranda. The light is off. Stay behind me. We get to the foyer, the armored steel entry door looking like a vault. I stop suddenly, and she bumps into my back, her chest pressing against me for a second. I turn around and pin her against the door, my body weight crushing her into the cold metal. I need her to feel the stakes. I need her to know that the second we walk through this door, I am the only thing between her and a shallow grave. One wrong move and they kill us both. Don't breathe unless I tell you to. Silence, Miranda. Total fucking silence. I can feel her heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic trapped bird. My thumb presses into the spot just under her ear, a non-verbal threat she understands perfectly. I open the door and pull her into the hallway, moving toward the private elevator. We step inside and the doors hiss shut, sealing us in. I punch the code for the basement, and the floor drops out from under us. The clunk-clunk of the cables is the only sound in the small space. I put my hand on the small of her back, my thumb rubbing possessive circles against her spine. Don't look at the floor numbers. Focus on my voice. Not the drop. She leans into me just an inch, seeking the warmth. It's pathetic and perfect. She's terrified of me, but she's more terrified of the world without me. We're safe, as long as you obey. You're doing so well, Miranda. Keep that silence. Good girl. The elevator hits the basement with a heavy thud. The doors slide open to the cold, damp air of the garage. The smell of diesel fumes is thick. Jagger is standing by the blacked-out SUV, the engine idling with a low, predatory growl. He looks like shit, eyes bloodshot, hand resting on his own holster. He looks at the bloody bandage on my shoulder, and then at Miranda, his face twisting into a grimace of pure judgment. He thinks I'm a dead man walking. He's right. Jagger, status report. Scout car was seen 3 blocks away, unmarked sedan. They're closing the perimeter. We need to go, Gideon. Now. Don't stand in the open, move. I push Miranda toward the back door of the SUV. Jagger opens it, the hydraulic hiss loud in the empty garage. I force her into the seat, making sure she's tucked into the corner before I climb in after her. I don't look Jagger in the eye. I don't want to see the "I told you so" written in his stare. Don't worry about the blood, Jagger. Drive. Understood, boss. Get in, face down, Miranda. I slam the heavy, reinforced door shut. The darkness inside the SUV is absolute. The outside world vanished behind 6 inches of ballistic glass. I pull her hip toward mine, making sure there's no space between us. I can feel the heat radiating off her skin, the frantic rhythm of her pulse. Lean against me. Stay hidden. This is better than the penthouse, isn't it? Total control. The SUV lurches forward, Jagger flooring it up the ramp. I draw my Glock, watching the garage exit in the specialized side mirror display. Scout car. Jagger shouts over the intercom. They're fast. Burn the perimeter now. Take the 101 bypass, stick to the shadows, Jagger. No traffic stops. I check the silencer, my knuckles white on the grip. We hit the street, and the flashes of city lights flicker through the tinted glass. Miranda starts to reach for a cargo hook on the side panel, a desperate, frantic motion like she's trying to find a handle to escape. I don't even think. My hand clamps over her wrist with a speed that surprises both of us. I squeeze the tendons until she winces, her breath hitching in a small broken sound. Don't look at them. They don't matter anymore. That life is gone. Try that again. See what happens. She pulls her hand back to her lap, cradling it like it's broken. She lowers her head, hiding her face in the shadows. The spark is dying, smothered by the reality of the cage. Jagger weaves through the industrial district, tires screaming as he takes a corner too sharp. My hand is on her thigh now, my fingers digging into the muscle through her leggings. I can feel her shaking. Hold still. I'm not going to hurt you. Not unless you try to leave again. Lost the scout car in the tunnel, Jagger says, his voice sounding a little less like he's about to have a stroke. Where to, boss? Head north. We're taking her to the edge. The edge. That's far, Gideon. Winter is coming. There's nothing out there but trees and dirt. Good. That's exactly what she needs. No distractions. I pull out a map and trace the route with a thick marker, but I'm not really looking at it. I'm looking at Miranda. She's closed her eyes, her head leaning back against the seat. Exhaustion is finally winning. I trace the jagged scar on my jawline with my thumb. I've forfeited everything. My house, my reputation, my standing in the only world I've ever known. And for what? For a woman who tried to gut me like a fish. It's unhinged. I am ruined, and she's the reason, and I wouldn't trade this feeling for a clean record and a seat at Merritt's right hand. Sleep, Miranda. You'll need the strength. This is forever now. I lean in, my lips brushing the shell of her ear. She doesn't pull away. She leans into the contact, a small broken sigh of surrender escaping her. Now it's just us, Miranda. Nowhere left for you to hide or run to. You belong to the darkness now. The city lights are a faint glow in the distance now, replaced by the oppressive dark tree line of the northern highway. Jagger hits the final stretch, the engine humming a steady, lonely tune. I pull Miranda's head onto my shoulder, holding her close in a grip that's probably too tight, but I don't care. She's mine. The city couldn't hold her, but the woods will. I settle back into the leather seat, watching the road disappear into the pines. Welcome to the rest of our lives. The long way down starts here.
Chapter 13. Miranda POV. The SUV lurched to a halt, the tires spitting loose gravel like buckshot against the undercarriage. For a second, the only sound was the frantic ticking of the cooling engine and the blood hammering in my ears. The drive had been a blur of dark highways and Gideon's profile carved out of stone, but seeing this place in the moonlight made my stomach do a slow, nauseating roll. It was a cabin, if you wanted to be generous, but it looked more like a tomb made of rotting timber and aggressive pine needles. There wasn't a single light on the horizon. No street lamps, no distant glow of a 7-Eleven, nothing but a wall of black forest that felt like it was leaning in to swallow us whole. I pressed my forehead against the glass, the cold seeped into my skin, and I tried to find a gap in the trees, a sign of a road, a neighbor, a witness. Deadass, there was nothing. This wasn't just a hiding spot, it was an off-the-grid dead zone where reality went to die. The absolute silence was a high-pitched ring in my head, loud enough to make me want to scream just to prove I still had a voice. "We're here, witness." Gideon didn't even look at me when he said it. His voice was just a low vibration that seemed to come from the floorboards of the car. He killed the lights, plunging us into a darkness so thick I couldn't see my own hands for a heartbeat. "Open the door." I didn't move fast enough, so he did it for me. The door flew open, and the smell of damp earth and crushed pine hit me like a physical blow. Before I could even get my bearings, his hand was on my elbow, a grip that felt like a set of iron shackles. He hauled me out of the seat, my legs nearly buckling when my boots hit the uneven ground. I stumbled, my balance shot from hours of being cramped in the cabin, but he didn't give a fuck. He just tightened his hold, his fingers digging into the soft skin above my joint, and shoved me toward the porch. I looked at the woods again, the dark gaps between the trunks looking like open mouths. I thought about bolting just for a split second, but I'm not a moron. Gideon was a fucking predator. In this terrain, he'd have me pinned to the dirt before I could even draw a full breath. I was dependent on the man who'd kidnapped me, and that realization made me want to vomit. "Keep up," he growled, his eyes scanning the tree line. He pulled a pair of thermal optics from his pocket, the green glow reflecting in his slate-gray eyes as he did a professional sweep of the perimeter. He wasn't worried about me running. He was worried about what was coming for us. "The woods won't protect you, Greer. Only I can." I kicked a loose stone on the driveway, the sound echoing through the trees like a gunshot. "Protect me? Is that what we're calling this? Because it feels a lot more like a slow-motion execution." He didn't answer. He just dragged me up the rotting porch steps, the wood groaning under his weight. The city was all surveillance and digital footprints, but this was primitive custody. I traded the luxury of a glass-walled high-rise for wood and dirt. He reached for the heavy deadbolt, the key turning with a metallic finality that sounded like a coffin lid slamming shut. The inside of the cabin smelled like stale ash, mice, and a decade of dust. It was one big room, dominated by a fireplace choked with gray soot, and a scarred wooden table that looked like it had seen its share of bad nights. Gideon found a generator hookup somewhere outside, and a single low-wattage lamp flickers on, casting long skeletal shadows across the walls. He immediately went to the windows, checking the latches, his movements efficient and robotic. I just stood there in the center of the room, wrapping my arms around myself, trying to stop the shivering that had nothing to do with the temperature. The luxury high-rise had at least felt like part of the world. This place was a void. I swiped a finger along the table, and it came away coated in grit. "See? Nothing but us," he said, his back to me. "Don't touch anything." He dropped our single bag on the table with a heavy thud. I watched him pull off his charcoal jacket, the expensive fabric looking completely unhinged in a room that looked like it belonged to a serial killer from the 70s. He lifted his right arm and winced, rotating his shoulder. I saw the way his shirt pulled against the muscle, and I remembered the taste of his blood in my mouth from when I'd bitten him back in the city. The bruise was probably a deep, ugly purple by now. "Good. I hoped it throbbed every time he moved. You forget quickly, don't you? He asked, catching me staring at the injury. He turned around, his eyes locking onto mine with that terrifying patient stillness. That required stitches, by the way. Don't try it again. Maybe don't give me a reason to, I snapped, though my voice sounded thin even to me. My heart was hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs, and I hated that he could probably hear it. Sit, Miranda. Now. He pointed to a rickety wooden chair by the fire pit. Don't move until I tell you to. I wanted to tell him to go fuck himself, but my feet moved before my brain could even formulate the insult. I dragged the chair back, the screech of wood on wood making my teeth ache. I sat, feeling the rough grain through my trousers, watching him check a hidden bolt on a trapdoor in the floor. He was treating me like high-value cargo. Secure the perimeter, check the locks, inventory the asset. The audacity of this man was actually staggering. Where are we? I asked, my throat feeling like I'd swallowed a handful of sand. Nowhere, he said, his back to me again as he poked at the iron grate of the fireplace. Are we still near the city? Is this north? South? Irrelevant. Don't waste your breath on questions I won't answer. The total lack of information was a tactical move, and I knew it. He wanted me hyper-vigilant, spiraling small. I picked at a loose thread on my cuff, trying to channel the shaking in my hands into something else. I was disgusted by the fact that I was already looking to him for the next beat. My life had been reduced to his commands and the four walls of this shitty cabin. He walked into the kitchen area, the floorboards screaming under his boots, and produced a bottle of water. He didn't hand it to me, he threw it. I caught it with trembling hands, my bruised wrist flinching at the impact. Stay hydrated, he said, leaning against the counter and watching me drink. You're no good to me passed out. I sucked down half the bottle in one long, desperate breath, the metallic taste of the water hitting the back of my throat. I watched him over the rim, his predatory grace making the small space feel even tighter. Is that all I am? Something to be used? He didn't answer. He just started walking toward me, his shadow stretching out across the floor until it engulfed the chair. He stopped so close his thighs brushed my knees. I refused to look up. I focused on the dark scars on his knuckles, the ones he probably got from breaking people's faces. Look at me when I speak to you. I'd rather look at the floor. Bad choice. Look at me. He reached down, his thumb and forefinger catching my chin. He didn't just tilt my head, he forced it up, his grip firm enough to be a warning. I met his slate-gray eyes, and the heat radiating off him was a shock compared to the damp chill of the cabin. He smelled like leather, expensive soap, and the cold night air. It was an intoxicating, terrifying mix. The rules have changed here, Miranda, he whispered, his voice dropping into that low growl that made my skin prickle. No more games. No more knives. Just obedience. There are no neighbors. No sirens. No help. Just me. His thumb dragged across my bottom lip, lingering on the exact spot he'd made bleed during our first night. He tightened his grip just enough to cause a throb of pain, and I hated the way my body responded with a traitorous shiver. And if I refuse? I breathed, the words barely making it past my teeth. You won't, he said, his face hardening. I'm not asking for submission anymore. I'm stating a fact of physics. He let go of my chin and gestured toward the small bedroom in the back. Get in there. The bedroom was worse than the main room. It was tiny, holding nothing but a heavy iron frame bed and a small, dusty trunk. The bed looked like an altar of sacrifice, the rusted iron bars of the headboard glinting in the faint light spilling from the other room. Gideon shoved the squeaky door open and pointed at the mattress. Strip? I want to see what the move did to you. Every bruise. Wait, I'm freezing, I said, my voice cracking. You have 5 seconds. Start with the shirt. He stood there with a terrifying, patient stillness, his hands resting on his belt. I hesitated, my fingers fumbling with the buttons of the oversized shirt he'd given me. I felt like a bug under a microscope. I slowly pulled the shirt over my head, the cold air hitting my skin like a slap. I peeled off the trousers, standing there in the middle of the room, naked and shivering. The dust motes danced in the dim light, magnifying how small I felt. "Don't cover yourself," he commanded when I tried to wrap my arms across my chest. "Let me look. Turn around." I did it. I felt the rough texture of the rug under my bare feet, the shudder running through my legs. He looked at me like I was a piece of equipment he needed to inventory, his gaze traveling from my heels to the back of my neck. When I turned back around, he was closer. His shadow engulfed me, and he reached for his waist. The click of the belt buckle was the loudest thing in the room. He unbuckled the heavy leather, the sound of it sliding through the loops making my stomach flip. It wasn't just a belt, it was a psychological trigger. "I need to be sure you understand the permanence of this location," he said, the leather dangling from his hand like a dark instrument. "What are you doing?" I whispered, backing up until the backs of my knees hit the iron bed frame. "Lie back. Now." I obeyed instantly. I hit the cold, thin sheets with a gasp, my eyes fixed on the belt. He stood over me, watching the fear build in my eyes, letting it simmer. "Spread your arms. Palms up. Please. Do it." He grabbed my wrists, his touch rough and efficient, and pulled them over my head toward the iron slats of the headboard. I let out a broken sound as he began to loop the thick leather around my wrists and the metal post. He didn't rush. He was clinical, ensuring the knot was secure and unforgiving. The iron was freezing against the delicate skin of my inner wrists, the leather biting into me as he pulled it tight. I was officially a fixture of the cabin. I was property. Gideon stepped back, his hands on his hips, a slow, dark satisfaction crossing his face. "Perfect." "Look away," I choked out, pulling against the restraint. The leather creaked, but it didn't give an inch. He didn't look away. He stepped in, his hands roaming over my ribs and hips. His touch was clinical at first, checking the bruises on my hip from where I'd slammed against the SUV door, but then his palm slowed. He lingered on the curve of my waist, his callous skin dragging against me. "Does that hurt, Miranda? Or do you just want me to press harder?" "Don't," I muffled, but my back arched involuntarily when his thumb scraped across my collarbone. He leaned down, his mouth hovering inches from my ear, his hot breath making me dizzy. "No one hears you here. No one saves you. No one but me will ever touch you again. You are mine, deep in the dirt." He used the tip of the leather belt, the part dangling past the knot, to trace a line from my throat down to my sternum. The slick sound of it against my skin made my breath hitch. I was tracking that cold leather, waiting for it to sting, but it just teased. "Does the thought of this scare you, witness?" "No," I lied, my voice shaking. He moved his hands to my inner thighs, spreading them wide. He applied pressure to a dark bruise just above my knee, his eyes detached. "You bruise easily. You are soft." "I'm tougher than I look," I snapped, but then he leaned down and tasted the salt on my abdomen, his tongue moving from my navel upward. I let out a sharp inhalation when he tugged on a curl of hair near my center. "You taste like fear and desperation." "Please stop playing games," I begged, struggling against the belt. The leather groaned with my movements, the iron headboard rattling. My body was acting entirely on its own now, signaling a panicked, feral desire I couldn't suppress. "Good. Fight it," he growled. "Then feel the leash." He positioned himself between my legs, rubbing the head of his hardened cock against my entrance. He didn't go in. He just teased, spreading my own slickness onto himself with the heel of his palm. "Ask for it properly, Miranda." "Please," I gasped, my knuckles white against the iron. I need you inside." He didn't hesitate then. He entered me with a brutal, single thrust that pinned me to the mattress. I cried out, the sound absorbed by the log walls and the absolute silence of the woods. He stayed still for a second, anchoring me down with his hips, his slate eyes locked onto mine. "Stay quiet. Take it." "Oh God." My head thrashed back against the headboard, my hair a messy halo against the iron bars. I bit my lip hard, trying to keep the noise in, but he wasn't having it. He started a slow, relentless pace, his knuckles grazing the iron as he pumped into her. I own that noise too. Save it for me. Fuck. I whispered, the word lost in a ragged gasp. He leaned down during a particularly deep thrust and bit the sensitive skin of my shoulder, right next to the mark I'd given him. The stinging pain spiked with the pleasure, sending a violent convulsion through my body. My bite. Match yours. Yes. I screamed, finally letting the noise go. He gripped my waist, his fingers digging into my flesh, and sped up. The iron bed frame started groaning and rattling loudly against the wooden floor. A rhythmic, violent metallic scream that filled the room. A cloud of dust rose from under the rug, dancing in the low light. Don't hold back. I want you loud. I can't think. The climax hit me like a physical wrecking ball. It was a jagged, vocal release that momentarily filled the entire cabin, my body pulsing around him in waves of total surrender. My eyes flew open, and for a second the world was nothing but his face and the crushing weight of his body. Gideon? Mine? You are only mine. He followed me seconds later, his release silent and heavy. He dropped his forehead onto mine, his breath coming in hot, ragged bursts. He didn't pull away. He stayed there, his heart slamming against my ribs in the same desperate rhythm as mine. My flesh, he rasped. Yours, I whispered, the fight finally drained out of me. We stayed like that for a long time, the coolness of the room slowly returning as the sweat dried on our skin. The only sound was the generator humming outside, and the occasional pop of the settling timber. Eventually, he reached up and began to unbind my wrists with slow, deliberate movements. When the leather fell away, my hands felt heavy, useless. I slowly rubbed the raw, red skin where the belt had cut in. Don't move, he said, pulling the thin, scratchy blanket over us. You sleep here now. I looked at the belt lying on the floor, a dark coil in the shadows. The belt? I'll keep it close, he said, his voice already drifting toward sleep. I lay there in the dark, the reality check finally hitting. I was miles from anywhere, bound to a killer in a rotting cabin, and I just begged him to take me. I should have felt some kind of profound tragedy, but all I felt was the dull throb in my wrists and the overwhelming exhaustion of finally belonging to something, even if that something was a monster. I closed my eyes and let the silence of the woods take the rest.
Chapter 14. Gideon, POV. The woods don't have a pulse. Back in the city, there's a constant hum. Sirens, tires on wet asphalt, the collective breathing of 5 million people trying not to get fucked over by the system. Out here at the edge, the silence is a physical weight. It's unhinged. I stood by the window, watching the grainy feed on the perimeter monitors. Nothing but a thick curtain of trees, and the occasional flicker of a squirrel looking for a place to die. Jagger had been gone for 2 hours, and the isolation was already starting to gnaw at the back of my skull. It's too quiet. When it's this quiet, you hear your own thoughts too loud, and my thoughts were currently circling the woman on the sofa like a shark that hadn't eaten in a week. Merritt wasn't going to sit on his hands. He's a tactical prick, and the fact that he hadn't sent a cleanup crew yet meant he was either waiting for me to do the job, or he was zeroing in on our coordinates with something heavy. I reached for the oily rag on the counter, and went back to the disassembled frame of my service pistol. The steel was cold, mechanical, and predictable. I liked it. Every part had a purpose. I looked over at Miranda. She was curled into a ball on that shitty, worn-out sofa, her fingers tracing the faded floral patterns like she was trying to read Braille. She looked wrecked. The high-rise had been a cage, but this place was a tomb if she didn't start talking. This isn't the city, Miranda. There are no safe walls here. She didn't even flinch. Just kept staring at the fabric. Every sound out there is a threat. Every lie you tell makes that threat closer. You think you're playing some high-stakes game of hide-and-seek, but you're dead-ass wrong. This is a survival check, and you're failing. I snapped the slide back onto the frame. The metallic clack echoed through the room, sharp as a gunshot. She finally looked up, her amber eyes wide and clouded with that specific kind of exhaustion that comes from realizing your life is a dumpster fire. She looked fragile as hell, like a stray animal that didn't know if I was going to feed it or kick it. But I knew better. Behind those eyes was a brain that functioned on spreadsheets and forensic trails. She was hiding secrets that would either save us or get us both executed by a firing squad in some nameless ditch. I needed to break that professional armor before the syndicate broke us. I walked over to the wood stove and grabbed the metal mug I'd left on top. The water inside was near scalding. I didn't give a fuck. I walked over and stood over her, my shadow swallowing her whole. I set the mug down on the low table, hard enough to make the cheap wood rattle. Sit. Drink it all. She blinked slowly, her teeth chattering. I'm not thirsty. I didn't ask if you wanted it. You look like hell, Greer. You have 10 minutes to warm up before we talk truth. Drink. She reached out, her fingers trembling as she wrapped them around the hot metal. I saw her wince as the heat bit into her numb skin, but she didn't let go. Good. Obedience is a habit, and I needed her in the habit of doing exactly what I fucking said. She took a sip, the steam curling around her face, making her look even smaller. I leaned against the wall, checking the bandage on my shoulder. The movement was stiff, the bullet graze from the harbor still screaming every time I moved too fast. I saw her watching me. Her gaze drifted to the jagged scar on my jawline, the one I'd earned in a shithole alley in Aleppo. She looked at it with this dark familiarity, like she was starting to recognize the map of my violence. I caught her looking and pointed a finger at the faint bruise on her hip, the one I'd left when I hauled her out of the high-rise. We are both bleeding because you wanted to play the hero, Miranda. Stop looking at me like I'm the problem. I'm the only solution you have left. You're the one who kidnapped me, she whispered, her voice raspy from the cold. I'm the one who didn't put a bullet in your brain the second I saw you at that warehouse. There's a distinction there you should probably start appreciating. Every wound I carry right now is a direct consequence of the shit you're refusing to surrender. My life is on the line because of your silence. You think I'm gonna keep taking hits for a woman who won't even give me the names of the people trying to kill us? I started circling the sofa. I'm a big man, and in this cramped-ass cabin I felt like a wolf in a birdcage. I wanted her to feel the pressure of my proximity, the way the air changed when I got close. She had to pivot her head to keep me in sight, her knuckles white around that mug. Let's talk about the manifest, Miranda. Not the fluff. Not the shell companies. I'm talking about the secondary accounts you were reviewing when the hit went down. $500 million doesn't just move through a harbor warehouse without a digital signature that means something. What did the encryption key open? She took another shaky drink. I told you. I just saw the books. I didn't memorize the names. It was all codes, Gideon. Don't lie to me. It's insulting. You're a forensic accountant. Your entire job is memorizing the architecture of a lie. You don't risk your life for a murder. You risk it for $500 million worth of ledger entries that link the syndicate to someone they can't afford to have exposed. Tell me what was on the final pages. I stopped moving and grabbed a heavy wooden chair, dragging it across the floor with a screech that set my teeth on edge. I slammed it down directly in front of her and sat, my knees boxing her in, forcing her to stay pinned against the sofa cushions. I leaned in, my face inches from hers. The smell of the woods and the stale smoke was being drowned out by the scent of her, fear and something else, something sweeter that made my blood run hot despite the cold. You think this is about a drug shipment? You're smarter than that. This is about cleaning up gubernatorial fingerprints. Merritt and the syndicate aren't just hunting a witness. They're hunting a WMD. You hold the names of the people who actually own this city, don't you? Every second you hide that truth, you put my life on the line. I won't suffer a liability, Miranda. You were reading the names of kings, not pawns. Her psychological walls were visibly crumbling. I could see it in the way her pupils dilated, the way her breath hitched. I reached out and hooked my finger into the messy knot of her auburn hair, pulling just enough to tilt her head back. Who was on the manifest, Miranda? Fuck the games. Who pays the intermediaries? I need your word, she stammered, her voice breaking. I need your word you won't use this to run deeper into their filth. If I tell you, we're both dead. There's no coming back from it. Christ, I spat the word a low growl. You still think you have leverage. You have nothing but my time, and you repay me with obedience. You have no leverage. A lie means I put a bullet in you and walk away. Don't make me walk away, Miranda. I am not asking. I am demanding the price of your life. Tell me the names, and I will make you forget everything else exists. A single tear streaked down her cheek, leaving a wet trail on her skin. She looked defeated. Not just tired, but fundamentally broken in the way that matters. She knew the truth had to come out. I could feel the adrenaline surging off her, but it wasn't just terror anymore. It was something sharper, something feral. She was shaking, but her body was leaning toward me, not away. I stood up abruptly, reaching down to grab her wrists. I didn't do it gently. I hauled her to her feet, her body stumbling against my chest. She was soft and small, and the feel of her pressed against my suit jacket made my dick pulse behind my fly. I didn't lead her to the bed. The bed was for sleeping, for comfort. This wasn't about comfort. This was an extraction. I dragged her toward the heavy, cold, wooden kitchen table in the corner of the room. The desk was too easy. The bed is too kind, I muttered, my voice dropping into that gravelly register that usually meant someone was about to get wrecked. You'll confess right here. Move. Sit. Now. I shoved the few dirty dishes and a stray tin cup off the table with a sweeping gesture. The cup hit the floor with a loud, tinny clang, but I didn't look at it. I lifted her and set her on the edge of the table, my hand spanning her waist. I pinned her there with my gaze, my thumbs digging into her skin. I want the truth so clean you can taste it, Miranda. I will make you beg for the release of telling me everything. Don't make this take longer than it needs to. I didn't wait for her to agree. I reached down and parted her legs with a surge of brute strength, forcing her hips forward until she was right at the edge of the wood. Her hair fell completely out of its knot, spilling over her shoulders in a wild auburn curtain. I didn't give her time to breathe. I started stripping her, not like a lover but like a man taking what he's owed. I pulled her leggings down and shifted her shirt up, exposing her core to the biting chill of the cabin air. She gasped, her skin pebbling immediately. Whose name was on the digital signature, Miranda? Start talking or start aching. It was a series of offshore accounts, she whispered, her eyes darting to the window. No. That's the smoke. I need the fire. Deeper, Miranda. These are intermediaries. Who pays them? I moved my hand between her thighs. She was already wet, a slick, contradicting mess of terror and arousal. I used my thumb to find her center, pressing down with enough pressure to make her back arch off the table. She closed her eyes, a low moan escaping her throat that sounded more like a sob. Look at me, I commanded, my voice a low vibration she could probably feel in her bones. You tell me everything while you feel this. Don't move. Don't fight. I leaned in and bit the sensitive skin below her ear, my other hand clamping down on her hip to keep her still. I pushed 2 fingers inside her, the wet heat of her swallowing me whole. She was so tight it was like a vice, her muscles fluttering against my intrusion. Tell me the first set of account numbers, or I stop this right now. Use your voice. Not for lies, but for me. 10496, she choked out, her fingers digging into the wood of the table behind her. I could hear the scrape of her fingernails as she left parallel score marks in the grain. It was the Meridian Group. But they're just a front for the Port Authority's pension fund. Deeper, Miranda. Who controls the fund? I increased the speed, my fingers working a relentless rhythmic pace that had her breath coming in jagged stabs. I didn't give her a second to settle. I wanted her overstimulated, her brain fried by the rush of dopamine and the cold air hitting her wet skin. Faster? You want faster? Then tell me the truth, Miranda. Tell me the name of the file. The Lazarus Protocol, she screamed, her head throwing back, her throat arching like a bow. I stopped. Just like that. I pulled my hand back, leaving her suspended on the edge of a cliff. She whimpered, her hips stuttering as she tried to find the contact again. She pushed weakly at my chest, her eyes wide and bloodshot. Not yet. Not until I have the rest. Who was there? Who signed off on the execution? I can't. Gideon, please. Just finish it. Please. You lie one more time, and I leave you like this all night. You want the release? Earn it. Give me the names of the bagmen. She broke. The silence of the cabin was shattered by her sobbing out the names of high-level politicians, state senators I'd seen on the news, and cartel bagmen who were supposed to be untouchable. The list was a death warrant for everyone on it. My blood was cold now. This was bigger than I'd even imagined. Merritt wasn't just cleaning up a hit, he was protecting a goddamn regime. I re-engaged, but this time I moved my head down. I used my mouth on her with a savage intensity, my tongue finding her and driving her toward a peak she couldn't escape. She lost all sense of where she was, her hands clutching the back of my head, holding me there as she screamed names into the rafters. Every name she spoke was met with more pressure, more friction, until she was near delirious. Give me the names that matter. Speak. Say the politicians' names. Senator Vane and the governor's chief of staff, she wailed, her body convulsing. I pulled back again, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. My heart was thudding against my ribs like a hammer. The air in the cabin was thick with the scent of sex and fear. I looked at her, truly looked at her. She was shaking so hard, the table was rattling against the floor. Wait, say that last name again. The one who signed the final requisition for the hit. The one who authorized the harbor sweep. It's Blythe, she whispered, her voice a ghost of itself. Just fuck me, Gideon, please. Make it stop. I froze. My hands gripped her hips so hard, I knew I'd leave fresh bruises by morning. I stared into her eyes, searching for any hint of a lie, any scrap of deception. There was nothing but raw, bleeding truth. Say it again. Say his name right now. Blythe Greer, she sobbed, the name a jagged piece of glass leaving her throat. My father. He ordered the hit. He wanted the books clean, and he wanted me gone. He knew I'd find it. He knew I wouldn't stop. Christ. Her own father. That made her not just a witness, but a loose end of a high-profile political operation. It changed everything. My obsession with her wasn't just a distraction anymore. It was a goddamn crusade. He'd sold his own blood to keep a ledger clean. I didn't say another word. I unzipped my trousers and entered her with a single forceful thrust. The impact knocked the air out of her, the table scraping heavily on the floor. She screamed, not just from the physical shock, but from the weight of the betrayal she'd finally spoken aloud. There it is. The truth, I growled, my face inches from hers. I started to move, a slow grinding rhythm that was more about possession than pleasure. Mine. You're mine now, Miranda. And your father owns nothing. I fucked her with a relentless focus, every movement a declaration of war. I kept repeating the name Greer against her mouth, making her hear the name of the man who'd betrayed her while I was the one anchoring her to the world. She hit her climax with a primal scream that vibrated against my chest, her body convulsing wildly around me as she sobbed into my shoulder. I felt her nails digging into my suit, her teeth biting into my skin, but I didn't stop until I finished deep inside her, the intensity of it leaving me drained and hollowed out. I collapsed against her for a moment, my breathing heavy and labored. The interrogation was over. The names were burned into my memory. We weren't just running from a cartel anymore. We were running from the entire goddamn state. I pulled her half off the table and onto my chest, wrapping a rough towel around her trembling shoulders. She was still crying, her breath coming in ragged gasps, but she was clinging to me like I was the only thing keeping her from floating away into the dark. Good girl. You told me everything. I reached up and stroked her hair, my fingers lingering on the scar on her hip. She had nothing left now. No family, no career, no safety. Just me. And I had a new purpose, dismantling the world that had tried to throw her away. I looked toward the dark window. The woods were still silent, but the war had finally found us. You're mine now, Miranda, I whispered into the cold air. And every son of a bitch who comes after you belongs to me. The only sound in the room was the steady rhythmic drip of the leaking kitchen faucet. It sounded like a clock ticking down to 0. I didn't give a fuck. I held her tighter, my hand possessively over her heart. We were monsters now, but at least we were together in the dark.
Chapter 15. Miranda POV. My wrists hurt. That's the first thing I register when the gray, sickly light of morning starts bleeding through the window of this godforsaken cabin. It's a deep rhythmic throb that keeps time with my heartbeat, a reminder of the leather belt Gideon used to anchor me to the bed frame last night. I pull my arms up, squinting through the dimness to see the faint red rings etched into my skin. They look like bracelets made of raw meat. I flex my fingers, wincing as the movement pulls on the bruised tendons. It's unhinged, honestly. The fact that I'm lying here in a bed that smells like wood rot and stale cigarettes, looking at marks left by a man who was literally hired to erase me from existence, and my first instinct isn't to scream. It's to check where he is. I'm becoming that girl, the one in the documentaries who starts making excuses for the guy with the serial killer eyes. I catch a stray thread on the wool blanket and pull it, watching the tension build until it snaps with a tiny sharp sound. I'm a forensic accountant. I deal in cold, hard numbers. I track the flow of money to find the rot. But there's no ledger for this. There's no math that explains why my body feels like it's being rewired to respond only to him. My mind is screaming that this is a hostage situation, a tactical nightmare, but my skin is still humming from where he touched me. It's a biological glitch. It has to be. My wrists hurt. Gideon doesn't look at me. He's standing by the window, his massive 6 feet 4 inches frame cutting a black silhouette against the misty pines outside. He's just in sweatpants, the low-slung fabric hanging off his hips, revealing the corded muscles of a back that looks like it was carved out of granite and then put through a meat grinder. The scars are everywhere, jagged lines, puckered entry wounds, history written in violence. He's got his arms crossed over his chest, his slate-gray eyes fixed on something in the tree line. He's brooding, and not the sexy, misunderstood hero kind of brooding. It's the kind where he's calculating how many bodies he has to drop to get us out of the mess I just handed him. Last night, I told him about Merritt. I told him the strategist of his own syndicate was the one who let the leak happen. I pulled him into my mess, and now he's processing the betrayal. He's been standing there for 10 minutes without moving a single muscle, except for the way his jaw keeps clenching and releasing. The muscle there is twitching like a live wire. Stop looking at me like that. Did you sleep? You're making too much noise, Miranda. I wasn't even talking. My brain is just loud. The silence in this place is a physical weight, broken only by the wind whistling through the gaps in the logs. It's freezing. The air coming off that window glass must be sub-zero, but Gideon doesn't seem to feel it. He's a machine. A high-level cartel enforcer who probably doesn't have the hardware for things like temperature or remorse. He looks less like a man right now, and more like a caged apex predator waiting for the door to be kicked in. I wonder if he's thinking about Merritt's throat, or if he's thinking about mine. I try to swing my legs over the side of the bed, my muscles stiff and protesting. I just want to stand up. I want to feel like a human being, instead of a piece of furniture he's currently storing in this dump. The moment my feet hit the cold floorboards, Gideon is there. He moves with that terrifying, predatory speed that makes my heart lurch into my throat. One second he's across the room, the next his hand is heavy on my shoulder, his fingers digging into the muscle. He doesn't say a word, just exerts enough pressure to force me back down. My shoulder hits the wooden headboard with a dull thud. Stay. I need to move, Gideon. My legs are cramping. I'm not a dog. I said stay. Don't test me this morning. My head is already full. Then let me help. You can't just keep me pinned here like a butterfly in a display case. Sit back, Miranda. Don't make me tell you a third time. I huff, a sound of pure frustration, and lean my head back against the wood. The audacity of this man. He treats my autonomy like it's a suggestion he's already rejected. But then his hand moves. He doesn't pull away. Instead, he sits on the edge of the mattress, the springs groaning under his weight. He reaches out and takes my right wrist, his callous thumb rubbing over the bruised skin where the belt bit in. It's not a gentle movement. It's clinical. He's inspecting the damage like he's checking the tread on a tire. He uses the tip of his thumbnail to trace the raised welt left by the buckle, his eyes dark and unreadable. You mark too easily. Does that hurt? Only when you touch me. He doesn't apologize. Gideon Stride doesn't have that word in his vocabulary. But the steadiness of his touch is strangely grounding. It's the closest thing to care I've felt since he dragged me out of that alleyway. It's a total mindfuck. He's the one who gave me the bruises, and now he's the one monitoring their healing. The cognitive dissonance is staggering. I should be pulling away, I should be spitting in his face, but I'm just watching him. Watching the way his hot, dry skin feels against the freezing air of the room. He's calculating the damage, not offering comfort, but my body is so starved for a non-violent touch that I'm practically leaning into it. Eat. You're shaking. I'm cold, Gideon. It's like 10 degrees in here. He doesn't answer. He just wordlessly scoops me up. He doesn't ask if I want to be carried, he just does it, lifting me like I weigh nothing. I wrap my arms around his neck instinctively, my face pressed against the rough, warm skin of his shoulder. He smells like cedar and gun oil and something else, something primal that makes my stomach flip. He carries me into the main room and sets me down in a rickety wooden chair by the stone hearth. The cabin is a disaster, Spartan, dusty, smelling intensely of pine resin and old ash. It's a prison, but looking at the thick logs and the heavy door, it feels more like a fortress. I can walk, you know. Do you want me to drop you? I slide my bare feet across the rough-hewn floorboards and shiver. Gideon kneels by the fireplace, stacking kindling with military precision. I watch him. I can't help it. The light from the small window catches the jagged white scar across his jawline. I've seen it 100 times, but today it looks different. It looks like a survival mark. I realize for the first time that this monster was once vulnerable. Someone somewhere tried to end him. They failed, obviously, but they left their mark. He's a survivor who ran out of apologies a long time ago. Who did that to you? Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to, Miranda. I'm serious. Was it Merritt? Was it someone else in the syndicate? Gideon winces slightly as he handles a heavy log, a momentary flash of pain crossing his face. His shoulder is tight. Probably from hauling me around or from the fight he had to put up to get us here. He doesn't look at me. The wood cracks under his hands as he expert stacks the logs. I asked you a question, Gideon. And I told you to drop it. You're distracting yourself. You think if you find the man under the suit, you'll find a way to control me. You won't. I'm not trying to control you. I'm trying to understand why you're protecting a woman you were supposed to kill. He strikes a match, the sulfur smell biting the air. The flame catches the dry tinder, and the fire starts to roar, sending a wave of heat toward my knees. He stands up, looming over me, his shadow completely eclipsing the chair. He places a tin plate of warmed beans and a chunk of stale bread on the small table in front of me. Eat. Every bite. Now? I'm not hungry. You don't have a choice. Fuel is necessary. This isn't a demand, it's an order. Eat, or I'll force feed you myself. Jesus, fine. You're so dramatic. I pick up the fork, the metal cold in my hand. He stays right there, watching me take the first bite. He's asserting control over my most basic functions, and I hate that I'm letting him. But the food is warm, and the fire is starting to take the edge off the chill. We sit in a long, heavy silence. He stares into the flames, his expression flat and cold. I find myself settling into the routine. The fear is still there, tucked away in the back of my mind, but it's being replaced by this weird, symbiotic acceptance. I'm not planning to run. Where would I go? The woods are endless, and the people hunting me are professional killers. Gideon is the only thing standing between me and a shallow grave. Merritt was family to you, wasn't he? I said, shut up, Miranda. Did you know he was capable of selling you out? Or did you just assume everyone was as cold as you? Gideon's jaw clenches so hard I think his teeth might shatter. He doesn't meet my gaze. He just stares into the fire, his slate eyes reflecting the orange glow. The metallic tang of tension in the air is so thick, I can taste it. I hit a nerve. A deep one. He's processing a betrayal from the only person he probably ever trusted, and he's doing it while babysitting the witness who told him. I finish the food and push the plate away, leaning my head against the cool stone of the fireplace mantel. I feel exhausted. Not just physically, but deep in my bones. Thank you. Gideon shifts his weight, the floorboards creaking. He doesn't say, you're welcome. He doesn't even acknowledge the words. But he doesn't move away. We just exist in that space for a long time, the only sound the crackle of the logs and the heavy rhythmic sound of his breathing. I'm safe here. Not because he's a good man, he's a fucking monster, but because he owns me. And in this world, possession is the only form of protection that actually works. I reach out, my fingers ghosting over his scarred knuckles where his hand rests on the chair arm. It's a test. A reach for something human. Gideon's reaction is instantaneous. He catches my hand, his grip crushing and possessive, pulling me out of the chair and toward him. His eyes are dark, focused, and completely unhinged. Miranda. Don't pull away from me. I'm not pulling away. He pulls me completely onto his lap, shifting us both down to the thick, faded rug in front of the hearth. His large hands are already moving, disappearing under the oversized shirt he gave me, finding the sensitive skin of my waist. He's hot. Like fever hot. His body is a furnace against mine. The firelight is the only thing illuminating the room, casting long, dancing shadows against the walls. The quiet of the cabin is gone, replaced by the sudden loud sound of our breathing. You feel good, captive. Gideon, please. His mouth finds my neck, right over the bruising from earlier. He's not being gentle. He's claiming the skin with a low, vibrating growl that vibrates through my entire chest. He's leaving new marks, deliberate ones. Declarations of ownership. I dig my fingers into the corded muscles of his shoulders, seeking stability, as he rips the shirt down the middle. The sound of tearing fabric is sharp, decisive, and final. You belong here. Mark me, Gideon. Mark me now. I'm nothing but friction and want. I want the violence of his need to drown out everything else. I want to forget Merritt, forget my father, forget the blood on the warehouse floor. I want to be the witness, and I want him to be the verdict. He strips me slowly, his eyes tracking every inch of my skin like he's committing a map to memory. He's taking his time, making me wait, forcing me to watch him watch me. He uses the zipper of his own pants to slice through the belt loop of my jeans. A small, unnecessary act of dominance that makes my breath hitch. Look at me, Miranda. You will not look away. I'm looking. Perfect. He turns me around roughly, pushing me onto my hands and knees. My chest is pressed against the warm wooden floorboards, the grit of the cabin floor scraping against my skin while he kneels behind her. He's so much bigger than me. He completely eclipses me. He wraps his fingers tight around my waist, flexing his strength, letting me feel the raw power he's holding back. Get ready for me. Gideon enters me with a single deep thrust that feels like it's going to split me in half. I let out a sharp gasp, sucking air through my teeth as my body tries to adjust to his size. He stays perfectly still, anchored inside me, his weight pinning me to the floor. It's an assertion of space, of dominance. You are built for this. Still mine. He starts to move, and it's not the frantic, desperate sex of the high-rise. This is methodical. This is a siege. He uses his weight to anchor me down, his hands splayed wide on my hips as he establishes a rhythmic, punishing depth. Every thrust makes the rug bunch under my knees. The dull thud of his hips hitting me is the only clock that matters. It's not love. It's possession. And the depth of it feels like salvation. Take it, Miranda. Every inch. Too slow. Fuck, Gideon, go faster. Quiet. You wait for my permission. Patience, little one. I moan loudly, the sound muffled by the floorboards. My fingers claw at the rug, ripping strands of fiber out. I'm begging him for more speed, for some kind of release, my usual sharp intellect replaced by a raw, primitive hunger. I don't care about the ledger. I don't care about the rot. I just want him to break me. Gideon's stamina is relentless. He ignores my pleas, slowing down even further, his breath hot and ragged against my ear. He tilts my head back sharply by gripping my chin, forcing me to hold still while he continues that excruciatingly slow, deep pace. Tell me what you need, Miranda. Beg for it. Please. Please, Gideon. He curses, a guttural sound, and flips me over onto my back. He pulls my legs over his broad shoulders, opening me up completely. I look up into those slate-gray eyes and I see it, the raw, unadulterated obsession. It's a mirror of my own darkness. My hair is splayed across the dirty rug, catching the firelight like copper wires. He looks like he wants to devour me. Look at me. What am I to you? Everything. You're everything, you monster. He uses his thumb to press hard against my bottom lip, forcing my mouth open just enough to see the pink interior. He whispers something vulgar into the gap, something about how he likes seeing me broken, and then he starts to move again. The friction is unbearable. The smell of sweat, smoke, and sex is thick in the air. I can feel my control slipping away, the edges of my vision blurring. I need you hard and loud now. Tell me you're mine. I'm yours. I'm fucking yours. I hit a shattering, prolonged peak, my body arching off the floor with a scream trapped in my throat. I can't breathe, I can't think. Gideon follows shortly after, his entire body tensing with a violent release that leaves him shuddering. He let out a rough, unintelligible curse, his jaw clenching so hard I can hear his teeth grind. He collapses onto my chest, his weight crushing and comforting all at once. In the aftermath, he doesn't pull away. He stays deep inside me, his heavy breathing the only sound in the cabin. He's maintaining the physical connection, his sweat cooling against my skin. I absently run my fingers through the damp hair at the back of his neck. It's a touch I never imagined giving, a gesture of comfort for a man who doesn't know how to receive it. He needs this. He needs to confirm I'm real, that he hasn't lost everything. Don't move. I'm not going anywhere, Gideon. He finally pulls out and rolls over, pulling me tightly into his side. He throws a rough wool blanket over both of us, his arm a heavy bar across my waist. I rest my head on his scarred chest, listening to the steady, unyielding beat of his heart. The smoky, earthy smell of the blanket settles over us. I am tied to him now, in blood and in flesh. He is my dark sanctuary, the monster that keeps the other monsters away. Sleep, Miranda. You keep the monsters out. He doesn't answer, but his grip on me tightens. Outside the wind is still howling through the pines, but inside by the dying fire there's only us. And for right now, that's the only math that matters.
Chapter 16. Gideon, POV. I wake up before the sun even thinks about hitting the tree line. No alarm. I don't need a fucking clock when my internal rhythm is wired to a hair trigger. I'm vertical before I even realize I'm conscious, my hand already hovering over the grip of the Glock on the nightstand. It's a reflex, a sickness. I look down at the bed, and there she is. Miranda. She's dead to the world, buried under the heavy wool blankets like she's trying to hide from the reality of the last 48 hours. I don't move for a long minute. I just watch her. I take inventory of what's mine. The yellowish-purple marks on her wrists from the leather belt yesterday are vivid in the gray morning light. They're like a goddamn receipt. I trace the bruising on her shoulder where I bit her, a precise dark mark that says everything it needs to. I claimed her. I branded her. And now, the realization that her piece of shit father and the rest of the syndicate are probably burning through resources to find us makes my blood feel like it's full of battery acid. It's a surge of possessive fury I haven't felt in a decade. I'm guarding a treasure that the rest of the world wants to bury, and I'll be damned if I let them touch a single hair on her head. I reach out, my callous thumb brushing a stray strand of auburn hair from her cheek. She's so soft it's offensive. The contrast between my scarred knuckles and her skin is a joke, a reminder of the violence I bring into her orbit every time I breathe. You sleep like the dead, Greer. Too much quiet in that head of yours. Every one of those bruises is a reminder of who owns your breath. My patience for this hunt is razor thin, and if they think they're taking you back, they're fucking delusional. I roll out of bed and head for the tactical setup in the main room. I'm moving on autopilot, my joints popping in the cold air. I grab the ruggedized tablet and start cycling through the camera feeds. Infrared looks clean. Thermal is showing nothing but the occasional squirrel or the heat signature of the generator humming out back. The silence out there is too fucking perfect. It's unnatural. Usually there's a deer or some birds making noise, but right now it's just the white noise of the wind through the pines. I sent Jagger away 2 days ago to keep the trail cold, and the isolation is exactly what I demanded, but it's starting to feel like a trap. The silence isn't safety. It's the calculated absence of a threat before the hammer drops. I know Merritt. He's an old dog, but he's the one who taught me how to lie. He knows my marine disposal story is horseshit. He's going to send professionals, not some low-rent thugs with cheap Glocks and zero discipline. I wipe the condensation off the lens feed with the hem of my t-shirt, my jaw tight. This place smells too clean. Too quiet. They're using ghost protocols. Smart bastards. If I can't see them, it means they're already inside the perimeter of my digital net. Jagger needs to stay clean until I call for the extraction, but I'm starting to think the extraction is a pipe dream. I need to confirm the threat, then I need to adjust. Blythe Greer isn't just some corrupt suit, he's the head of the snake, and he's got the kind of resources that make a lone enforcer look like a fucking amateur. I'm in the kitchen loading magazines when I hear her. The floorboards creak, and then there she is, standing in the doorway wearing one of my oversized black t-shirts. She looks small, fragile, but those amber eyes are wide and wary, watching me like I'm a grenade with the pin pulled. I don't offer a good morning. I don't do that shit. I just keep slapping 9mm rounds into the mags, the mechanical click echoing in the small space. I need supplies. Stay off the windows. Where are you going? Into town. Non-traceable gear. Burner tech. I can't risk using the house lines anymore. She pauses, her hand brushing the doorframe. I see it. That flicker in her eyes. The old Miranda Greer, the one who thinks there's a civilized world waiting for her if she can just get to a phone. It's pathetic and it's dangerous. I drop the mag on the table and step toward her, my shadow swallowing her whole. Don't look at the door, Miranda. There is nothing out there for you, but more syndicate iron. Your father didn't send a search party, he sent a cleaning crew. You get me? How long will you be gone? As long as it takes. If I see one sign of movement on that road when I get back, I'll assume you ran. And if you run, you're dead before you hit the main highway. She flinches, twisting the fabric of the shirt in her hands. She won't look at me. Good. She needs to understand the gravity of this. She's not a witness anymore. She's a liability that I've decided to keep, and that makes her a target for every gun for hire in the tri-state area. I grab her wrist before I head for the door, hauling her into me until her chest hits my tactical vest. I can smell the sleep on her, that sweet warm scent that makes me want to throw her back on the bed and forget the world is ending. I grip her chin, forcing her to look at me. Slate gray into amber. If anyone comes near this door, you go to ground in that cellar crawl space. You don't make a fucking sound. You wait for my signal. What's the signal? You'll know it. You are my property, Miranda. I return for what is mine. Say it. Say you'll wait. Yes, Gideon. I'll wait. I let go of her jaw, the pressure leaving red marks on her skin. I don't apologize. I just grab my jacket and step out into the cold, the temperature drop hitting me like a physical blow. I need her fear of abandonment to anchor her here. It's better than her misplaced hope in an escape that doesn't exist. The drive into town is a goddamn exercise in paranoia. I'm in the mud-splattered truck, eyes scanning the rear view, the side mirrors, then a quick shoulder check. Pattern, repeat. Pattern, repeat. I'm a metronome. My military training is a fucking curse sometimes because I can't just drive a car. I have to execute a reconnaissance mission. I'm thinking about what she told me about Blythe. The man is a systematic monster. He's sloppy though. Powerful people always are. They think their money buys them a pass on the details. That's my only advantage. I'm planning a war against a network that could erase me with a phone call, and yet I've never felt more focused. It's manic. It's been years since I felt this alive, and I hate that she's the reason. I should be thinking about an exit strategy, but all I can think about is the way she felt pinned against the wall. Every mile is a risk. Get in, get out. Don't get distracted by the fact that you're basically a dead man walking. The general store in this town is a fucking joke. It smells like cinnamon and cheap coffee, the kind of place where people talk about the weather and who's sleeping with who. I look like a goddamn alien in here. I keep my head down under a faded baseball cap, grabbing bulk cans of chili, a high-caliber trauma kit, and 3 boxes of 9mm. The cashier, some girl who looks like she's never seen a day of real trouble in her life, gives me a smile that makes my skin crawl. Just the essentials, sir. Yeah. Long winter. I count out the crumpled bills, avoiding her eyes. Too much eye contact. Too much noise. I need to get the fuck out of here before my skin starts itching. I'm a wolf in a room full of sheep, and the smell of the place is making me aggressive. I need to confirm the dead drop with Jagger later, find out what Merritt is saying. He won't let my silence slide for much longer. He's going to realize I'm not just disposing of her, I'm hiding her. I'm loading the bags into the truck when I see it. A dark sedan. Audi, maybe a BMW. Recent model, tinted windows parked 2 blocks down near the square. It's too clean. It looks like a goddamn tuxedo in a room full of overalls. My heart does a slow, heavy thud against my ribs. Adrenaline spikes, sharp and immediate, hitting my blood like a shot of whiskey. They're here. Either Merritt's cleaners tracked my digital ghost, or Castor has people crawling through every small town within a 100-mile radius. I deliberately drop a can of chili near the tire, bending over to pick it up. I catch the license plate. No frame. Dealer tags are missing. That's a signature. Professional surveillance. Not local. Syndicate iron. They're not even trying to be subtle. They want me to know they're coming. Is it Castor's thugs or Merritt's people? Doesn't matter. The hunt is accelerating. I risked this trip for nothing. They're closer than I thought, and I just led them right to the neighborhood. I pull out of the lot, driving like a normal fucking citizen. I don't speed. I don't erratic weave. I head toward the old part of town, the section with the abandoned mills and the dead-end roads that lead to nowhere. I check the mirror. The sedan pulls out. 3 car lengths. Professional. They're patient. I feel a morbid sense of satisfaction. The waiting is the worst part. Now we can get to the blood. I check the retention strap on my holster, adjusting the air vents to hide the movement. Too patient for Castor, too sloppy for Merit. Must be hired freelance. Let's see if you like the woods, boys. You think I didn't see you? You're dead-ass wrong. I hit the Forest Service road and floor it. The truck groans, the suspension screaming as I bounce over ruts and rocks. I'm pushing 70 on a road meant for 15. I look back and see the sedan faltering, the low clearance of the European car catching on the uneven terrain. Rookie mistake, trying to follow a 4x4 into the brush on asphalt tires. I execute a series of brutal turns, gaining distance, my knuckles white on the wheel. Come on, baby, give me everything you got. I need 10 minutes. 10 minutes of clean air to get back to the cabin and prepare Miranda for the war one just brought to the porch. My blood is boiling. The paranoia is gone, replaced by a cold, functional urgency. I lost the scout, but the location is compromised. Hiding is over. We fight now. I park the truck deep in the tree line, a good quarter-mile from the cabin, and approach on foot. Weapon out. Safety off. I'm moving through the pine needles like a ghost, checking the tells I left. The strand of hair in the latch. Still there. The pebble near the foundation. Undisturbed. I let out a breath I didn't even know I was holding. She waited. Good girl. But this safety is a fucking lie. It's temporary. We have less than an hour before that scout calls in the coordinates and the heavy hitters arrive. She needs to be ready. I can't protect her from everyone, not if she's just standing there like a victim. I don't knock. I kick the door open and sweep the room, the muzzle of the Glock leading the way. Miranda is standing by the fireplace, her face pale. She didn't go to the cellar. Of course she didn't. I told you to go to the cellar. I heard the truck. You were driving too fast. Never assume the danger is over, Miranda. Never assume I'm safe. I holster the gun and start slamming the steel deadbolts home. The mechanical thunk echoes like a gunshot. She's watching me, her knuckles white as she clutches a tin mug of water. She sees the look on my face, the bloodless fury, the lethal edge. She knows the piece is over. How close? Close enough. They found the trail. We have company, probably Castor's advance team. They know the general vicinity. This cabin is compromised. We have to move. No. We fight here. They won't expect that. They'll expect us to run, to be vulnerable on the road. Here, I have the high ground and the reinforced walls. She doesn't panic. She doesn't scream. She just looks at me, her amber eyes steady, confirming that she's totally reliant on my brutality. She's processing it, the accountant's logic trying to make sense of a world where people come to kill you in the woods. She's absorbing it. She's changing. Good. Fear makes you stupid. Clarity makes you lethal. I move to the concealed safe in the floor, the heavy lid clicking open. I pull out the Sig Sauer P226. It's not my primary, but it's a tank. Reliable. I check the chamber, the brass casing glinting in the firelight. I originally kept her unarmed, because I wanted total control. I wanted her to know that I was the only thing standing between her and a shallow grave. But survival doesn't give a fuck about my ego. A gun in her hand doubles my defensive capability. This is the line. Once she holds iron, she's mine forever. There's no going back to tax returns and office cubicles after you've tasted the weight of a loaded pistol. She can kill. I saw it in her eyes when she spoke of her father. Miranda. Come here. I hold the pistol out, butt first. The black polymer looks like a void against the wood of the floor. She hesitates for a second, a long charged second where her old life is gasping its last breath. Take it. What am I supposed to do with this? Survive. You start by learning how to hold the damn thing. She reaches out, her fingertips brushing the checkered grip. She swallows hard, the weight of the steel surprising her. She looks scared, but she's not broken. I can mold fear. I can't do shit with broken. I step behind her, closing the distance until my chest is a solid wall against her back. I wrap my hands over hers, forcing her arms out into a weaver stance. I can feel her heart racing against my ribcage, a frantic rhythmic drumming. The proximity is immediate. It's erotic in a way that's fucked up, the life or death nature of the lesson acting like a goddamn aphrodisiac. Relax your shoulders. Feel the weight of the gun. Stand straight. You need to absorb the recoil, not fight it. Good. Stay right there. She leans back into me, seeking the stability of my body. She's shivering, but she's holding the stance. I adjust her fingers, my thumb dragging across the back of her hand with a pressure that's half correcting, half suggestive. My breath is hot against her ear. Focus. Sight alignment. It's the same as calculating interest, Miranda. Only the consequences are faster. If you flinch, you die. If you pull the shot, we both die. Hold steady. Hold me like I taught you to. I press my hips forward, demonstrating the center of gravity she needs. I feel her suck in a breath, as she feels the pressure of my erection against her thigh. I don't pull back. I want her to feel it. I want her to associate this danger, this weapon, with the raw heat of my body. I am imprinting myself on her survival instincts. Anchor yourself to me. I'm your wall. Feel that stability. That's what saves you. Don't move, Miranda. Not a fucking muscle. I pull back just an inch, letting her hold the stance on her own. Dry fire. She takes a shaky breath, aligns the sights on a knot in the wooden wall, and pulls the trigger. The metallic click is loud as hell in the quiet cabin. Clean break. Good job. Do it again. Faster this time. You listen to me, you live. Remember that. The approval hits her like a drug. I see it in the way she squares her shoulders. She's becoming my wary ally, a weapon I'm honing with my own hands. I take the pistol back and turn her around abruptly, my hand staying on her hips, digging in. I look down at her, my eyes dark. You need to promise me something, Miranda. If they take me, if they actually manage to put me down, you put a bullet in my skull. Don't be merciful. Be efficient. Don't let them take me alive to exchange for whatever lies they want. I won't let them have you. And I won't let them have me alive. Say you understand. I understand. She reaches up, her small hand covering the jagged scar on my jawline. She doesn't flinch. She doesn't look away. She's present in the darkness now. She's ready. I place the loaded cig directly on the kitchen table. It stays there, always in reach. I start unpacking the rest of the gear, tripwires, night vision, radios. The cabin is about to become a fortress. Sleep when you can. We won't be sleeping tomorrow. Stay ready. Stay sharp. We fight, Miranda. We don't run. I watch her pull a chair to the table, her eyes fixed on the black metal of the pistol. I'm putting everything on the line for her. If we walk away from this, she won't just be a witness. She'll be the only thing left of me. Now pass me that box of shells. We've got work to do.
Chapter 17. Miranda POV. The soap didn't do shit. I'd been scrubbing my hands for 10 minutes, the kind of aggressive, skin-raw friction that should have stripped the top layer of my epidermis right off, but the smell of gunpowder and gun oil was dead-ass embedded in my pores. It was acrid, metallic, and smelled like everything I used to be afraid of. Now it just smelled like Tuesday. I hated how fast I'd adjusted to the scent of violence, how my brain was already categorizing the recoil of that pistol as just another data point in my new, fucked-up reality. I threw the bar of soap back into the dish with a wet, heavy clatter that echoed through the small cabin kitchen, my knuckles throbbing from the cold water and the adrenaline that hadn't quite drained out of my system yet. I looked down at my hands, shaking just a little, and felt the sudden unhinged urge to laugh. A week ago, I was worried about tax shelters and auditing spreadsheets for a firm that probably didn't even remember my name by now. Today, I'd spent hours learning how to put a bullet through a man's throat, while the person who'd kidnapped me watched with the kind of pride a normal dad has for a kid at a piano recital. Gideon was standing by the window, a dark silhouette against the moonlight filtering through the gaps in the blackout curtains. He was doing that predatory stillness thing again, his body perfectly immobile, eyes tracking the shadows of the tree line like he was waiting for the woods to breathe wrong. It was terrifying, honestly. The audacity of him to just stand there, looking like a fucking god of war while I was having a midlife crisis at 28 over a bar of Dial soap. "The smell of it sticks, doesn't it?" he said, his voice a low grate that vibrated through the floorboards. I didn't look at him, drying my hands on a threadbare towel that felt like sandpaper against my skin. I still prefer the smell of solvent and cash. It's cleaner. This feels like I'm wearing a crime scene. I folded the towel, smoothing out the wrinkles with a precision that was definitely a trauma response, but I couldn't stop. I needed something to be orderly, when everything else was a fucking dumpster fire. I looked over at him, my gaze settling on the jagged scar that ran across his jawline. It was a silver-white line against his tan skin, a permanent reminder that someone had once gotten close enough to try and end him. Do you ever stop seeing threats out there? Or is it just a constant loop of how to kill everything that moves? He didn't turn around. He didn't even blink. Threats are the only thing that's real, Greer. Everything else is just a distraction. You think the woods are peaceful? They're just waiting for something to die so they can eat it. You have a strange relationship with the dark, I muttered, dropping the towel onto the counter. I took 2 slow, deliberate steps toward him. The kitchen was dim, the only light coming from the weak fixture over the stove, throwing long, distorted shadows across the linoleum. My heart was starting to do that heavy thud, thud, thud against my ribs again, and it wasn't because I was scared of him. Not in the way I used to be. It was a different kind of fear now, the fear of how much I wanted to be near him. I was becoming a goddamn cliché, a victim falling for her captor, but my brain was too tired to put up a fight. I needed a distraction from the panic of the afternoon, and he was the only thing in this cabin that felt solid. You haven't moved in 5 minutes. Tell me what you're seeing. I'm seeing what's there, he said. And what isn't? I closed the distance, stopping just shy of actually touching him. Up close he smelled like wood smoke, cold air, and that same metallic gun oil that was staining my hands. It was a dangerous combination, something primal that made my stomach flip in a way that had nothing to do with hunger. I looked up at the scar on his jaw again. It was puckered, old, but still brutal. Does it hurt when you talk? Or is that just the permanent tension? Gideon finally turned to face me. He didn't move fast, but it was definitive, his massive frame blocking out the window and looming over me like a mountain. His slate-gray eyes were cold, scanning my face for any sign of weakness, any hint that I was going to crack. He was coiled, a spring under tension, his hand resting casually near the holster on his hip. He looked like he was ready to draw on me just for asking a question. "Tell me about the scar," I said, my voice barely a whisper but steady. "I want to know where it came from. Don't make me wait, Gideon. I'm asking nicely." He let out a short, sharp huff of a breath, not a laugh, but the ghost of one. He looked at me like I was a particularly interesting bug he was deciding whether to crush or keep in a jar. "It's ugly, isn't it? Who dared to touch your face?" I asked, ignoring the insult. I lifted my hand, my fingers trembling just a little as I reached toward his jaw. I wanted to touch the damage. I wanted to see if the skin was as cold as his eyes. I'm not afraid of the answer. His hand shot out, catching my wrist an inch from his skin. His grip was firm, a warning in the form of physical contact, but he didn't squeeze. He just held me there, suspended in the space between us. I didn't struggle. I just met his gaze, my amber eyes locked onto his gray ones, refusing to be the first one to look away. After a long, agonizing second, he released my wrist, but he didn't pull back. Instead, he took his own thumb and dragged it hard along the length of the scar, his jaw tightening as he did it. 5 years ago, he said, his voice rougher than usual. A knife. A message. It was a warning from a man who thought he could buy my loyalty or scare me out of the city. He got the message across, I suppose. What happened to him? He's buried in a construction site in Queens, Gideon said flatly. It should have been my throat. He missed by half an inch. I didn't miss when it was my turn. He forced my chin up with a brief, rough tilt of his fingers, ensuring I saw every detail of the puckered tissue. Does that satisfy your curiosity, Greer? Or do you want a map of every time I almost died? The honesty was jarring. He wasn't trying to be a hero, he was just stating facts. He was a man made of violence, and he wasn't ashamed of it. I used my free hand to touch the scarred knuckles of the hand he had resting on the counter. The skin there was thick and calloused, the knuckles slightly misshapen from years of hitting things that were harder than him. He let out a low, rough exhale that sounded almost like a groan of pain, his posture losing a fraction of its iron rigidity for the first time since we'd arrived at this hellhole of a cabin. Is every mark on your body a story of blood? I asked, my voice hitching. I leaned in, pressing my mouth close to the jagged line on his jaw. I could feel the heat radiating off him, the sheer physical mass of the man overwhelming my senses. You keep this hidden. Under the suits, under the professionalism. I want to see the rest. Gideon's eyes darkened, a flash of something feral flickering in the gray depths. I don't keep scars for decoration, Miranda. You shouldn't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Every inch of me is paid for in pain. I'm not a child, Gideon. Look at me. I'm already stained. He didn't say anything for a long moment. Then, with a swift, economical violence that made me jump, he reached up and ripped his charcoal suit jacket off, tossing it onto the floor. He didn't stop there. He grabbed the hem of his black undershirt and pulled it over his head in one movement, his muscles rippling under the dim light. I gasped softly, my eyes roaming over the wreckage of his torso. It was a fucking disaster area. There were puckered circles that could only be bullet wounds, long silvery blade marks that crisscrossed his ribs and back, and faded bruises that looked like they'd never quite healed. He looked less like an enforcer, and more like a warrior who'd been through a meat grinder and come out the other side purely out of spite. Look closer, Greer, he growled, standing completely exposed before me. See what you've attached yourself to. This is what happens when you don't kill the witness immediately. This is the price of the life you're so eager to understand. Now you know what I'm made of. I took a hesitant step forward, my fingers reaching out to trace a long, thin scar on his ribs where a knife had clearly grazed him, deep enough to leave a permanent trench in the muscle. His body coiled under my touch, a ripple of tension traveling through his chest, and I heard his breath hitch. It was the most vulnerable I'd ever seen him, this giant of a man letting me see the private, broken map of his survival. I realized in that moment that I was the only person who'd seen this in years. He didn't let people in. He didn't show the damage. But he was showing it to me. The Stockholm-tinged devotion I'd been fighting against solidified into something heavy and undeniable. This monster had offered me survival, and now he was offering me his truth. I didn't want to run anymore. I wanted to claim the damage. I slid my cold fingers across his taut, hot skin, feeling the subtle differences between the smooth muscle and the rough, raised scar tissue. You keep this hidden, I whispered, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might actually burst. This one must have hurt. They all hurt, he said, his voice dropping to a dangerous, gravelly register. I like the way you're damaged, I said, and I meant it. It was unhinged, it was sick, but it was true. I looked up at him, and the solemn atmosphere shattered. The shared tension, the adrenaline from the day's training, and the raw sight of his exposed skin erupted into a sharp, desperate lust that hit me like a physical blow. Gideon didn't wait. He gripped my hips roughly, his fingers digging into my skin as he pulled me flush against his bare, hard chest. I wrapped my arms around his neck, my fingers finally finding the jagged jawline scar again, not in fear but in a possessive grip. I wanted to pull him into me, to drown out the rest of the world in the sheer, brutal reality of him. "You shouldn't have touched me, Greer," he muttered against my lips, his breath smelling like coffee and tobacco. "You belong here, don't you? In the dirt with the rest of us." "Just shut up," I breathed, and he didn't need to be told twice. He lowered his head, crushing his mouth onto mine in a kiss that wasn't a request, it was a demand. His teeth scraped against my bottom lip, drawing a sharp, metallic tang of blood that I swallowed like it was the only thing keeping me alive. He tasted like desperation and adrenaline, a dark, heavy flavor that made my head spin. He backed me toward the counter, his large frame pinning me against the cold wood, his hands moving to my shoulders. "Sit," he growled, the command vibrating through my skull. I started to hop up onto the counter, but he changed his mind, his hand sliding down to press me backward toward the floor instead. I hit the cold linoleum with a thud, my legs already parting in immediate, hungry submission. I didn't care about the floor. I didn't care about the cold. I just wanted him on top of me. He followed me down, his weight crushing and perfect, his suit trousers rough against my inner thighs as he moved with a ruthless speed that told me he was done with the talking part of the night. My head brushed against the base of the kitchen island, but I barely felt it. All I could feel was him. "You'll take this on the floor where you belong," he said, his eyes blown wide, the gray almost entirely swallowed by black. "I warned you not to distract me. Now you're going to pay for it. Open for me, Miranda. Now." He didn't wait for me to comply. He reached down and ripped my oversized shirt open, the buttons flying off and skittering across the linoleum like tiny plastic hailstones. The rush of cold air against my heated skin was a shock, but it was immediately followed by the sudden, consuming heat of his mouth. He didn't kiss me, he claimed me, his tongue rough and demanding as he moved from my mouth to my throat. "Look at you," he hissed against my skin, his hands pinning my wrists above my head. "Raw and ready. I won't be gentle tonight, Greer. I don't have it in me." "I don't want you to be gentle," I choked out, arching my back as he bit the sensitive skin near my collarbone. I dug my fingernails into the healed muscle tissue of his shoulders, seeking any kind of purchase, as the world started to dissolve into a blur of friction and heat. The bite was sharp, a possessive mark that I knew would leave a bruise, and I welcomed it. I wanted to carry his claim on my skin. I wanted everyone to know I was his. Gideon used his knees to forcefully spread my legs further, his hand reaching down to claim me between my thighs. His fingers were merciless, precise, and entirely too good at what they were doing. I let out a pained, high-pitched whimper as he found exactly what he was looking for, his thumb circling with a rhythm that made my entire body go taut. "Wet for me, just like I knew you'd be," he muttered, his voice a crude, gravelly vibration against my ear. "That's where your attention should be. On me. On what I'm doing to you." "Gideon, please," I gasped, my hips bucking instinctively against his hand. He lifted me slightly off the floor just to drive me down harder, his strength making me feel small, fragile, and completely under his control. "You're going to scream my name when I ruin you, Greer," he said, and the way he said it, so sure, so arrogant, made a fresh wave of heat bloom in my gut. "I'm going to take everything you are. There won't be anything left for your father or the firm or anyone else. Just me." "I'm yours," I screamed, the words tearing out of my throat before I could stop them. "Just take it. Harder, Gideon. Don't stop. Fuck me." The profanity felt right. It was the only word that fit the violence of the moment. Gideon didn't need another invitation. He shoved my skirt up to my waist, his hands shaking with a repressed urgency that I hadn't seen before. He unbuckled his belt with a single harsh tug, the metal clinking against the floor, and then he was there, hot and rigid against my entrance. He didn't tease. He didn't slow down. He entered me with one deep, bruising thrust that knocked every bit of air out of my lungs. I let out a sharp, pained cry, my eyes rolling back as the sheer depth of him filled me. He held still for a heartbeat, his muscles trembling with the effort of not moving, letting the claim sink in. I involuntarily tightened around him, my body reacting to the intrusion with a desperate, hungry grip. "Mine," he growled, his face buried in the crook of my neck. "Always mine. Don't you ever forget who owns this body, Miranda." He started to move then, a frantic, heavy rhythm that was fueled by the fear of the hunters outside and the raw vulnerability of the scars he'd shown me. Every stroke was a reclamation, a way of anchoring us both to the present. The rough texture of his trousers rubbed against my thighs with every thrust, a constant reminder of the physical reality of the situation. We were on a kitchen floor in the middle of nowhere, hunted by monsters, and all I could think about was the way he felt inside me. "I want them to hear you," he whispered, his voice dark and twisted. "I want them to know you're taken. Good girl. Don't fight the hunger." I couldn't have fought it if I wanted to. I needed the violence of this contact to feel real. I needed to know that despite everything, I was still alive, still capable of feeling something other than terror. He flipped me onto my hands and knees with a seamless, brutal transition, his hands gripping my hips until his knuckles turned white. The cold linoleum against my palms and cheek was a sharp contrast to the burning heat where we were joined. "I need to see your back," he said, his voice strained. "I need to know no one else sees you like this. Take this weight, Greer. Take all of it." He claimed me from behind with relentless, heavy strokes, his dominance absolute and exhilarating. My hair was a mess across the floor, catching in the grout as I moved with him, my breath coming in ragged, desperate sobs. He forced me closer to the edge of the counter, using the baseboard as leverage to drive deeper, harder, until I was seeing stars. "Every breath you take is mine," he said, leaning down to whisper in my ear, his hand wrapping around my throat. He wasn't squeezing, but the pressure was there, an anchor to the moment. "Say you're my good girl. Say it for me." "I'm yours," I sobbed, my voice breaking. "Your good girl. Gideon, please. I'm going to. Do it," he commanded. "Break for me, Miranda. Carry my claim on your skin every fucking day." The orgasm hit me like a freight train, a violent, shattering release that made my entire body tremble. I screamed his name, the sound echoing through the small enclosed cabin, my grip on the floor slackening as my hands turned into fists. I felt his own release a second later, a guttural roar ripping out of his chest as he poured himself into me, his face buried in my neck, his entire weight dropping onto me as he collapsed. We stayed like that for a long time, the only sound the ragged, desperate rhythm of our breathing. The floor was hard, the air was cooling, and the smell of sex and gunpowder was heavy in the air. Gideon didn't move, his possessive strength having transitioned into a heavy, crushing exhaustion. He was a monster, a murderer, and the only man who'd ever truly seen me. "Mine," he muttered one last time, his voice fading into the silence. "Forever. I'll kill anyone who looks at you." I closed my eyes, my forehead resting against the cold linoleum. I knew he meant it. And the worst part, the part that I'd have to live with for the rest of my life, was that I wanted him to.
Chapter 18. Gideon, POV. The laptop screen was doing a number on my eyes, that flickering blue light making the headache behind my skull pulse like a bitch. I sat there at the scarred-to-hell kitchen table, hunched over like some tech support nerd. Except I had a disassembled Glock 17 spread out on a rag next to a stack of ledgers that smelled like a basement and old crimes. I was staring at the surveillance files I'd pulled from the town's local loop. Shitty resolution, grainier than a damn sandbox, trying to match that dark sedan to something in Merritt's usual fleet. But it wasn't adding up. Merritt's cleanup crews were predictable. They used rentals, base models, shit that disappeared into the background like a gray smudge. This car had a profile. It was organized. It was too clean. It felt like corporate hitmen, not the street-level grunts the syndicate usually tapped to mop up a mess. I kept wiping the oil off the backup barrel with a rag, over and over, even though the steel was already gleaming. It was a tick, a way to keep my hands from reaching for Miranda, who was sitting across the room watching me with those wide amber eyes of hers. Every time I looked at her, my focus slipped. I couldn't afford to be sloppy, deadass. One wrong move and we're both buried in a shallow hole in the woods, and yet all I could think about was the way her skin felt under my hands on the floor yesterday. It was a distraction. She was a liability. But fuck if I could look away. This whole thing didn't smell like a cleanup. The prints on those tire tracks I checked this morning were too deep, too heavy for a standard sedan. They were running armored plating. That's not Merritt's style for a simple witness execution. This was something else. Something personal. This doesn't smell like a cleanup, I muttered, more to the gun barrel than to her. The prints on the tire tracks were too clean, too organized for Merritt's grunts. It's some high-level shit, Miranda. Someone's spending real money to find us. Miranda didn't say anything for a second, just watched me with that sharp-as-a-tack look she gets. She was wearing my oversized gray shirt, the hem hitting her mid-thigh, looking all soft and vulnerable while her brain was probably running circles around mine. She got up, her bare feet padding softly on the wood floor, a sound that usually annoyed the hell out of me but now just made my gut tighten, and slid one of the physical ledgers open right in front of me. She didn't ask. She just did it. Her finger, small and pale against the yellowed paper, pointed directly at a sequence of encrypted wire transfers I'd skimmed over a dozen times. The font was tiny, almost invisible, tucked into the margins of a shell company's payroll. These aren't expenses, Gideon. They're payouts. And they're looped, meaning they want the source destroyed, not just silenced, she said, her voice steady, which was wild considering the situation. Stay back, Greer, I growled, but I didn't push her away. I couldn't. She was smelling like that cedar-scented soap and sweat, a combination that was making it real hard to concentrate on the goddamn math. Her hair was still damp from the humidity, a few auburn strands catching on the stubble of my jaw as she leaned in close to show me the numbers. It was a vibe check I wasn't ready for. I hated needing her brain. I hated that she saw the shit I missed because I was too busy looking for a target to shoot. I was a blunt instrument, and she was a scalpel. It was a piss-poor combination for my ego. Seaston Holdings is notorious for proxy assassinations, not cleanup, she continued, ignoring my warning like she always did. The girl had zero survival instinct when it came to my temper. Someone else put a target on your back too. It's a specific signature, Gideon. Crude but effective. Look at the routing numbers. They're not going through the syndicate's main hub. They're being diverted. I stared at the name. Seaston. It rang a bell in the back of my head, somewhere between the tactical training and the decade of burying bodies. It was a family operation. A rival faction that had been nipping at our heels for years, waiting for a crack in the foundation. I pulled up a flash file on the burner, my fingers flying over the keys as I cross-referenced the holding company with old intel on the Castor family. My heart started doing a heavy thud against my ribs. I slammed my hand down on the enter key, the wood of the table splintering a little more under my palm. The screen blinked, loading a dossier that made the blood in my veins turn to ice. Roman Castor. Christ, I breathed out. The realization hit me like a physical blow to the solar plexus. The scouts in town weren't Merritt's people. They were Castor's. And Castor didn't give a flying fuck about the syndicate's rules. He was a sadistic prick who played for keeps. He doesn't want you dead, Miranda. He wants you as leverage. He wants these ledgers to blackmail the entire board, and he wants you because you're the only person who can verify the data. The silence in the cabin was suddenly suffocating. A single, heavy drop of rainwater hit the window pane, sounding like a gunshot. I slammed the laptop shut so hard the plastic groaned, shoving it off the table and onto the floor with a crash that made Miranda jump. I stood up, the chair scraping back with a violent screech. I felt that hot, searing surge of protective fury, the kind that usually ended with me standing over a pile of brass casings. Roman Castor doesn't kill witnesses, Miranda. He breaks them down and uses the pieces, I said, my voice dropping into that low, gravelly territory that usually meant someone was about to die. I moved toward her, and she backed up until her shoulders hit the cold wood of the wall. I didn't stop until I was in her space, looming over her. If he touches you, he won't use a knife. He'll use time. He'll keep you in a basement for a month, just to see what color your screams are. Do you get that? This isn't a game. This isn't just me being a dick. This is the end of the line. I grabbed her chin, my thumb digging into the soft skin of her jaw, forcing her to look at me. Her amber eyes were wide, reflecting the storm clouds gathering outside, but she didn't look away. She never looked away. It was the most infuriating thing about her. I needed her to understand that I was the only thing standing between her and a goddamn nightmare. I needed to imprint that fact on her soul. You are my witness. My liability. My property, I growled, the word property tasting like iron in my mouth. He will not touch what is mine. Deadass? I will burn this entire state to the ground before I let a piece of trash like Castor even look at you. I could feel her breath hitch, her hands coming up to rest on my chest. She wasn't pushing me away. She was steadying herself, her fingers curling into the fabric of my shirt. The adrenaline was making the air in the room vibrate. I was wired, my body shifting into combat mode, but it was being overridden by this dark, possessive hunger that had been building since I first cornered her in that alley. It's simple, Miranda. We kill him before he finds us, or we die, I told her, my face inches from hers. You and me. That's the entire roster now. Merritt sold us out, or he's too weak to stop the leak. Either way, it's us against the world. Do you understand the weight of that? There's no rescue. No police. Just me. She nodded, a small jerky movement. She saw it. She finally saw the depth of the hole we were in. And in that moment, the fear in her eyes shifted. It wasn't just fear of Castor anymore. It was a desperate, clawing need for the only person who could keep her safe. Me. The monster she'd been running from was now her only shield. The irony was fucking delicious. I didn't give her a chance to process it. I pulled her flush against me, my arm wrapping around her waist like a vice, crushing the air out of her. I took her mouth in a kiss that wasn't about romance or some soft bullshit. It was an assault. It was a claim. I tasted the panic and the heat, and the faint metallic tang of her lip where I'd bitten down too hard. I slid my hand into her hair, gripping the auburn strands and tilting her head back to expose her throat. Taste me, Miranda. Remember who keeps you, I muttered against her lips. She was molding to me, her body reacting to the threat and the heat with a feral intensity. She was down bad for the danger, even if she wouldn't admit it. I could feel her heart hammering through her ribs, matching the frantic rhythm of mine. I was a weapon, and she was the only thing I wanted to protect. I needed to mark her. I needed to make sure that if Castor ever did find her, he'd see my signature all over her. Say my name. Say yours. Now, I commanded, my voice vibrating through her. I needed the verbal submission. I needed to hear her accept the bondage I was offering. Yours, she whispered, her voice trembling but certain. I'm yours, Gideon. I need you to know that, I said, the words coming out as a snarl. I didn't wait. I dragged her roughly toward the bedroom, my grip bruising her arm, my mind a chaotic mess of tactical maps and the way her shirt was riding up her thighs. I kicked the bedroom door closed with the heel of my boot, the loud thud echoing through the cabin like a finality. The world was gone. Castor was out there, Merritt was out there, but in here there was only the pressure of my body against hers. Inside. Now. I shoved her against the wall beside the bed, the second we cleared the doorway. My mouth crashed back onto hers, frantic and messy. My belt buckle dug into her hip, a cold reminder of the hardware I carried, but all I could feel was the way she wrapped her legs around my waist instantly. She was clinging to me, like I was a lifeline in a goddamn hurricane. I owned this fear. I was the one who got to decide what happened to her. Don't pull away, Miranda, I warned, my hands ripping the front of her shirt open. The buttons pinged off the walls like tiny bullets. I didn't care. I shredded the fabric, exposing her to the cold air and my heated gaze. I immediately latched onto her neck, my teeth sinking into the sensitive skin near her collarbone. I wasn't being gentle. I was branding her. I wanted the bruises to be deep. I wanted them to last. Mine. Scared? I asked, my voice muffled against her skin. Yes, she gasped, her back arching into the wood, her hands fisted in my hair. Gideon, please. This is your shield, Miranda. This pain. This mark. It means you're spoken for. I spun her around, slamming her front first against the wall. I hitched her hips back, grinding my heavy suit trousers against her bare ass. I was hard as a rock, the pressure of my erection demanding release, demanding she feel exactly how much she wrecked me. I forced her hands flat against the wall, pinning her there with the weight of my torso. Feel that? That's for you, I growled into her ear. The rough wool of my pants scraped against her thighs, a friction that made her whimper. I reached down, stripping the rest of her clothes away, until she was completely exposed, a pale, shivering thing against the dark wood. I spread her legs wide with my foot, my large hand coming around to find her. She was already wet, her body betraying her fear and turning it into something slick and ready. I shoved 2 fingers inside her with a punishing, demanding rhythm. Wet for me. Good girl. Open wider. Miranda let out a sharp, choked sound, her forehead thudding against the wall. She was bucking back into my hand, her hips searching for more. She was desperate. The threat of Castor had stripped away all her professional layers, leaving nothing but this raw, primitive need. Please, Gideon, take me. Take me now, she begged, her voice broken. And who else can take you? I demanded, my fingers working her harder, deeper. Only you. Only ever you. The tears were mixing with the sweat on her face, and I could see the faint bruised line on her forehead from where she was pressing into the wood. Her submission was absolute. It was the only thing that could settle the rage in my chest. I pulled my trousers open, the sound of the zipper loud in the small room. I didn't use a condom. I didn't use finesse. I entered her from behind in one deep, unyielding thrust that stole the breath right out of her lungs. Miranda, I growled, the name a raw sound of possessive relief. I gripped her hips so hard my knuckles turned white, forcing her into the wall as I found the very back of her. I'm inside you, and no one else is ever getting here. Hold on, little bird. The pace was frantic, driven by the adrenaline of the hunt. I was using my body like a weapon, each stroke a thudding reminder of who she belonged to. The sound of our skin slapping together was the only thing I could hear, drowning out the wind whipping through the pines outside. It was violent, necessary work. Take it, I snapped, my hand reaching around to clamp over her mouth to muffle the sounds she was making. Take what I give you. Fuck. Harder. Please, she muffled against my palm. I pulled her head back by her hair, exposing her throat again. I latched onto the skin, biting down hard enough to draw a faint trickle of blood. It was a permanent brand. Every time she looked in a mirror, she'd see what I did. She'd know she was marked by a monster who would kill for her. The metallic taste of her blood on my tongue sent a jolt of pure, unadulterated power through my system. I am your only pain, Miranda. Only mine. She was clawing at my back now, her nails scoring lines into my skin through my shirt, her arousal peaking as she surrendered completely. She started to shake, a desperate, shuddering release that slammed through her body. She was sobbing my name into the wall, her climax so violent it nearly knocked her off her feet. I held her up, my arm a solid bar across her chest, and kept going. I wasn't done with her. I flipped her over onto the narrow bed, pinning her wrists above her head. I stared directly into those amber eyes, making sure she was looking at me, making sure I was the only thing in her world. I crushed her into the mattress, my weight pinning her down like she was a bug on a pin. Look at me. Look at what you did to me. My face was contorted, I knew it. I probably looked like the devil himself, but I didn't care. I was at the edge, the pressure in my gut becoming unbearable. I drove into her one last time, a guttural strange shout leaving my throat as I came inside her. My entire body tensed, every muscle locking up as I poured everything into her, my rage, my protection, my obsession. Fuck. The word was a curse and a release. I stayed buried in her, my heavy chest heaving against her breasts, our heartbeats trying to find a common rhythm. The room was thick with the smell of sex and fear, and the metallic tang of blood. I didn't move. I couldn't. I just held her there, my weight acting as a barrier against the rest of the world. Eventually, the adrenaline started to ebb, leaving behind a cold, hard clarity. I rolled slightly, pulling her fiercely against my side, and dragging the rough flannel blanket over us. I could hear her breathing, ragged and uneven, as she tucked her head under my chin. Sleep. We move tomorrow, I whispered into the dark. I felt a new kind of terror then, one that had nothing to do with Roman Castor or a bullet to the head. It was the fear of losing her. And that was a hell of a lot more dangerous than anything Merit or the Syndicate could throw at me. I closed my eyes, my hand resting on the mark I'd left on her neck. She was mine. And the world was going to have to go through me to get to her. Which was fine. I had plenty of ammo. Chapter 19. Miranda POV. The sound of wood screaming against floorboards ripped me out of the kind of sleep that usually requires a heavy dose of Xanax. I didn't even have my eyes open before my body started tallying the damage from the night before. My thighs felt like they'd been run over by a freight train, and there was a persistent dull throb between my legs that reminded me exactly how Gideon Stride likes to spend his overtime. The early morning light filtered through the cabin windows in this shitty, watery gray wash that made everything look depressing as fuck. I rolled over, the sheets scratchy against my skin, and stared at the empty space beside me. Gideon was already gone. Of course he was. The man doesn't do cuddling or morning breath. He does preparation and lethal efficiency. I could hear him in the main room, moving that heavy-ass oak dresser like it weighed nothing, probably barricading a door or repositioning his line of sight. What time is it? The sun isn't even up. My voice sounded like I'd been swallowing gravel, and honestly, after the way he'd been handling me, I probably had. I flexed my wrists, staring at the faint red indentations where the zip ties had bitten in during our last session. It was unhinged, the way I looked at those marks. A normal person would be looking for a way out, calculating distances to the nearest highway, or sharpening a toothbrush to shove into his carotid artery. But I just felt this weird, hollow ache because his hands weren't there anymore. I was becoming one of those tragic statistics, the kind of woman I used to audit for financial inconsistencies before her life blew up. Except my life hadn't just blown up, it had been systematically dismantled and rebuilt in Gideon's image. I touched the healing scar on my thigh, the one he'd given me that first night in the rain, and it felt like an anchor. It was the only thing that felt real. I got up, my muscles screaming at the movement, and padded over to the window. The lock was still broken, a jagged splinter of wood poking out like a middle finger to the concept of security. I looked at the woods, dark and suffocating, and for a split second, the old Miranda, the one who wore power suits and cared about her credit score, told me to run. I could climb out right now. He was distracted. I could disappear into that tree line and hope for the best. But then I realized that the best was just a world where Roman Castor eventually found me and did things Gideon wouldn't even dream of. Or worse, a world where I went back to being a ghost in a cubicle, pretending that my father wasn't a corrupt piece of shit who wanted me dead. I am not free. I never was. This cage is just honest. I don't want to run from him, I want to run with him. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow, making my breath hitch against the cold glass. I didn't want the world back. I wanted the monster in the next room. I walked into the main area and stopped. The smell of gun oil and cleaning solvent was so thick I could practically taste it on the back of my tongue. Gideon was crouched by the fireplace, his Sig Sauer P226 stripped down on a rag. He was fully dressed, dark tactical pants, boots, a black compression shirt that showed every corded muscle in his back. He looked like a goddamn war machine. He didn't even look up when I came in, but I knew he heard me. His focus was entirely on the metal in his hands, his face a mask of that cold, tactical aggression that made him look 10 years older and 100 times more dangerous. It was like the man who had been buried inside me hours ago had been replaced by a predator who didn't know my name. The magazine snapped back into the pistol with a metallic click that sounded like a fucking gunshot in the quiet room. "Stay away from the windows, Miranda." His voice was like a bucket of ice water. "No good morning, no, how are you feeling? Just an order." I stood there, feeling the sudden sharp void where his obsession used to be. When he's on me, it's like I'm the only thing in the universe. When he's like this, I'm just a piece of equipment he has to keep from getting scratched. It pissed me off. It made me feel small in a way that had nothing to do with his height. "Did you get any sleep?" I asked, trying to bridge the gap. He ignored the question, standing up and reaching for a rifle casing. He looked out the window, his eyes scanning the tree line with a level of paranoia that told me Roman Castor wasn't just a threat anymore, he was a countdown. "Pack only what is essential. We move in an hour. Don't dilly-dally. Castor is too close." He was talking to me like I was a recruit, his back rigid, his shoulders like granite. I walked over to a bag on the kitchen table and grabbed a tin of coffee, but my hands were shaking so hard I dropped it. It hit the floor with a hollow clang, scattering brown dust everywhere. I didn't move to clean it up. I just glared at his back, feeling this frantic, feral need to break through that wall he'd built. I'm not a task to be checked off, I thought, my chest tightening. I am his anchor. He needs to remember that before we walk out into a goddamn firing squad. I sat down on the floor right there next to the spilled coffee, pulling my knees to my chest. I stared at the bruises on my wrists, dark blooming purple things that looked like jewelry in the dim light. This is what I am now. Bruised and belonging. I didn't want the supplies. I didn't want a backpack. I wanted to know that if the world burned today, I'd be the last thing he saw. I pressed my thumb into the darkest mark on my arm, welcoming the sharp sting of the damaged tissue. It grounded me. I didn't want freedom. I wanted the guarantee that when Castor came, Gideon would be standing in the fire with me, not just protecting a witness. Gideon stood by the grimy window, sighting the woods with heavy binoculars. He was muttering under his breath, some kind of tactical math about distances and visibility. If they use the ravine, they can be on us in 5 minutes. He'll use snipers. Castor is predictable in his cruelty. The soft, mechanical whir of the binoculars adjusting was the only other sound. He was focused on the location, on the perimeter, on everything except the woman who was currently losing her mind 5 feet behind him. I could see the tension in his neck, the way his jaw was clamped shut like a vice. He was pulling away, retreating into the killer, and I knew that if I didn't pull him back now, I'd lose the only part of him that kept me sane. I got up and moved across the room. I was deliberate, my bare feet silent on the wood. I stopped directly behind him, the heat radiating off his body making my skin prickle. I didn't say a word. I just reached up and traced the jagged scar across his jawline with my thumb. He flinched hard and dropped the binoculars. They swung on the strap against his chest as he spun around, gripping my wrist so hard I thought the bone might snap. His gray eyes were hostile, flat, and completely devoid of the heat I needed. "Don't. Now is not the time for this." "It is the only time," I snapped, meeting his gaze. I wasn't backing down. I couldn't. "You're forgetting how to breathe, Gideon. You're looking at those woods like they're the only thing that matters, but I'm right fucking here." I pulled my wrist free, but I didn't move away. I crowded into his space, my heart hammering against my ribs. "I am not leaving," I said, my voice low and steady. "I am staying, and I am choosing this, Gideon. Do you hear me? I'm choosing the monster who keeps me over the world that left me for dead." I put my hands flat on his chest, feeling the frantic, heavy thud of his heart. It was racing just as fast as mine. He wasn't as cold as he was pretending to be. "You don't know what you're choosing," he growled, his hand coming up to grip the back of my neck. His fingers tangled in my hair, yanking my head back until I had to look at him. "This isn't a game, Miranda. Castor will not just break you, He will unmake you piece by piece. Do you understand? He'll take his time. He'll enjoy it. If it comes to it, I will put a bullet in you myself, Miranda. Before he even gets a clear sight line. The threat should have terrified me. It should have sent me screaming into the woods. But instead, it felt like the most honest thing anyone had ever said to me. It was a promise of mercy in a world that had none. That threat, that promise, was the closest thing to eternal devotion he had to offer. I didn't flinch. I leaned into him, my hips pressing against the hardening ridge in his trousers. I could feel him reacting to me, his tactical discipline starting to fray at the edges. You smell like fear and oil, I whispered, brushing my lips against the cold steel of his jaw. I want you to smell like me. I bumped the kitchen table, sending his cleaning brushes clattering to the floor. His eyes went from slate gray to a dark bottomless black. He let out this low, frustrated sound, like a cornered animal. Miranda, Christ, we don't have time. Get up. Pack the fucking bags. Yes, we do, I said, and before he could move, I sank to my knees. The floor was rough, the spilled coffee grounds gritty under my skin, but I didn't care. I reached for his belt buckle, my fingers steady as I flicked the heavy brass open. Take what you need, Gideon. Anchor yourself. His breath hitched violently. The tactical mask didn't just crack, it shattered. He shoved the binoculars off the table, the plastic hitting the floor with a dull thud, and then he was reaching down, his hands bruising as he hauled me back up just to smash his mouth against mine. It wasn't a kiss. It was a collision. He tasted like adrenaline and salt and desperation. He spun me around, his movements frantic and devoid of any lingering gentleness, and slammed me face down against the wooden kitchen table. The edge of the table bit into my stomach, grounding me. You want a distraction? He hissed in my ear, his voice a jagged wreck. I'll give you a distraction you can't forget. I felt his holstered sidearm press into my hip, the cold metal a sharp contrast to the heat of his body. He didn't waste time with buttons. I heard the fabric of my leggings tear as he yanked them down, his hands rough and impatient. He bit the skin of my shoulder, a sharp, possessive marking that made me scream into the wood of the table. Say my name, he commanded, his fingers yanking my hair back to expose my throat. Tell me who owns you. You, I gasped, my fingers clawing at the tabletop, white-knuckled and shaking. Only you, Gideon. Fuck. Just do it. He unzipped his trousers, the sound of the metal teeth clicking like a countdown. He didn't wait. He drove into me with a hard, jarring shock that stole the air from my lungs. It was mechanical, brutal, and exactly what I needed. He moved with a relentless rhythm, his chest slamming against my back, his breath hot and ragged against my ear. Every thrust felt like he was trying to drive out the ghost of Roman Castor, trying to bury himself so deep that no one else could ever find the scent. I need you quiet, Miranda. Take this. He reached around, his hand clinical and intense, finding exactly how to break me while he continued his assault. If Castor comes here, I'll bury you so deep in this filth he'll never find you. You're mine. You're my fucking liability, and I'm never letting you go. The old wooden table groaned under us, the sound echoing in the silence of the cabin. I was lost in it, the smell of gun oil on his hands, the aggressive musk of his sweat, the feeling of being completely and utterly possessed. I couldn't think about the woods. I couldn't think about the snipers or the betrayal. There was only the friction, the ache, and the man who was currently reclaiming every inch of my soul. My legs buckled, and I would have hit the floor if he hadn't had that death grip on my waist, keeping me upright, keeping me pinned to the wood. I hit my climax with a choked, guttural sound, my body shaking so hard I thought I'd shatter. Gideon didn't stop. He pushed harder, his movements becoming desperate, until he let out a low roar and slammed himself deep one last time. He tensed every muscle, locking us together as he came, his fingers digging into my hips with enough force to leave permanent marks. We stayed like that for a long time, the only sound the ticking of some clock I hadn't noticed before, and our heavy, ragged breathing. Gideon kept his face pressed into the crook of my neck, his heart thudding against my spine. The heat between us was the only thing keeping the chill of the cabin at bay. He felt solid. He felt real. The ritual had worked. The wall was gone, replaced by a tether that was twice as strong as it had been 10 minutes ago. "Now pack," he whispered, his voice rough but stable. He stayed buried in me for a second longer, a physical anchor, before he finally pulled away. I stood there, leaning against the table, my skin slick with sweat and my head spinning. I looked at him as he adjusted his clothes, his eyes already flicking back to the windows, but the intensity was different now. He wasn't just a soldier anymore. He was a man with something to lose, and that made him 1,000 times more dangerous. I zipped his trousers for him, a quick, functional gesture that felt more intimate than anything we'd done. "Gideon," I said, my voice steady. "If we get pinned down, if they trap us here, promise me. Don't let him take me alive." He grabbed my face, his thumb rubbing over my bottom lip, his eyes dead serious. "You are mine, Miranda. I already told you. I will kill you myself before anyone else lays a hand on you." He didn't offer me hope. He didn't tell me it would be okay. He gave me the only truth he had left. I nodded, finally feeling the fear vanish, replaced by a grim, cold resolution. I didn't need a life anymore. I just needed him. "We're moving now," he said, reaching for his rifle. "Be quiet. Stay behind me." The warmth of the encounter was already fading, the reality of the cold air rushing back in as we moved toward the door. I didn't look back at the spilled coffee or the broken lock. I just watched his back, the predator reborn, and followed him out into the gray light. The world was gone. Only we remained. Chapter 20. Gideon, POV. The monitor flickered, a shitty grain of gray and green static that made my eyes ache. The battery indicator in the corner was pulsing a dying red. A countdown I didn't fucking need right now. 3 silhouettes moved through the tree line near the east perimeter. They weren't hunters, and they damn sure weren't local cops looking for a lost hiker. These guys moved with a tight, disciplined cadence, low centers of gravity, spacing themselves out just enough to avoid a single burst spray, but close enough to cover each other's blind spots. Professional. Expensive. This wasn't Merritt's style. My old mentor would have sent a single professional to put a round through my skull from a mile away while I was taking a piss. No, this was Roman Castor. The guy was a fucking circus act, all ego and loud noises, but he had the reach and the bankroll to send a hit squad into the middle of nowhere. My hands were shaking, and I realized I was digging my thumb into the jagged scar on my jaw, a nervous habit I hadn't let surface since I was a fucking recruit. It pissed me off. I didn't get nervous. I got ready. But the thought of those pricks putting their hands on Miranda, or even seeing her, made my blood feel like it was boiling right under the skin. They were tightening the noose, Greer. They know we're here. Castor is crude but efficient. We don't have much time. I felt her before I heard her. That specific shift in the air that happened whenever she entered a room. I turned away from the dying monitors, and there she was, standing in the doorway like she was waiting for a vibe check I wasn't in the mood to give. She was wearing one of my heavy cotton shirts, the sleeves rolled up past her elbows, looking like a fucking angel and a disaster all at once. The dark bite marks I'd left on her throat a few hours ago were practically glowing against her pale skin, a brand that said she belonged to a monster. She didn't look scared, though. She looked focused. Amber eyes wide, tracking my every move. She'd stopped being the victim a few time ago, and started being the accomplice, and honestly, it was fucking wrecking me. I needed her to stay sharp, to stay cold, but seeing her like that, all soft edges in my clothes, made me want to lock the door and let the world burn outside while I stayed inside her. Don't look at me like that. This isn't a game. I'm not scared, Gideon. Only ready. I reached for my sidearm, checking the chamber of the cig with a practiced flick of the wrist. The metallic click was the only thing that felt real in the room. I'm dead-ass serious, Miranda. If you hesitate for even a second, it's over. We move when I tell you to move. Not a second sooner. We aren't just running. This cabin is a fucking tomb if we stay in it, but we're going to use it as a bottleneck. Make them bleed for every inch of these woods before we hit the utility tunnel. The world outside this cabin is dead. Only we matter. You get that?" She nodded, her face hardening into a mask of grim determination. She walked over to the table and picked up her own weapon, a P226 I'd taught her to strip and clean until she could do it in her sleep. She cycled the slide, the sound loud and sharp in the small space. She wasn't fumbling. She wasn't shaking. She was becoming exactly what I'd trained her to be, a lethal little shadow, and it was the most terrifyingly hot thing I'd ever seen. If she fails, I die with her. That thought didn't even register as a threat. What got me was the idea of her dying alone, of some prick like Castor taking what was mine after I was gone. I reached into the tactical bag on the floor, passed the extra mags and the flashbangs, and pulled out the combat knife. Sleek black-coated steel with a reinforced leather thigh holster. I gestured for her to come closer. My face felt like stone. This is for when the bullets run out. And they will. Trust the steel, Miranda. Don't think about the person on the other end. Just think about the space between their ribs. I didn't wait for her to answer. I grabbed her by the waist and hoisted her up onto the chipped granite of the kitchen counter. The cold stone against her bare legs made her hiss, a sharp intake of breath that hit me like a physical blow. I shoved the hem of the shirt up to her ribcage, exposing the curve of her hip and the constellation of bruises I'd already mapped out on her skin. My hands, still smelling like gun oil and ozone, felt huge against her. I was cinching the leather straps of the holster around her upper thigh, high enough to be hidden by the shirt, but low enough to draw in a heartbeat. I pulled the strap tight, the leather squeaking against her skin. Miranda gasped, her hands flying to my shoulders, her nails digging into the heavy fabric of my suit jacket. Hold still. This has to be perfect. I was working the buckle, the metal digging into her skin, and I could feel the heat radiating off her. The proximity was a fucking disaster. Here we were, minutes away from a firefight that we probably wouldn't both walk away from, and all I could think about was the way her inner thigh felt, soft, damp, and vibrating with a frantic pulse. The tactical urgency was being drowned out by a raw, violent surge of possession. I tested the draw of the knife, my fingers deliberately grazing the sensitive skin near her groin. I looked up at her, my thumb tracing the deepest bruise on her neck, my voice dropping into that lethal register I couldn't control. "You look beautiful, armed like that. You are mine. Only mine. Let them try to take you now. Don't think, Greer. Kill." Miranda leaned forward, biting the cuff of my shirt to muffle a shuddering breath. The air in the cabin was thick with the smell of pine wood, stale dust, and the electric charge of impending violence. It was the ultimate aphrodisiac, the kind of high you only get when you're standing on the edge of a cliff. I needed to possess her one last time. I needed to carve myself into her memories so deep that even if Castor's men managed to drag her away, she'd still be carrying the weight of me inside her. I growled, a low, animal sound that started in my chest and buried my face in the crook of her neck. She smelled like my soap and her own desperate heat. I released the knife and gripped her hips, my fingers sinking into her flesh hard enough to leave new marks. The danger outside was a distant hum compared to the roar in my ears. This wasn't love. Love was for people who didn't have a price on their heads. This was claiming territory. This was survival. Look at me. Look at me, Miranda. You belong to me right now. I ripped my belt loose, the leather snapping, and unfastened my trousers with a frantic, clumsy energy that was entirely uncharacteristic. There was no foreplay, no gentle build-up. We didn't have the fucking luxury of time. I needed the friction, the deep, punishing reality of her body to ground me before I went out there to start taking lives. Miranda was already reaching down, her fingers trembling as she helped me with the stiff zipper of my pants. "Tell me who keeps you safe. Use your voice, or I will use mine." "Gideon. You. Always you." I didn't give her a chance to say anything else. I tore her cotton underwear aside, the fabric ripping with a satisfying sound that cut through the silence of the cabin. She was already slick, her body betraying her fear and turning it into something else entirely. I bared her to the cold cabin air, her legs falling open for me as she arched her back against the counter. Look at me when I do this. I entered her with a single punishing thrust, driving her back until her spine hit the edge of the granite. She let out a choked grunt, her breath hitching as I filled her completely. My grip was iron on her hips, anchoring her to the counter, anchoring her to me. I own this scream, Miranda. Only I do. Her legs locked around my waist, the heavy hilt of the new knife on her thigh pressing into my hip, a constant metallic reminder of the stakes. She was crying out, her head lolling back, exposing her throat. I didn't slow down. My pace was frantic, rhythmic, driven by the sweat of the impending battle. I was watching her eyes, demanding she stay right here with me, even as the wind started to pick up outside and the monitors in the other room finally died. I'm your anchor, Greer. Look at me. Tell me you remember what this feels like. I bit her shoulder, my teeth sinking in, until I tasted the faint metallic tang of blood. I wanted to overlap every old mark, to make sure there wasn't an inch of her that didn't know my touch. She flinched, but then she was pulling me closer, her fingers digging into the linear scars on my back, her nails drawing blood through my shirt. She was seeking the pain, using it to drown out the terror of the woods. Marked. You are marked now. Miranda arched her back violently, her shirt riding up until it was bunched under her armpits. Don't you dare look away from me. I moved one hand to her throat, my thumb pressing against her carotid artery. Not enough to stop her breathing, just enough to let her feel the frantic thrum of her own life beneath my hand. It was a power play, a reminder that I held her life, her breath, and her pleasure in the palm of my hand. She let out a mangled sound, her eyes widening as she felt the rhythm of her blood felt beneath my thumb. Say my name, Greer. Say it hard. Gideon. Gideon, please. The friction was raw, intense, the kind of heat that only comes when you're prepared to die. I was readjusting my footing on the slick floor, never losing the crushing rhythm of the thrusts. Every time I hit her, the granite counter groaned under the weight. You think about them outside? Tell me the truth. Do you think about what they'll do to you if I fail? No. Only you. Just you. Harder, Gideon. Fuck harder. That was it. That was the snap. I went past reason, my thrusts becoming deeper, more desperate, claiming her womb with an intensity that left us both gasping for oxygen. My jaw was clenched so hard I thought my teeth might shatter. I was shielding her with my body, my broad shoulders blocking out the rest of the world, making this kitchen counter the only reality that existed. You belong here. With me. Forever. We hit the climax together. A jagged, silent explosion that felt like a car crash. I buried my face in her auburn hair, my body slumping forward to crush her against the stone. For a few seconds, the only sound was our ragged, desperate breathing. I felt the weight of her head on my shoulder, her heart hammering against my chest like a trapped bird. I pulled back slowly, my hand lingering on her wet inner thigh, but the heat was already draining out of the room. My tactical brain, the part of me that had been trained to kill since I was 18, clicked back into focus. The warmth was gone, replaced by the cold reality of the hunt. I looked at her, her hair a mess, her shirt hiked up, the knife strapped to her leg, and I felt a surge of grim pride. Get dressed. Now. Clean yourself up. 5 minutes. I refastened my belt with a sharp snap. The sound was brutally practical, an end to the intimacy. I reached for the cig and handed it to her. She took it with a steady, unblinking hand, sliding off the counter and pulling her shirt down. The knife was hidden now, but I knew it was there. She looked at me, and I saw the amber in her eyes flash with a new, cold resolve. Are you ready to kill? She didn't even hesitate. Yes. I moved through the cabin, killing the main lights, until we were plunged into a world of gray shadows and diffused moonlight. I went to the back door, rigging a flashbang to the frame with a piece of fishing line, my movements mechanical and fast. I spread a handful of loose gravel near the bottom of the stairs, a low-tech tripwire that would give us the second we needed if they breached the perimeter. Miranda took her position by the kitchen window, her pistol resting on the sill, her eyes tracking the shifting shadows in the trees. "Don't shoot until they cross the line, Greer. Patience." I spat a piece of gum into the cold fireplace and cleared my throat. Every defensive measure felt inadequate. If they got through, I'd failed the only thing that mattered. I moved to the mudroom, pressing my back against the thick wooden door, my hand on my holster. The silence was the worst part. It was heavy, a physical weight that made my ears ring. Wait for the storm. A twig snapped. Close. Too fucking close. The sound was like a gunshot in the still air. I leaned into the mudroom, my mouth pressing against Miranda's ear as she stood by the window. "Don't think. Just pull the trigger. We survived this. Together." I saw her take a breath, her cheek briefly brushing mine before she raised the pistol. Outside, the first heavy drops of rain began to pelt the roof, a rhythmic drumming that would hide their footsteps. The debt was about to be paid in blood, and looking at the way she held that gun, I knew she was ready to collect. "Stay low." I turned back to the door, my heart settling into a slow, heavy thud. The time for talking was over. The first wave was hitting the perimeter, and I was dead-ass ready to show them why you don't fuck with what's mine. The rain started coming down in a sheet, blurring the world outside into a gray smear. It was time to earn our keep. I gripped the handle of my weapon, eyes locked on the dark line of the woods. Let them come.
Chapter 21. Miranda POV. The storm was trying its best to tear the roof off this godforsaken cabin, but the real threat was a hell of a lot quieter and way more lethal. I stood in the middle of the dark living room, my fingers white-knuckled around the grip of the Sig Sauer. My skin was still buzzing, and not just from the adrenaline or the cold air leaking through the floorboards. I could feel every place Gideon had marked me just an hour ago. The bite marks on my neck and shoulder were stinging like a fresh tattoo, a raw, pulsing reminder that I didn't belong to myself anymore. I belonged to the man standing 3 feet away from me, and strangely, that was the only thing keeping my knees from buckling. I felt his teeth marks more than I felt my own damn heartbeat. I touched the hilt of the blade Gideon had strapped to my thigh, the cold steel a stark contrast to the heat still radiating from my skin. My brain was trying to spiral, trying to do that thing where it calculates every possible way we die in the next 10 minutes, but I shut that shit down. Gideon had spent weeks breaking me, stripping away the forensic accountant and replacing her with something harder, something feral. I wasn't just a witness anymore. I was a target who knew how to bite back. Gideon didn't move. He was a shadow against the darker shadow of the wall, his charcoal suit jacket gone, leaving him in a black shirt that strained against his shoulders. He looked like an apex predator, waiting for the wind to shift. He tilted his head toward the back window, a movement so slight I almost missed it. He was in full war mode, stone cold and terrifyingly efficient. I watched the way his hand hovered near his holster, his scarred knuckles barely visible. He looked like he'd been born for this chaos, like the lightning flashing outside was just theatrical lighting for the violence he was about to unleash. He didn't look scared. He looked bored, and that scared me more than the thought of Roman Castor's men outside. I tried to mirror his tension to pull the air into my lungs in slow, measured counts, but the air smelled like damp wood and gun oil, and it was fucking suffocating. I pressed the cold slide of the P226 against my cheek for a second, the shock of the metal grounding me. I needed to be as cold as the steel in my hand. 5 seconds. He didn't say it loud. It was a gravelly whisper that cut right through the roar of the rain. He didn't need to count it out for me. I felt the clock ticking in my own damn spine, every vertebra vibrating with the countdown. Gideon adjusted the suppressed muzzle of his weapon, the small mechanical click sounding like a cannon in the quiet room. I focused on the faint sweet scent of his worn leather gear, the smell of him that had become my entire world. It was insane. 2 months ago, I was worried about tax audits and my morning latte. Now I was waiting for a breach in a rain-slicked cabin, with a cartel enforcer who'd branded me like property. And the craziest part? I wasn't panicking. I was ready. The conditioning had taken hold, sinking deep into my marrow. I wasn't Miranda Greer, the accountant. I was whatever Gideon needed me to be to survive this. A branch snapped outside. It wasn't the wind. It was too deliberate. A sharp structural break that signaled a boot on wood. I dropped into a low crouch before Gideon even gave the signal, my feet wide, my finger hovering just outside the trigger guard. Muscle memory, I didn't even know I had, took over. My knee scraped against the rough floorboards, the sting of it sharp and immediate, but I didn't flinch. I just leaned into the pain. Gideon gave me a sharp, approving nod, the only praise I was gonna get, and honestly, it was better than a goddamn medal. The silence between the thunderclaps felt hollow now, a vacuum waiting to be filled with lead and screaming. I tasted dust and adrenaline, that metallic tang that sits on the back of your tongue when you realize things are about to go sideways. Stay low. Breathe deep. Aim for center mass. It was a mantra, a prayer to the god of violence Gideon had introduced me to. Then the world exploded. The front window didn't just break, it disintegrated into a million crystalline shards that hissed across the floor. A high-velocity round whistled through the gap, a terrifying sound like a whip crack, before it slammed into the plaster wall above my head. Thwack! The impact was heavy, solid. The air was instantly thick with the smell of rain, ozone, and the dry, chalky taste of plaster dust. My ears were ringing, but I didn't move. I stayed pinned to the floor, my eyes locked on the breach point. Back. Gideon's voice was a raw, commanding snarl. He didn't ask. He didn't suggest. He shoved me toward the kitchen alcove, his hand a heavy weight on my shoulder for a split second before he turned to face the window. He unleashed 2 quick bursts of retaliatory fire, the muzzle flashes illuminating the jagged line of his jaw and the cold, slate-gray fury in his eyes. He was clinical. Fire, rechamber, fire. He didn't flinch as more glass rained down. He looked like he was just doing another day at the office, except his office involved killing people who were trying to kill us. I watched the brass casings eject from his weapon, smoking slightly as they clattered against the stone mantelpiece. Amateurs. He spat the word out like it was poison. He wasn't even impressed. He was pissed that they were making so much noise. I crawled toward the kitchen, my palms stinging from the glass shards on the floor, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. The adrenaline was a fucking drug, and I was high as a kite on it. I reached the stone alcove, the heavy masonry providing a sliver of safety, and I turned back to see Gideon moving like a shadow. He was already at the corner, his eyes scanning the perimeter like he could see through the damn walls. Move. He grabbed the back of my shirt, his fingers crushing the fabric and snagging a few strands of my hair. He dragged me deeper into the alcove, his touch rough and possessive. It wasn't gentle, and it wasn't kind, but it was grounding. It was him saying, "I've got you," in the only language he knew. My scalp burned from the pull, but I didn't complain. I held the cig steady, my eyes scanning the back door. I moved for him. Only for him now. The heat of his palm was a brand through my wet shirt, the only warm thing in a room that had suddenly gone ice cold. He leaned in close, his breath hot against my ear, his fingers grazing the inner skin of my thigh where the knife was hidden. He checked the placement with a brutal, non-negotiable touch. He looked me dead in the eyes, his expression a mask of deadly seriousness. Remember the promise. Don't let them touch you. Not one of them. I shivered, and it wasn't from the cold. The death pact. He'd kill me himself before he let Roman's men take me back. He'd put a bullet in my brain to save me from whatever hell Castor had planned. It was the most twisted form of love I could imagine, and in this moment it was the only thing that made sense. The knife is for you if I fall. Do you understand? Yes, Gideon. Say it. Say you're mine until the end. I'm yours. The words were a desperate, silent affirmation. I meant them. I was his property, his student, his obsession. And if we were going down, we were going down together. The sound of the rain softened for a heartbeat, creating this weird pocket of intimacy in the middle of a kill zone. It was just us. Just the gun, the knife, and the man who'd ruined my life to save it. I saw a shadow breach the back porch. It was just a blur through the downpour, a darker shape against the gray. I didn't wait. I didn't check with Gideon. I just did what he'd taught me. I squeezed the trigger. 2 rapid shots. The recoil traveled up my arms, a shocking familiar jolt that felt like a pulse. The smell of burnt primer powder filled my nose, acrid and sharp. I didn't blink. I didn't breathe. I watched as the shadow collapsed with a sickening wet thump that the rain tried to swallow. Gideon let out a sharp inhalation of approval. It was better than any "I love you" I'd ever heard. I didn't hesitate. I just killed a man, or at least stopped him from killing me, and all I felt was a fierce, cold satisfaction. I was becoming his accomplice in blood, and I didn't even want to look back. Gideon fired twice more, clearing the flanking man, then he lunged for me. He didn't just pull me close, he slammed me against the hard planes of his chest, his heart thumping like a war drum against my ear. "Good girl." His voice was a low, fierce compliment, thick with dominance. It sent a surge of heat straight to my core that had no business being there in the middle of a firefight. "They're still coming." I gasped the words into his neck, my hands clutching at the damp fabric of his shirt. I could smell him, sweat, expensive cologne, and gunpowder. The scent of danger. The scent of home. Before I could say anything else, he grabbed my face. It wasn't a caress. His thumb dug into my jaw, forcing my head back. He slammed his mouth against mine in a brutal, desperate collision. It tasted like salt, sweat, and the metallic tang of copper. It was a forceful, possessive assertion of ownership while the world was falling apart around us. He wasn't kissing me, he was claiming me. His grip on the back of my head was so tight it hurt, but I didn't care. I responded instantly, seeking the violence of his mouth, needing the physical confirmation that he was still alive and that he still owned every inch of me. I tasted the bullets and the blood and the desperation. "Mine?" He growled the word against my lips, a choked low sound that vibrated through my entire body. I felt the hard ridge of his arousal pressing against my hip, a defiant middle finger to the men outside trying to end us. It was unhinged. It was feral. It was us. He broke the kiss with a visible effort, his thumb dragging across my bottom lip, right over the spot where he'd bitten me earlier. He left a trail of fire in his wake. "Stay behind me. I lead, you cover the rear, no deviations." "Got it." I licked the metallic taste of him from my lip, my eyes locking onto his. I was a machine now. Loaded, aimed, and ready to fire for him. The thunder rolled, shaking the entire cabin, the storm reaching a peak that felt like the end of the world. "We move now. Follow the wire." Gideon grabbed a high-yield concussion grenade from his vest. The cabin was being swarmed. I could see the floodlights from the SUVs cutting through the trees, the beams sweeping over the bullet holes in the walls like searchlights in a prison yard. The buzzing hum of the lights was audible even over the rain. It felt like an accusation. Roman Castor wasn't just here to kill us, he was here to put on a show. I had to step over the splintered remains of a chair, my boots crunching on glass and wood. Gideon braced himself against the doorframe, calculating. 3-2. He didn't throw the grenade at the door. He threw it into the opposite corner of the main room, aiming for the structural supports. The explosion was a muffled whump that I felt in my teeth. The ceiling near the front entrance groaned and collapsed in a rain of dust and timber, creating a massive choke point for anyone trying to get in. Now? Gideon didn't wait for the dust to settle. He kicked open the back mudroom door and grabbed my hand, his fingers interlocking with mine like iron bands. The freezing rain lashed against us the second we stepped out, soaking my shirt in seconds and stealing the air from my lungs. The cold was a shock, but Gideon's grip was a tether. He pulled me into the mud, the slick, heavy earth trying to suck the boots off my feet. I could barely see through the sheets of water, but I didn't need to. I just followed the pull of his hand. Don't stop moving, Miranda. We reached the edge of the porch, and I slipped on a patch of wet moss. I started to go down, my heart jumping into my throat, but Gideon caught me with one hand. He didn't even slow down. He used his arm as a powerful brace, hauling me upright while he fired 3 precise shots into the tree line with his other hand. He was using his own body as a shield, putting himself between me and the muzzle flashes in the woods. He was utterly exposed, and he didn't even seem to care. I glanced back just once. Through the rain and the wreckage of the cabin, I saw them. A line of black SUVs, their engines idling with a low, predatory growl. And standing right there, untouched by the storm in an absurdly expensive coat, was Roman Castor. He was just watching. He had a sadistic, patient grin on his face, like he was watching a movie he'd already seen the ending to. He lifted a gloved hand and made a dismissive gesture toward the woods, sending the dogs after us. Roman. I whispered the name, a cold knot of horror forming in my stomach. Don't look at him. Gideon's growl snapped me back. He shoved me into the thick undergrowth, the thorns and wet pine needles snagging at my clothes and skin. We dived into the brush, navigating the slick mud and the darkness. Gideon stopped behind the massive trunk of an oak tree to reload, his chest heaving. He looked at me, his gaze lingering on the collarbone where his marks were visible through my soaked, clinging shirt. Even now, in the middle of a goddamn hunt, that dark, obsessive look was there. Stay. Blow. I wiped a smear of mud from his jaw, a reflexive gesture I didn't even think about. I could feel his heart hammering, not from fear but from the sheer physical strain of carrying the fight. The only thing faster than the dogs was his heart. I gripped the hilt of the knife on my thigh. Castor wasn't going to get me. I'd use this blade on myself before I let that prick touch me. The promise Gideon had forced out of me wasn't a burden, it was a sanctuary. It was the only control I had left. Sound off. Where's your shot, Miranda? He was testing me, keeping me sharp while the whistles of the pursuit team got closer. 6 o'clock, 50 yards. Good. The pursuit was fast. These weren't street thugs, they were professionals with tactical gear. I could hear the rhythmic clink of their equipment over the rain. Gideon signaled for me to move toward the gravel path, but I saw him flinch. He masked it quickly, but I caught the sharp intake of breath. He was hit, or damn close to it. Hold the high ground. He pointed toward a rocky outcrop. I scrambled up the wet granite, the stone scraping my knuckles raw, but I didn't feel it. I reached the top and turned back, sighting my weapon. A black SUV's headlights cut through the trees, the beam swinging wildly as it accelerated onto the path. It was coming straight for us. Gideon didn't run for cover. He pushed me violently behind a large, water-slicked boulder, sending me sliding into the mud. Stay down, damn it. He turned toward the vehicle, his gun raised, his entire posture screaming sacrifice. He was standing right in the path of those blinding lights, a lone silhouette against the glare. The tires shrieked on the wet gravel, a sound like a dying animal. He was going to take the hit. He was choosing me over his own life, and the realization hit me harder than any bullet could. Don't you dare die for me, you son of a bitch. But he wasn't listening. He was already pulling the trigger. To be continued.
Chapter 22. Gideon, POV. I slammed a fresh magazine into the Glock and felt the slide bite back with a heavy metallic finality that didn't do a goddamn thing to settle my nerves. Outside, the storm was turning the world into a blender of wet pine and gray sky, the kind of weather that makes a man want to sit by a fire and drink something that burns, but we were way past the point of comfort. The rain was hammering the tin roof so hard it sounded like we were inside a fucking drum, and through the shattered window frame I could taste the wet wood dust and the sharp electric stink of ozone. Miranda was crouched low behind the heavy oak table, her knuckles so white they looked like they were carved from bone, as she gripped the small pistol I'd given her. She looked small. She looked terrified. But she was holding the goddamn line, and that made something twisted and proud flare up in my chest even as the walls started closing in. We were trapped in a wooden box, and I could hear the heavy boots of the professionals Roman sent for us, moving through the mud with the kind of rhythmic precision that told me we weren't dealing with street-level thugs anymore. This was a hit squad. I checked my angles, realizing we were running out of floor real estate fast. "Stay low. Keep your sight on the door, not the windows," I barked, my voice sounding like I'd been swallowing gravel. "We're running out of angles, Christ. They're surrounding the porch." The air in the room was thick with the acrid, metallic tang of gunpowder from the first few exchanges, and every time the wind howled, it felt like the house was screaming with us. I spat a piece of grit out of my mouth, my eyes scanning the tree line every time the lightning flashed. I was calculating the diminishing options, the math of survival getting uglier with every heartbeat. I didn't care about the career I was burning or the bounty on my head. I just needed the woman behind me to keep breathing. That was the only mission that mattered now. I could feel her eyes on my back, a weight heavier than the plate carrier I wasn't wearing, and it made me hyper-aware of every inch of her existence. I will not lose her again. Not to this snake Roman. If I have to stack bodies to the ceiling to keep her safe, I'll do it, and I won't even blink. A sustained volley of 5.56 rounds suddenly ripped through the front wall, the wood splintering like dry matchsticks and spraying the room with jagged shards. The sound was a deafening crack, crack, crack that made my ears ring with a high-pitched whine. I didn't think, I just lunged, my 240-pound frame moving with a speed that defied the cramped space as I crashed into Miranda. I tackled her hard, dragging her violently across the floorboards and pinning her behind the bulk of the oak table, just as another spray of lead shredded the air where her head had been a second ago. I felt the vibration of the rounds hitting the table, the heavy wood soaking up the impact, and for a second, the only thing I could hear over the gunfire was the frantic, shallow gasps coming from her throat. A large shard of glass from the front window grazed my cheek, a thin line of heat that I barely registered as the blood started to trickle down my jaw. "Down, Miranda. Get the fuck down," I roared, my hand clamping onto her shoulder to keep her from popping up. She made this small, choked gasp, her fingers digging into the sleeves of my suit jacket like she was trying to anchor herself to the only solid thing left in the world. The suppressive fire was designed to pin us, to keep me from leaning out and picking them off, and it was working too goddamn well. I could smell the burning cordite, sharp and bitter, filling my lungs until I felt like I was choking on it. Every time a round hit the wall, it was a reminder of how thin our protection really was. I felt a flash of pure, blind fear for her, not for myself, never for myself, but for the auburn-haired girl who had become the only thing I cared about in a world full of shit. I channeled that fear into a cold, lethal intent, my blood turning to ice as I waited for the lull. I waited for the rhythm. Every shooter has a rhythm, a moment where they have to swap mags or adjust their stance. I saw the flash of a muzzle through the dark tree line, illuminated by a jagged streak of lightning that turned the world white for a split second. I identified the heavy-caliber rifleman by the way the brush moved. I peeked over the table edge, sighted the silhouette, and fired 2 controlled bursts. The first strike hit the wall above him, making him flinch, and the second buried itself right into his chest. I watched him drop like a sack of wet flour through the scopeless sight, and ducked back down before his partner could compensate. "One less rat," I whispered, a dark, jagged satisfaction bubbling up in my gut. I scraped my knee hard against the rough-hewn floorboards as I dropped back. The friction burned a dull throb compared to the adrenaline coursing through me. Their objective isn't killing us yet. It's pinning us. They want to move in close. They want to take you alive, Miranda. They want the leverage. The smell of freshly spilled warm blood wafted in from the window, mixing with the constant percussion of the rain on the tin roof. It was a sensory overload, a meat grinder of a situation, and I knew the clock was hitting 0. We couldn't stay here. The oak table wouldn't hold forever, and Roman's men were adjusting their formation, realizing I was prioritizing precision over volume. They were going to flank us, and they were going to do it soon. I looked at her, needing to know she was still functional. I reached out, my large hand clamping roughly around the back of her neck. It wasn't a gentle touch, It was a primal, painful reassurance, my thumb dragging across the pulse point just below her jawline. I needed her focused. I needed her to feel the reality of my grip, so she wouldn't drift off into the panic that was clearly trying to swallow her whole. Her amber eyes were wide, fixed on mine with a desperate intensity, seeking some kind of direction in the chaos. I could feel the heat radiating off her skin, the warmth of her life a stark contrast to the cold air seeping into the cabin through the holes in the walls. She involuntarily leaned into the pressure of my hand, a conditioned response to the dominance I'd established weeks ago. Even now, with the world ending, she looked to me to tell her how to survive. "Look at me. Are you still with me?" I demanded, my face inches from hers. "Nod if you hear me. Nod, Miranda. Don't waste your breath." She gave a frantic, jerky nod, her chest heaving as she fought for air. She was the only beautiful thing in this ugly, violent world, and the thought of her fear twisted my gut in a way that made me want to burn everything to the ground. She was mine. My property. My obsession. And I was going to make sure anyone who tried to take her paid for it, in inches of their own skin. I let go of her neck, and turned my attention back to the perimeter, just in time to hear a sound that made the hair on my arms stand up. It was a shift in the acoustic profile of the room, a heavy boot hitting wood, but not from the front. I heard the distinct splintering of the kitchen door frame at the back of the house. Fuck. They'd breached the rear. I shoved Miranda further beneath the table, the movement rough and urgent. I rolled toward the kitchen entrance, my boots sliding on the grit-covered floor as I transitioned positions. I fired blind through the opening, just as the door exploded inward, the wood spraying out in a cloud of splinters. "Kitchen. Stay. Fucking stay," I snarled, my voice a jagged edge of command. "Gideon, careful," she cried out, the words leaving her lips before she could stop them. I heard the regret in her tone the second she said it. She knew she shouldn't have drawn attention, but the fear had overridden the training. I caught a long splinter in my palm as I braced against the shattered doorframe, the pain a sharp white needle, but I didn't have time to pull it out. The kitchen was crawling with them now. I could smell wet earth and boot leather as the men poured in from the back, the heavy rhythmic sound of the rain still hammering the roof, masking their movements. The distraction was working, but it was costing me too much space. We were being squeezed into the hallway, and I was losing the room. My pistol jammed on an empty chamber with a hollow click that felt like a death sentence. Before I could clear it, a massive assailant lunged through the doorway, his face a mask of professional aggression. He was too close for me to rack the slide. I used the heavy Glock as a hammer, swinging it in a brutal arc that cracked his orbital bone with a sickening thud. He stumbled, and I didn't give him a second to recover. I transitioned fluidly, dropping the gun and drawing the combat knife from my chest sheath in one motion. I buried the blade deep under his ribcage, feeling the sudden wet release of the muscle and the metallic heat of his blood spraying across my wrist. Arg. I let out a grunt of pure exertion, twisting the knife to ensure the kill. He was just a piece of meat now, a hurdle in the way of Miranda's safety. I shoved his dying weight off me, hearing his wheezing final gasp as he hit the floor. But the fight was too close now. I was sacrificing distance and maneuverability for these kills, and it was increasing the risk of a counterattack from the front. Every second I spent in hand-to-hand in the kitchen was time Roman snipers outside were using to relocate. I had to get back to her. I had to get her out of the line of sight. As I scrambled back toward the hallway, I saw Miranda moving instinctively toward the narrow entrance, trying to find better cover. And then I saw it. A tiny burning red laser dot, a sniper scope, crawling up her auburn hair. It flickered against the dark wood of the wall, moving with a predatory slowness until it centered right on the back of her skull. The sight stopped my heart in my chest. Everything went silent for a microsecond, the world slowing down until I could see the individual raindrops through the window. The sniper had relocated, and he had a clean, lethal shot on my property. No. No. Christ. I roared, the sound coming from somewhere deep and primal in my chest. "Stay away from my property, you bastard," I growled under my breath, my mind screaming at my legs to move. I didn't think about the risk. I didn't think about the tactical disadvantage of exposing myself. All I saw was that red dot on her hair, bright and unnatural against the backdrop of the dark cabin. Kill or be killed. But she wasn't going to be the one who died. Not today. Not ever while I was still standing. I launched myself across the 3 feet of floor separating us. It was a desperate, powerful tackle fueled by sheer will and the kind of panic I hadn't felt since I was a kid. I hit Miranda hard, my shoulder driving into her midsection as I tackled her down onto the hard floorboards. We hit the ground with a bone-jarring impact, my 240 pounds of muscle and rage slamming her flat, just as the rifle cracked outside. I said stay. I shouted, my voice a raw, jagged mess. The sound of the high-powered rifle was a muffled, distant crack through the storm, followed immediately by the sickening thwack of the round finding its home. I felt it before I heard it. A heavy-caliber bullet impacted my left shoulder, the force of it so immense it felt like being hit by a sledgehammer made of sunfire. It shattered the bone and ripped through the muscle with a violence that bypassed the nerves and went straight to the soul. The white-hot pain was instantaneous and total, a blinding explosion that turned my vision into a static of white and red. The kinetic energy of the hit slammed my body down onto Miranda, driving the air from her lungs in a pained wheeze. I was severely injured, my left arm suddenly a dead weight that refused to respond, but as I felt the warmth of my own blood starting to soak into my suit jacket, a small, grim satisfaction flickered in the back of my mind. The plan worked. She was safe. I took the hit. Fuck, I expelled the breath in a wet, ragged rasp. My jaw clenched so hard I could hear a high-pitched grinding sound in my own ears, my teeth threatening to shatter as I stifled a scream. The metallic, electric vibration of the nerve shock was running down my entire left side, making my fingers twitch uselessly. I could feel the heat of the blood, thick and copper-tasting, filling my mouth as I bit my tongue. Pain is just sensation, I told myself, the old military mantra repeating like a broken record in my brain. Focus on the mission. Keep her breathing. Keep her alive. I tried to push myself up, to get my weight off her, but my left side was a ruin. I collapsed back down, letting out a raw, guttural noise that sounded more like a dying beast than a man. Miranda started sobbing beneath me, a terrified, ear-splitting sound as she realized the extent of the damage. Gideon. Jesus, you're bleeding. You're bleeding so much, she screamed, her hands frantically reaching for me, her fingers slick with the gore already pooling on the floor. Quiet. Christ, be quiet, I strained the whisper through gritted teeth. The sound of her distress was a betrayal to everything I'd just done, a beacon for the mercenaries who were now surely entering the house. I could smell the copper, heavy and thick, filling the small space of the hallway. The pain was demanding surrender, but my obsession demanded action. I couldn't die here. Not like this. Not while Roman was still out there, waiting to put his hands on what belonged to me. Seeing her face like that, terrified, streaked with my blood, her small hands hovering over the ruined mess of my shoulder, it triggered something in me that wasn't human. It was a white-hot, animalistic rage, the fury of a cornered predator whose prize was being threatened. My grip on reality started to fray at the edges, the tactical thinking being replaced by a feral need to protect. I forced my right hand to move, grabbing her by the hair and dragging her face inches from mine. I kissed her then, a bruised, frantic, bloody collision of teeth and desperation. It was a possessive reminder, a mark of ownership even as I felt my strength draining into the floorboards. Mine, I growled, the word a low, involuntary sound that I barely recognized as my own voice. The blood was slick between our skins, the rapid, frantic beat of her heart thudding against my chest like a trapped bird. I needed distance. I needed her, away from the inevitable, painful failure of my body. If I went down, she had to be somewhere they wouldn't find her immediately. I had to buy her time. Using my functioning right arm, I shoved Miranda hard toward the small storage closet behind the hallway door. It was a small, cramped space, but it was out of the line of sight. My voice was a broken, bloody snarl as I pushed her in. Stay down and don't make a fucking sound or I will break your neck myself, I lied, the threat a desperate attempt to keep her from following me. She resisted, her small fingers clinging to the lapels of my ruined charcoal suit, her eyes pleading with me. I had to use painful force to pry her hands away, the separation feeling like I was tearing out my own organs. I secured her inside and kicked the door shut with my boot heel, the wood vibrating with a heavy finality. "Don't leave me. Gideon, please," she cried, her voice muffled by the closet door. "It's the only way you survive, baby." "Sit," I gasped, leaning my back against the door for a second to catch my breath. The sudden, horrifying silence of the sealed closet after the chaos was worse than the gunfire. I felt the wet thud as my body leaned into the wood, the blood loss making the room tilt. It was better she hate me for abandoning her than die trying to save a dead man walking. I forced myself to my feet, swaying like a drunk. I stumbled back into the main room, my left arm hanging limp and useless at my side, a heavy weight that seemed to pull me toward the floor. I intentionally positioned myself in the center of the room, a clear target silhouetted by the lightning flashes. I wanted them to see me. I wanted them to think I was the only threat left. I was the bait, and I was going to play the part until the end. I used the wall to drag myself across the room, leaving a long dark streak of blood along the whitewashed wood that looked like a map of my failures. "Come on, you bastards." "Right here," I muttered, my voice a wet rasp. The dizziness was setting in now, the blood rushing from my head as the wound in my shoulder continued to pump out my life. My charcoal suit was ruined, black with rain and gore, and I knew I looked like a ghost. That was fine. Ghosts were hard to kill. Two dark shapes burst through the front window frame, the glass crunching under their boots. I didn't hesitate. I gripped my handgun tightly with my right hand, my vision tunneling as I sighted instinctively. I executed both of them with a cold, mechanical precision, the muzzle flashes lighting up the room in staccato bursts. Pop. Pop. They dropped where they stood, their bodies tangled in the jagged window frame. And then, the sound I dreaded most. The slide on my Glock locked back with a hollow, final click. The magazine was empty. I was out of rounds. "Fuck. Out," I whispered, the sound of frustrated defeat heavy in the air. I dropped the useless pistol onto the floor, the heavy metal hitting the wood with a sound of finality that echoed louder than the gunfire ever could. Only the knife remained. Intimacy in violence. That was always where I was best. I drew my secondary combat knife with my good hand, the rough texture of the handle feeling reassuringly cold and solid. I shifted my weight, trying to find a balance that wouldn't make me vomit from the pain. I adopted a low, ready stance, the blade reflecting the dim, flickering light from the storm. I was down to my last resort, facing a house full of armed men, and I knew this wasn't a win. It was a delay. Every second I stayed on my feet was a second Miranda had to hide. "Come on, then. Come get it," I challenged, the words strained through the fire in my shoulder. I leaned heavily against the stone fireplace, my strength rapidly draining. My breath came in ragged, wet gasps as the shock finally started to take hold. My vision was swimming, the edges turning dark and fuzzy. I dug my thumbnail deep into my right palm, the sharp pain there a small distraction from the agony in my shoulder. "Don't look at me, Miranda. Don't watch this," I thought, a silent prayer to a God I didn't believe in. The sickening smell of my own internal injuries was overwhelming now, the metallic copper taste filling my mouth. I'd bought her 5 minutes. I hoped to Christ it was enough. Then a smooth, arrogant voice cut through the rain, coming from the porch. "Gideon, you truly chose a witness over your career? Pathetic." The sound of Roman Castor's voice made my grip on the knife shake with a renewed, impotent fury. The snake was actually here. He'd come to watch the end. I shifted my weight, pressing my wounded shoulder hard against the rough stone of the fireplace, trying to cauterize the flow of blood through sheer pressure. The pain was blinding, a white-hot spike that nearly took my legs out, but I stayed upright. "Roman," I spat, his name a low, promising curse. "Say her name, I dare you, you little snake. I'll carve your tongue out before I drop." His laugh was a chilling contrast to the failing strength in my limbs. Before I could move, before I could even find him in the haze, A device bounced off the front porch and detonated with a deafening crump right in the doorway. It was a flashbang. The blinding white light and the concussive blast stripped me of my sight and hearing in an instant. I was reduced to fumbling instinct, my nervous system overloaded as I stumbled back against the wall. ARRRGH. I roared, the pain in my shoulder doubling with the concussion. There was a high, continuous ringing in my ears, and the scent of burning magnesium filled the room. I was blind. I was deaf. And I was out of time. This is how I fail, I realized, the thought a cold, heavy weight in my chest. Two large, dark shapes materialized in my hazy, white-spotted vision. I tried to recover my knife, but I was too slow. A mercenary stepped in and slammed the heavy composite stock of a rifle directly into the bullet wound on my left shoulder. The agony was so profound, so total, that it paralyzed my entire body. My nervous system simply quit. I collapsed onto the blood-soaked floor, my cheek hitting the cold, wet wood as my muscles locked up in a violent spasm. "Hold him. Don't kill him yet," a voice said, muffled and distant, like it was coming from underwater. The floor was icy against my face, a final sensory anchor before the void started to pull at me. I could feel the blood pooling around my head, warm and thick. They were coming for her. I needed to move. I needed to get up. But my body was a lead weight that no longer belonged to me. Through the clearing smoke and the blood stinging my eyes, I saw the one thing I'd sacrificed everything to prevent. The small storage closet door flew open. Miranda rushed out, defying my command, her face a mask of hysterical terror as she ran toward my prone form. She was screaming my name, her hands outstretched, oblivious to the circle of armed men now filling the room. My final act of protection had failed because her devotion was just as unhinged as my obsession. She'd exposed herself for me. "Gideon. Don't you dare. Don't you dare die," she wailed, scrambling onto the floor next to me. I tried to lift my right hand, a gesture meant to tell her to run, to get the fuck out while they were focused on me, but my fingers only twitched uselessly against the wood. Foolish girl. My sweet defiant fool. She was trying to tear my bloody suit jacket, her hands shaking, as she tried to assess the damage to my shoulder. I attempted to roar at her, to tell her she'd just signed her own death warrant, but all that escaped my throat was a strained wet wheeze. "Run? Christ, run," I whispered, the words meaningless as the mercenaries closed in. I managed to trace the curve of her jaw with my thumb, one last possessive touch as her tear-streaked face pressed against mine. She chose this. She chose me over her own life, and for a second, amidst the agony and the failure, I felt a twisted sense of completion. We were both ruined now. Heavy, methodical footsteps approached. A semicircle of dark tactical pants and polished combat boots surrounded us. The cabin was completely overrun, the air thick with the smell of the men and their gear. One of the mercenaries nudged my wounded arm with the toe of his boot, and I felt a fresh spike of blinding pain that made the world go gray. "That's enough, Stride," Roman's voice said, now close enough that I could hear the crunch of his boots on the glass shards. Two of them moved quickly, grabbing Miranda by the arms. They yanked her away from me, and the loss of her weight, the loss of her heartbeat against my chest, was a sharp, devastating void that hurt worse than the bullet. She fought them, kicking and twisting, her fierce little body refusing to go quietly. One of the men brutally gripped her long auburn hair, jerking her head back to force her upright. "No. Get off me. Gideon?" she screamed, the sound turning into a raw, jagged wail as they dragged her toward the front door. I stared through the tunnel vision of impending unconsciousness, fixing my gaze on her face. I watched them haul her across the floor, her feet dragging through the blood we'd spilled together. She was still fighting, still looking back at me, her eyes full of a terror that I knew would haunt me if I lived long enough to have dreams. I stretched out my right hand, my fingertips twitching uselessly as I tried to reach for the sound of her frantic sobs. "Gideon." The scream was the last clear thing I heard before the world started to dissolve. The sound of her voice grew distant, muffled by the roar of the storm and the heavy slam of a vehicle door outside. My vision collapsed in on itself, black spreading from the edges until there was nothing left but the cold. I felt my jaw relax, my head lolling sideways into the pool of my own cooling blood. Miranda. That was the last thought I had before the dark took me. She belonged to me. She was mine. And Roman Castor was a dead man. He just didn't know it yet. My cheek pressed into the hardwood, the grit and the gore the only things left in the world. The room was empty. The girl was gone. And I was just a carcass on the floor of a ruined house. Typical.
Chapter 23. Miranda POV. The sound wasn't a bang. It was a sharp metallic crack that sliced right through the humid air and lodged itself in my brain. A high-pitched whine following it that turned the whole world into a blurred, vibrating mess. I watched it happen in slow motion, the kind of glitchy, frame-by-frame horror that shouldn't exist in real life. Gideon Stride, this fucking mountain of a man who looked like he could headbutt a tank and win, just buckled. His shoulders, usually so rigid they looked carved out of granite, shattered. His knees hit the saturated gravel with a sound that made my own joints ache. A heavy, wet thud that signaled the end of everything. He didn't scream. He didn't even grunt. He just folded into the mud like a puppet with its strings cut, and for a second my heart didn't just stop, it fucking curdled in my chest. I stood there like an absolute idiot, my hands clamped over my ears to shut out that goddamn ringing, trying to process the fact that the sun had just fallen out of the sky. This wasn't part of the deal. He was supposed to be the one who didn't break. He was the one who did the breaking. Seeing him down in the dirt, face first in the mire we'd been running through, felt like a glitch in the simulation. My brain was screaming at me to move, but I was stuck in the mud, paralyzed by the sheer, unhinged wrongness of Gideon Stride being mortal. I didn't think. I just lunged. My legs felt like they were made of overcooked noodles, sliding and slipping in the churned-up muck that smelled like wet pine and burnt cordite. I went down hard on my knees, then my stomach, crawling the last few feet because my body forgot how to be a human being and reverted to something primal and desperate. The gravel was jagged, tearing through the knees of my pants and scraping my chin so deep I could taste the copper of my own blood mixing with the grit, but I didn't give a shit. I had to get to him. I scrambled forward, my fingers clawing at the sharp stones until I finally reached the heavy, damp weight of his shoulder. Gideon? Stay with me. Fuck Gideon, look at me. He didn't look. He was just a dead weight. I grabbed the lapel of that expensive charcoal coat, the fabric heavy and slick with rain and something much warmer. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see the damage, but my hands were already moving, ripping the fabric aside to find the entry wound. It was jagged, a wet dark hole in his side that looked like a mouth trying to swallow the rest of him. The blood was hot, so fucking hot against my freezing mud-caked palms. It poured out between my fingers, a relentless rhythmic pulse that told me his heart was still fighting even if he wasn't. I pressed my hands against it, a useless trembling bandage, watching the crimson flow over my knuckles and vanish into the sludge beneath him. This was the man who had terrified me, who had claimed me with a violence that made my blood sing, and now he was just leaking. I couldn't lift him. I couldn't drag him. I was just a girl in the mud holding onto a dying god, and the realization of how truly fucked we were hit me like a physical blow to the gut. I can't lose him. Not like this. Not to these pieces of shit. The chaos around us died down with a sickening efficiency. The gunfire stopped, replaced by the heavy rhythmic thwack of rain hitting the roof of an SUV idling somewhere nearby. Then came the boots. I didn't look up, but I heard them, heavy military-grade soles crunching on the gravel, closing in like a pack of wolves that knew the alpha was down. 4 shadows peeled out of the tree line, tactical gear dripping, rifles leveled. They didn't point them at Gideon. They didn't need to. They pointed them at me. One of them shifted his aim, and a tiny blood-red laser dot traced a line across my cheek, burning into my peripheral vision. They weren't here to finish the hit. They were here to collect the prize. They treated Gideon like he was already part of the landscape, just more debris to be cleared away, and the sting of that indifference was worse than the sight of the blood. To them, he was already compost. To me, he was the only thing keeping the world from swallowing me whole. Then the shoes appeared. Perfectly polished, expensive Italian leather stepping into the mud like it was a goddamn catwalk. Roman Castor strolled into my line of sight, holding a massive black umbrella that created a little bubble of dry, clinical perfection in the middle of our nightmare. He looked immaculate. Not a hair out of place, no mud on his cuffs, just the faint, expensive scent of high-end cologne and wet leather cutting through the metallic stench of the air. He stopped a few feet away, flicking a microscopic drop of mud from his trousers with a gloved finger before he finally deigned to look down at us. The audacity of this man. He stood there like he was observing a mildly disappointing theater performance. He tutted, leaning down just enough so the edge of the umbrella blocked the rain from Gideon's face, but it wasn't a gesture of mercy. It was an insult. He stared at Gideon's still form, a look of theatrical disappointment crossing his face, before his dark, oily eyes snapped to mine. You traded a dynasty for a cheap lay stride. Pathetic. All this for a piece of evidence? His voice was low, melodic, and completely devoid of the raw, jagged energy that Gideon carried. It was the voice of a man who outsourced his violence so he could keep his hands clean. He used the tip of his shoe to nudge Gideon's hand, the hand that had held me, marked me, protected me, pushing it away from my reach like he was moving a piece of trash. I felt a spike of pure, unadulterated hatred flare up in my chest, a white-hot heat that burned through the shock and the cold. I pushed myself up to my knees, dripping in mud and Gideon's blood, my hair matted and stuck to my face. I didn't feel like the forensic accountant anymore. I felt like a cornered animal, all teeth and claws. The defiance Gideon had spent weeks trying to break, the grit he'd admired, it all narrowed down into a lethal cold fury aimed right at Castor's throat. I wanted to rip it out. I wanted to see him bleed in the dirt just like Gideon was. Go to hell, Castor. You'll be bleeding out in the dirt soon enough. You think you won? You're dead already, you just haven't realized it yet. My voice was a hoarse, jagged mess, but I didn't care. I saw Roman's eyebrows shoot up, a chilly, appreciative laugh bubbling out of him. He actually thought I was entertaining. The sheer, unmitigated gall of this bitch. He slowly lowered his free hand, reaching out with a gloved, clinical grip to grab my chin. He didn't squeeze hard, not like Gideon did when he wanted me to feel his power. This was different. It was invasive. It was the touch of a man inspecting a piece of property he'd just bought at an auction. His thumb brushed the bottom of my lip, tracing the slight swelling from where Gideon had kissed me too roughly an hour ago, and the ick factor was so high I wanted to vomit. Such spirit. I see why he risked everything for the pet. Don't fret, I'm not going to hurt that pretty face yet. The sterile cold leather of his glove felt like a snake skin against my jaw. It was a violation of a different kind. Gideon's touch was a claim. It was a fire that demanded everything but offered a brutal kind of shelter. This was just usage. I realized right then the vast, terrifying difference between being possessed by a monster and being used by a businessman. I preferred the monster. Roman gave a sharp nod, and two of his enforcers stepped forward. They didn't say a word. They just grabbed my upper arms and hauled me to my feet with impersonal, machine-like strength. They handled me like I was a heavy package, my feet dragging through the mud as I fought them. I strained against their grip, my muscles burning, trying to connect my elbow with one of their ribs, but they were solid, emotionless walls of Kevlar and meat. They didn't even grunt. They just kept moving, dragging me toward the idling SUV. Gideon? I shrieked his name, a desperate, lung-tearing sound that echoed off the trees. I twisted my neck, fighting to see him one last time. Just as the guards pivoted me away, I saw his slate-gray eyes crack open. Just a sliver. He found me just for a heartbeat, and the look in them wasn't anger or even pain, it was pure, agonizing loss. It was the look of a man watching his entire world being stolen. Then his lid slid shut, and his head rolled back, settling heavily into the mud. Castor didn't even look back. He walked past Gideon's collapsed body, making a point of planting his perfectly polished shoe directly on the edge of Gideon's outstretched hand, grinding it into the gravel as he passed. It was a deliberate, petty act of dehumanization. A poor master indeed. Weakness is fatal, Miranda. Always remember that. He spoke over his shoulder, his voice laced with the kind of triumph that made me want to scream until my throat bled. He didn't value the fight, he only valued the win. One of the guards snapped a zip tie around my wrists behind my back. The plastic bit deep and hard into my skin, cutting off the circulation, but there was no warmth in the pain. It was just a functional restraint. I flexed my wrists, the sharp edges of the plastic digging in, and I realized with a sickening lurch in my stomach that it wouldn't yield like the leather Gideon used. He'd always left me a way to breathe. These men wouldn't. Roman paused by the door of the SUV, the dark oily charm amplified by the rain cascading off his umbrella. He turned, his face inches from mine, and lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper that made my skin crawl. "You are mine now, Miranda. And Gideon? He is compost. Good for nothing but feeding the earth." I tried to spit in his face, but he anticipated it, tilting his head just enough that it caught the edge of his umbrella. He didn't even get angry. He just smiled, that cold, hollow expression that told me I was nothing but a number on a ledger to him. They dragged me the rest of the way, my feet ripping up handfuls of mud and roots as I fought them, leaving deep, ugly furrows in the earth. It was a pointless, desperate struggle, but I couldn't just go quietly. Every muscle in my body was screaming in protest at the violation of my autonomy. As they hauled me across the final stretch of ground, I twisted my neck for one last devastating look at the cabin. It was a dark, smoking ruin in the background, the only home I'd known for the last few days, and Gideon? Gideon was just a dark, massive silhouette against the mud. He looked like a ruined king, a fallen monolith that used to hold up the sky. I burned that image into my brain, not to remember his defeat, but to remember the debt. They threw me into the back seat of the SUV like a sack of grain. My head whipped back, hitting the smooth, cold leather of the headrest as the heavy door slammed shut. The sound was terrifying, a pressurized, muffled thud that instantly cut off the noise of the storm, the lingering smell of cordite, and the sound of Gideon's shallow, ragged breathing. The silence inside the car was sudden and suffocating. It smelled like new leather and expensive air conditioning, a jarringly clean scent that felt like a slap in the face after the blood and the dirt. Roman slid in beside me a second later, effortlessly filling the space with his oppressive presence. He didn't even look at me. He just produced a pristine silk handkerchief and began to wipe a tiny speck of blood from his gold cufflink, his movements slow and deliberate. He checked his watch, tapping the face with a manicured nail, as if he was running late for a lunch meeting instead of kidnapping a woman after a firefight. "Don't fret. We have a lot of accounting to do, Miss Greer. And I am meticulous." The way he said my name made me want to scrub my skin off with steel wool. He didn't see me. He saw a ledger. Then his hand reached out. It was slow, deliberate, and utterly unwanted. He rested his palm on my thigh, just above my knee. It was a proprietary movement, but his fingers were lax, lacking that bone-deep, painful claim Gideon always exerted. I flinched violently, recoiling against the door, trying to put every inch of space I could between us. "Relax. I am not Stride. I don't need to break you to enjoy you. I simply own you." The sickening smoothness of the leather seat beneath me felt like a cage. My internal monologue was a chaotic, spiraling mess of horror and realization. I wasn't the captive of an obsessed man anymore. I was unprotected leverage. I was a pawn in a power game I didn't fully understand, and without Gideon's violent shadow over me, I was wide open. I hated the fact that I missed his scarred, demanding hands. I hated that his brand of possession felt like a safety net compared to the cold, calculating use Roman had planned for me. Roman leaned forward, tapping on the glass partition. "Driver, head straight for the cellar. She needs time to think about loyalty and where her true allegiances lie." The cellar. The word hit me like a bucket of ice water. That meant sensory deprivation. It meant pain that wasn't about passion or obsession, but about extraction. I felt the SUV accelerate, the powerful engine humming as it pinned me back against the seat. We were heading back to the city, back to the world of shadows and corruption, but I wasn't the same woman who had fled that warehouse weeks ago. I was irrevocably changed. I belonged to the dark now. Roman gripped my chin again, sharper this time, forcing me to look into his dark, empty eyes. There was no fire there. No heat. Just a cold, calculating void. You are the pressure point, Miss Greer. The scalpel we use on the old man. Your usefulness is just beginning. The sharp edge of his fingernail pressed into the tender point beneath my jaw, a warning of what was to come. I stared back at him, refusing to blink, refusing to let him see the terror clawing at my throat. I had to play the part. I had to survive long enough to find a way back to the man, bleeding out in the woods. As we hit the main highway, the dark woods and the wreckage of the hideout vanished behind us, replaced by the distant, indifferent neon glow of the city lights on the horizon. I felt like a ghost returning to haunt my old life. I watched the blur of the trees, my mind looping back to the image of Gideon's hand in the mud. Roman's thumb brushed the corner of my mouth again, mimicking the way Gideon used to mark me, and something inside me finally snapped. It wasn't fear anymore, it was pure feral rebellion. As his thumb touched my lip, I didn't flinch. I lunged. I sank my teeth into the fleshy part of his thumb, biting down with every bit of strength I had left. I tasted it immediately, the metallic salty tang of his blood flooding my mouth. Roman let out a sharp, surprised intake of breath and jerked his hand back. He stared at the bite mark, a small red trickle of blood blooming on his pristine skin, and for the first time I saw a flicker of real emotion in his eyes. It was cold, sharp anger. He didn't yell. He didn't curse. He just slammed his open palm across my cheek. The blow was calculated. It wasn't a rage-fueled attack like the ones I'd survived before, it was a lesson. My head whipped to the side, hitting the window, and my vision swam with white spots. My jaw ached, and I could taste salt and copper from a fresh tear in my lip, but I didn't cry out. I just sat there, my breath coming in ragged hitches, staring at him through the curtain of my hair. Good girl? You learn fast. We only respond to pain here. Now sit still. The heat bloomed on my cheek, a throbbing reminder of where I was. But the pain grounded me. It reminded me that I wasn't broken yet. Gideon had taught me how to absorb pain, how to turn it into a wall instead of a wound. I leaned my head against the cool glass of the window, refusing to look at Roman again. I swallowed the blood in my mouth and focused on the image of Gideon's face. I whispered his name so softly, it didn't even disturb the air in the car. A promise made to a man who might already be dead. Gideon, I'll come back for you. I traced the pattern of a dried bruise on my forearm with my thumb, a mark Gideon had left on me days ago. It was fading, but it was still there. A permanent record of what I belonged to. The tires hissed on the wet pavement as the SUV sped toward the city, and I closed my eyes, letting the vibration of the road settle into my bones. Survival was just a temporary state of being. Reclamation was the only thing that mattered now.
Chapter 24. Gideon, POV. The world is a goddamn blur of gray sky and red mud, and I'm face down in the middle of it like a piece of discarded trash. My shoulder isn't just hurting, it's screaming, a white-hot, jagged electric current that's hijacked my entire nervous system and left me twitching in the gravel. Every breath I try to pull in feels like I'm inhaling ground glass and liquid lead. I can taste the copper of my own blood coating my tongue, thick and metallic, mixing with the grit of the driveway. I try to flex the fingers of my left hand. Just a basic fucking diagnostic check to see if I'm paralyzed, but there's nothing. Just a dull, unresponsive throb that tells me that arm is out of the game. I'm fucking wrecked. I'm a high-level enforcer for the most ruthless syndicate on the East Coast, and I'm lying in the dirt while my head rings with the echo of the gunfire that just tore through my sanctuary. It's humiliating. It's some real amateur hour bullshit. I should have seen the flank coming, Should have secured the perimeter better. Should have known Roman Castor wouldn't just send a greeting card. Instead, I'm down bad, leaking out onto the rocks, fighting the black spots dancing in my vision, because if I close my eyes now, she's gone. I drive my chin hard into the dirt, ignoring the way the sharp stones scrape against my skin, using the friction to force my head to turn a fraction of an inch. My torso is a heavy, useless weight, but I need to see. I need to know where she is. The left side of my body is dead weight, a total failure of the machine I've spent 20 years perfecting. Get up, I tell myself. Fucking move. But my muscles are firing blanks. All I can do is watch through one eye while the other one fills with a mix of rain and blood. The sound of the shooting has stopped, replaced by the low rhythmic chuffing of a diesel engine. It's an armored SUV, blacked out and idling 10 feet away, looking like a goddamn coffin on wheels. I can hear the professional, muted sounds of men who know exactly what they're doing. They're moving fast, securing the site, checking for stragglers. They don't even look at me. To them, I'm already a corpse. I'm just waiting for my heart to catch up with the reality that I'm finished. The smell of spent cordite and wet earth is making my stomach roll, and the acrid scent of diesel is sticking to the back of my throat. It's a tactical withdrawal. They didn't come here to kill me, not primarily. They came for the asset. They came for my girl. Gideon. Her scream rips through the fog like a serrated blade. It's raw, fucking terrified, and it's coming from the direction of the vehicle. It vibrates through the wet air, hitting me harder than the bullet did. Hearing her panic is a goddamn adrenaline shot straight to the heart. I let out a sharp, ragged gasp that turns into a dry, hacking cough, sending a fresh jolt of agony through my shattered shoulder. I can hear her struggling, the sound of boots scuffing on the gravel, the muffled cries of someone who's fighting for her life and losing. Jesus, no. Not like this. I put everything I have left into my right arm, clawing at the muddy, loose gravel, trying to drag my massive frame forward. I manage maybe 2 feet, the rough stones tearing the skin off my forearm as I pull. My hand scrapes against a sharp edge of rock, slicing a new line into my palm, but I don't feel it. All I feel is the need to reach that sound. She's mine. I told her to sit. I told her I'd handle it. I'm a fucking liar. I'm the one lying in the mud while she gets dragged away by a pack of hyenas. I manage to hoist my head up just enough to see her. They've got her by the arms, 2 massive mercenaries in tactical gear hauling her toward the open rear door of the SUV. Her auburn hair is a goddamn mess, completely undone and plastered to her face with rain and sweat. She looks so small between them, so fragile, but she's fighting like a fucking wildcat. I see the shoulder seam of that oversized shirt I gave her, my shirt, rip open as they shove her. Seeing her exposed like that, seeing those grunts put their filthy hands on her, makes my world flash a brilliant, blinding red. A visceral memory slams into me, unbidden and violent. I'm back in the high-rise, the smell of expensive wood and her sweat filling my lungs as I had her pinned against the desk. I remember the way her hips bucked under me, the way she looked at me with that mix of terror and hunger when I first claimed her. I broke her there. I marked her. She belongs to me in a way these fuckers will never understand. Mine, mine, mine. It's a fucking mantra playing on a loop in my head while I lie here helpless. The phantom scent of her arousal is so strong I can almost taste it over the blood, a musky, sweet contrast to the stench of failure. Miranda twists her head and sinks her teeth into the forearm of the merc on her right. He bellows, a sharp sound of surprise and rage, and yanks his arm back. Before she can move, he brings his other hand around in a sharp, open-handed slap that snaps her head to the side. The sound of it, the thick, meaty thud of skin on skin, echoes in the damp air like a thunderclap. I scream a voiceless curse, my jaw muscles twitching so hard I think my teeth might crack. I try to push myself up again, using a large rock for leverage, but the movement just drags my wound further open. I'm pathetic. I'm watching a territory violation that warrants a slow, agonizing death sentence, and I can't even get my knees under me. I want to kill Castor. I want to peel the skin off every man in that driveway. The rage is a physical fever, burning through the shock, but it's not enough to fix a hole in my lung and a shattered scapula. Then I see the boots. Pristine, expensive Italian leather, polished to a mirror shine despite the muck. They step into my line of sight, stopping inches from my face. They're so clean, it's a goddamn insult. I follow the line of the trousers up to Roman Castor's face. He's looking down at me with a smirk that makes my blood boil. He doesn't even have his gun drawn. He doesn't need it. He just stands there, looking at the great Gideon Stride reduced to a worm in the dirt. My right hand clenches into a fist, grinding a handful of cold, wet earth between my fingers, wishing it was his throat. Look at the great Gideon Stride, Castor purrs. His voice is smooth, professional, and entirely too calm for the chaos he just caused. Defeated by a little piece of ass. We really thought you were better than sentiment, my friend. I guess everyone has a price. Yours just happened to be a forensic accountant with a nice set of legs. He leans down, not touching me, just getting close enough that I can smell his expensive synthetic cologne. It's sharp and offensive against the organic smell of my own gore. He takes the toe of his boot and deliberately nudges a bloody piece of gravel right toward my eye. A petty little move designed to show me exactly where I sit on the food chain now. I'll send you a thank you note after I get what I need from her, he says, his breath cool against my heated face. Maybe a video, if she's as loud as the rumors say. The implication makes my stomach seize with a murderous nausea. I gather every bit of moisture left in my mouth, mostly blood and phlegm, and spit it violently at his perfect boots. I try to lash out with my good foot, aiming for his knee, a desperate final spasm of violence. But the effort drains the last of my reserves. My leg just flops uselessly in the mud, and I collapse back down, my face hitting the grit again. Castor doesn't even flinch. He just tilts his head, a look of amused disappointment on his face as he hears my choked, ragged response. Fuck you. He lets out a soft, patronizing chuckle, the kind you'd give a dying dog that tried to bark one last time. He doesn't even bother to finish me. That's the real kicker. I'm not even worth the bullet. As they pull her toward the SUV, Miranda twists her torso, her eyes searching the ground until they find me. For one heartbeat, the world stops. Our eyes lock, mine slate gray and filled with a dark, impotent possessiveness, hers wide with a terrifying knowledge of what's coming. In that look, everything we've done to each other is there. The pain, the sex, the way I broke her, and the way she let me. I see her mouth my name, or maybe she's just screaming it again. I can't tell anymore because the ringing is coming back. Wait for me, I think. Don't you dare give up. I will burn this entire city to the ground to get back to you. A mercenary shoves the back of her head, forcing her view away, and the connection is severed. They shove her into the back of the SUV. I see her fingers frantically clawing at the rubber seal of the doorframe, her white knuckles seeking any kind of purchase, any way to stay in the world where I'm still alive. Then a brute yank from inside the vehicle wrenches her hand away. Her nails leave 4 deep muddy tracks on the black paint before the door slams shut with a terrifying final thud. It sounds like a vault closing. It's the sound of the only thing I care about being stolen. I watch those muddy marks on the paint, memorizing them. That's my trail. That's where she went. A wave of blinding, toxic jealousy washes over me, worse than the physical pain. I think about the bite marks I left on her throat, the way I marked her as my territory. The thought of Castor's hands on her, the thought of him trying to overwrite my brand, makes me let out a low, animalistic growl that stays trapped in my chest. He won't touch her. He can't. She's mine. Even if she's in that car, she's mine. Castor rights his collar, brushes a microscopic speck of mud from his trousers, and turns his back on me. He doesn't look back. He just walks, calm and unhurried, to the driver's side of the SUV. He's dismissing me entirely. I try to lift my hand one last time, aiming for the knife I dropped when the first shot hit, but it's 10 feet away and might as well be on the moon. The engine roars, a deep mechanical growl that vibrates through the ground and into my bones. The tires spin once on the slick gravel, churning up a rain of mud and sharp stones that pelt my back. I taste more dirt. I smell the acrid, hot exhaust fumes as the vehicle lurches forward. I track the motion with my one good eye, watching the twin red squares of the taillights diminish as the SUV speeds away. They vanish into the dark line of trees, leaving behind nothing but a blank, indifferent space, and the sound of my own rattling breath. The silence that follows is fucking deafening. The woods are too quiet now that the engine is gone. No birds, no wind. Just the buzzing of insects returning to the humid air to investigate the fresh blood. I'm staring at the pool of dark, thick fluid spreading beneath me, staining the gravel a deep, ugly crimson. I remember telling her, "You are mine. I protect my own." What a fucking joke. Look at me. I'm a failure. I'm an apex predator who just got declawed and left to rot. My entire identity, everything I built my life on, is shattered in the mud. I lied to her. I couldn't keep her safe. The admission is the hardest thing I've ever had to face, harder than the military interrogation I survived in my 20s, harder than any hit I've ever taken. A sudden, terrifyingly real, phantom touch brushes against my jaw. It feels like her hair, that waist-length auburn silk, and for a second I can hear her voice in my ear. "Harder," she'd whispered that night in the cabin when we finally stopped pretending it was just about survival. The memory fuels a brief, frenzied burst of heat in my core, a final surge of biological defiance. I need to feel her again. I need to possess her until there's nothing left of either of us. I manage one last agonizing drag, pulling myself another foot toward the road where they disappeared. It's a pathetic, slow-motion crawl that ends with a violent shudder. My neck muscles give out, and my head drops back into the cold mud. My eyes drift toward the cabin. It's a ruin. The windows are shattered. The timber is riddled with bullet holes. That was our sanctuary. That was the place where we forged something dark and unbreakable. And now it's just a monument to my incompetence. There's nothing left here. The smell of splintered wood and wet insulation wafts over me, mixing with the metallic scent of my own blood. The cold of the ground is starting to penetrate the shock, seeping deep into my bones. My skin feels clammy and my mind is growing sluggish, the thoughts tangled and messy. If I stay here, I'm done. I need Jagger. I need to get up. But mostly, I need to remember this feeling. I need to burn this hollow, aching loss into my brain, so it can fuel the atrocity I'm going to commit when I find them. My vision narrows to a pinprick. The world is dissolving into a heavy, oppressive blackness. My jaw slackens, easing the death grip I had on my teeth. My right hand, the only part of me still trying to fight, curls into a tight, useless fist in the mud. I'm going under. I can feel the darkness taking hold, but my final jagged thought isn't about peace. It's a binding vow. I don't care about the syndicate, I don't care about the cartel rules, and I deadass don't care about my own life. I'm coming for her. I will tear the world apart to reclaim what is mine. I will end every single person who stood in that driveway today. I will end this world for you, Miranda. The last thing I see is the gray haze consuming the light, and then there's nothing but the cold. To be continued.
Chapter 25. Miranda POV. My knees hit the gravel first, and I swear I heard the skin tear before I felt the burn. It wasn't a clean slide. It was a jagged, toothy drag through the sharp-edged quartz and oil-stained grit of the driveway. Every inch of me was screaming, but the sound was mostly caught in my throat, choked off by the sheer inhuman strength of the two shadows hauling me backward. One of them had a grip on my bicep that felt like it was going to pop the bone right out of the socket, and the other had his fingers woven into my hair, yanking my head back so hard my vision was nothing but the gray, churning sky and the tops of the pine trees. I dug my boots in, trying to find some kind of leverage, some kind of anchor in the dirt, but they were just too fucking big. It was like trying to stop a freight train with a handful of sand. A piece of sharp quartz caught me right on the cheekbone. A hot, stinging slice that I knew was leaving a trail of blood to mix with the sweat and the engine grease already coating my skin. I didn't give a shit about the scar. I just wanted one of them to get close enough for me to sink my teeth into a throat. I wasn't just some witness anymore. I wasn't the forensic accountant who spent her days looking at spreadsheets and worrying about tax brackets. I was something feral, something Gideon had carved out of me over the last few weeks, and if these bastards thought I was going to go quietly into the back of a black SUV, they were fucking delusional. "Let go of me, you piece of shit." I snarled, the words coming out as a ragged wet sound. My hiking boots left deep, ugly furrows in the gravel as I kicked, aiming for shins, knees, anything I could reach. The guy holding my arm didn't even flinch. He just tightened his grip until I felt my fingers start to go numb. "She's struggling, boss," the one on my left grunted, his voice a low, gravelly rumble that sounded entirely too bored for the situation. "Want me to break her arm? Might make her easier to stack." I didn't wait for an answer. I twisted my neck with a violent, bone-creaking wrench, ignoring the way it felt like my scalp was being peeled off. I needed to see him. I needed to know. My gaze whipped toward the porch, toward the spot where the world had just ended. Gideon was there, slumped near the bottom step, and the sight of him was a physical blow to my gut. He was always so fucking solid, a mountain of charcoal wool and scarred muscle, but now he was unnaturally still. The blood was spreading fast, a dark, heavy stain blooming across the shoulder of his jacket, soaking into the pale dirt beneath him like some kind of poisonous flower. His chest wasn't moving. Or maybe it was, and I just couldn't see it through the haze of my own panic. The slate-gray eyes that usually pinned me to the wall were closed, and his hand, the one that had held my throat, the one that had claimed every inch of my skin, was outstretched, fingers just inches away from the heavy pistol he dropped. It was a silent, bloody promise of a failure I couldn't accept. Gideon Stride didn't lose. He didn't die in the dirt while some second-rate cartel goons dragged his property away. "Gideon?" I screamed his name, and it wasn't a cry for help. It was a fucking command. It was a raw, broken sound that tore through my lungs and left the taste of copper in my mouth. I wanted him to get up. I wanted him to burn the whole world down. "Keep moving, witness," the enforcer barked, giving my hair another sharp yank that snapped my head forward. "Don't look at the corpse. It's bad for the complexion." The word corpse hit me like a bucket of ice water. He wasn't dead. He couldn't be dead. I refused to allow the reality of it to take hold, pushing the thought into a dark corner of my mind where I kept all the other things I couldn't handle. A cold, hard voice that sounded suspiciously like Gideon's started looping in my brain. "Focus. Don't look at what's gone. Look at what's coming." What was coming was a pair of polished, custom-made Italian leather shoes. They stepped directly through a puddle of Gideon's cooling blood without so much as a flicker of hesitation, the dark red liquid splashing against the pristine welt. Roman Castor stepped into my line of sight, blocking my view of the porch, and the sudden contrast was nauseating. He looked like he'd just stepped out of a boardroom, his suit crisp, his hair perfectly slicked back, adjusting an expensive silver cufflink on his left wrist with a slow, deliberate movement that screamed of a man who had never had to work for anything in his life. He was the clinical version of a monster, the kind that used a scalpel instead of a sledgehammer, and I hated him with a depth that actually made my vision blur at the edges. "A pleasure to finally meet you, Ms. Greer," Roman said, his voice a smooth, cultured purr that made my skin crawl. He looked down at me like I was a piece of interesting luggage he'd found at an airport. "I must say you're much more vibrant than your father's description suggested. Though the dirt doesn't really suit you." "Go to hell," I spat, the words dripping with as much venom as I could muster. "Such a temper," he mused, ignoring my outburst entirely. He looked back toward the house, a thin, cruel smile touching his lips. "Don't worry about the mess. My cleanup crew is very efficient. They'll have the driveway looking brand new before the sun comes up. As for Mr. Stride, well, he was always a bit too messy for this business. A relic. A blunt instrument that finally hit something harder than itself." Roman reached out a gloved hand, the leather smooth and black, and gently touched the fresh bruise on my jawline. It was a mark Gideon had left there 3 nights ago, a reminder of a moment where he'd pushed me too hard and I'd pushed back. My stomach did a sick flip as Roman's thumb grazed the exact spot where Gideon's palm had rested. It felt like a violation of the worst kind, a predatory claim on a mark that didn't belong to him. I recoiled instinctively, trying to jerk my head away, but the enforcers held me in place like I was bolted to the ground. Such beautiful work, Roman whispered, his eyes scanning my face with a clinical, detached interest. Stride always was excessive. He didn't just break you, he tried to rewrite you. It's a shame, really. All that effort wasted on a man who couldn't even keep his own blood inside his body. Keep your fucking hands off me. I lunged forward as much as the grips allowed, baring my teeth. I gathered every ounce of defiance, every bit of spit and blood and phlegm I had in my mouth, and I launched it directly at his shoes. The dark red bead landed right on the toe of his right shoe, sliding slowly down the pristine leather. Roman didn't flinch. He didn't yell. He just looked down at the mess, his expression one of mild annoyance, like he'd just seen a bug on the sidewalk. He took the tip of his other shoe and scraped the blood off onto the gravel, never taking his eyes from mine. The indifference was worse than a slap. It was a reminder of the massive gulf in power between us. To him, I wasn't a person. I was a metric. A witness to be secured, a tool to be used against his rivals. That's not very ladylike, witness, he said, his voice losing its warmth. He nodded to the enforcers. Secure her. We're burning daylight, and I have a schedule to keep. One of the men swiftly jerked my arms behind my back, the movement so sudden it sent a bolt of white-hot pain through my shoulders. I felt the cold, hard bite of a heavy-duty black zip tie around my wrists. The plastic ratchet sound, zzzzzt, was loud and sickeningly final. He pulled it tight, way too tight, and I felt the circulation cut off instantly, my fingers starting to throb with a dull, insistent heat. I strained against the plastic, trying to catch the edge of it on the shattered face of my watch, but it was useless. The zip tie was designed to hold grown men. I was just a girl with a lot of anger and no leverage. The realization of my status as a prisoner settled over me, heavy and cold. The numbness in my fingers felt like a metaphor for everything else. I was being moved. I was being taken. And Gideon was still lying in the dirt. Hold still, the enforcer growled in my ear, his breath smelling like cheap cigarettes and old coffee. You'll just tear your skin. It's already too late for that, I muttered, my voice cracking. Roman stepped closer as they started hauling me toward the open door of the SUV. He leaned in, his scent hitting me like a wall, expensive cologne, something sweet and cloying that smelled like success and rot. It was a disgusting contrast to the smell of cordite and wet earth that I'd come to associate with safety. He leaned close to my ear, his voice dropping to a low, seductive purr that made the hair on my arms stand up. Stride left you bleeding in the dirt, Miranda, he whispered, his breath warm against my skin. He failed his only job. But don't worry. I offer you a kingdom. He taught you how to obey, didn't he? We'll just change the master. You're mine now. Say it. I didn't say a goddamn thing. I just clenched my jaw so hard I thought my teeth might crack. Inwardly, I clamped down on the word master. Gideon had used it, but when he said it, it felt like a heavy weight. A truth we both acknowledged in the dark. From Roman, it sounded like a joke. A cheap imitation of a power he didn't actually possess. He could hold the keys, but he didn't own the lock. I focused on the weight against my inner thigh, the sharp, cold pressure of the knife Gideon had hidden for me earlier. It was strapped high, tucked into a sheath he'd rigged under my trousers. It was the only thing I had left of him that wasn't a bruise or a memory. It was a secret anchor, a promise that I wasn't just cargo. Gideon had given it to me for my survival, not his control, and that distinction was the only thing keeping me from screaming until my throat bled. They hoisted me up by the armpits, and for a second, I was airborne before being shoved onto the plush carpeted floorboards of the armored SUV. The transition was jarring. I landed awkwardly on my bound hands, the impact sending a jolt of pain through my wrists that made me hiss through my teeth. My forehead scraped briefly against the polished chrome interior trim near the door latch, the cold metal a sharp contrast to the heat of the driveway. In? Now, one of the goons grunted, shoving my legs inside like I was a bag of groceries. Don't scratch the leather, bitch, the other one added, slamming his hand against the door frame for emphasis. The interior of the SUV smelled like a new car dealership and heavy air freshener, a vanilla scent so thick it made my head swim. It was nauseating, clashing with the sweat and the grime on my body. I twisted my torso violently, wrenching against the straps and the enforcer's heavy hand on my shoulder, desperate for one last look at the clearing. I needed to see him one more time. I needed proof of life. Through the narrowing gap of the door, I caught a glimpse of movement. A lone figure was kneeling beside Gideon's body, a large, familiar shadow. It was Jagger. I didn't know his name then, only that he was the one Gideon trusted. He was checking a pulse, his hands moving with a frantic, focused energy that gave me a sudden sharp jolt of hope. It was a painful, terrifying thing, hope. It was a mission. "Wait, stop!" I yelled, my voice echoing in the confined space. "He's moving, damn you, look at him!" The door began to swing shut, the heavy armored slab of steel cutting off my view. In that final second, I unleashed his name, not as a cry for help, but as a declaration of war. "Gideon?" The scream was raw, an animal sound torn from the very bottom of my lungs. I wanted the woods to hear it. I wanted Roman to hear it. I wanted Gideon to hear it, in whatever dark place his mind had gone to. "I belong to you." It was a total, obsessive claim, a bond I was screaming into the night like a beacon. The force of it made my chest burn, my throat aching with a metallic raw sensation that felt like I'd swallowed glass. I wanted them all to know that no matter where they took me, no matter what they did, they were just holding a stolen prize. The owner was still back there, and he was coming for what was his. The door slammed shut with a dull hydraulic thud that seemed to suck all the air out of the vehicle. The sudden total silence was more terrifying than the gunfire had been. It was an absolute isolation, the sound dampening glass and armored panels cutting off the world entirely. I flinched at the sound, my muscles tensing reflexively, bracing for a blow that didn't come. I was alone in the dark with the smell of vanilla and leather. Roman climbed in a second later, moving with a smooth, effortless grace that made my skin prickle. He seated himself in the plush leather captain's chair facing me, crossing his legs and looking down at my crumpled, restrained form on the floor. He looked like a scientist examining a specimen that had just done something unexpected. He took a moment to neatly brush a fleck of dirt off his trousers before settling in, his expression one of mild amusement. "Such passion," he said, his voice echoing slightly in the quiet cabin. "He truly did a number on your head, didn't he? It's almost impressive, the level of conditioning he managed in such a short time. Pathetic but useful for my purposes." He slowly raised his hand, showing a bandage covering his thumb where I'd bitten him during the struggle. He chuckled, a dry, unpleasant sound that didn't reach his eyes. "A feral little thing. Gideon broke you in well enough to be entertaining, I suppose. Though I suspect he forgot to teach you when to stop barking." "Don't worry," Roman continued, leaning back and pulling a small silver flask from his jacket pocket. He took a slow sip of clear liquor, the sharp smell of high-proof alcohol wafting toward me. "I'm far more disciplined than Stride. Less messy. He taught you how to bite, I'll teach you when to bark. You're beautiful when you're angry, little pet. It gives you a certain glow." The word pet sparked a cold, white-hot fury in my gut. I wasn't an animal. I wasn't a specimen. I was a weapon Gideon had spent weeks sharpening, and Roman was about to find out exactly how deep I could cut. I stared at him, my eyes narrowed, refusing to give him the satisfaction of seeing me cry or beg. The engine roared to life, a deep, powerful rumble that vibrated through the floorboards and into my bones. The SUV lunged forward, the tires spinning on the gravel before finding the grip they needed. I was tossed against the rigid seat base, the impact jarring my bound shoulders and sending a fresh jolt of pain through my wrists. The zip tie bit deeper, the plastic edges feeling like they were sawing into the bone. I didn't make a sound. I just watched the reflection of the cabin lights in Roman's polished shoes. We were moving fast, pulling onto the rutted track that led away from the hideout. Every second of speed was a second of distance between me and the only man who could keep me safe. I forced myself to sit up, lifting my head despite the dull ringing ache in my skull. I looked Roman directly in his cold blue eyes, my voice low and filled with a certainty that surprised even me. "You think you've won?" I asked, the words coming out as a strained rasp. "You've just signed your death warrant. You have no idea what you've just stepped into." Roman's amusement vanished instantly. His face went flat, the mask of the sophisticated businessman sliding away to reveal the predator underneath. He didn't say a word. He just raised his open hand and delivered a calculated, sharp backhand across my face. It wasn't a slap, it was a strike meant to silence and remind. My head snapped to the side, hitting the armored door with a dull thud. Stars danced in my vision, and a metallic taste flooded my mouth as I bit my tongue hard enough to draw blood. "Rule number 1, Roman said, his voice dropping an octave. "You don't get to address me unless spoken to. I don't need your threats, Miranda. I need your compliance. And I will have it, one way or another." The pain was a beacon. I clung to it, using the stinging ache in my cheek and the throbbing in my head to ground myself. I didn't cry. I didn't even flinch when he reached out to adjust his sleeve again. I squeezed my eyes shut and reached for the only thing they couldn't take from me, the memory of Gideon. I focused on the phantom weight of his body pressing me into the mattress, the rough texture of his hands, the jagged scar across his jawline that I'd traced 1,000 times. I channeled the trauma bond, the biological tether he'd built between us, using it as a psychological shield. I thought of the word harder, the way I'd whispered it to him when the world felt like it was closing in. I was using the memory of his dominance to survive Roman's cruelty. If Gideon was my master, then Roman was nothing but a temporary inconvenience. "Possess me," I whispered into the darkness of my own mind. I felt the vehicle change its rhythm, the suspension firming up as we hit the smooth asphalt of a main road. The muffled hum of the tires against the pavement was a repetitive, hypnotic sound that told me we were miles away from the cabin now. The rescue mission had just become exponentially harder. I started mentally charting the turns, counting the seconds, trying to build a map of where they were taking me. I needed to be ready. I needed to be the weapon Gideon intended me to be. Roman pulled a burner phone from his pocket, the red glow of the screen reflecting in his eyes. He spoke in low, rapid Italian, his voice clipped and cold. I caught fragments of the conversation. Testimone assicurata, protocolli di estrazione la cantina. He was telling someone that the witness was secured. He was talking about a cellar. He confirmed he was heading to a secondary safe house to begin the breakdown of Gideon's secrets. "I need the physician prepped," Roman said into the phone, his back half turned toward me, showing he didn't give a shit if I heard him. "Protocol Alpha 6. She's the scalpel we will use on Stride. If he's still breathing, he'll come for her. And when he does, I want her ready to cut him to pieces." The word scalpel resonated in the quiet cabin. I wasn't just a captive anymore, I was a central piece in a larger game. I was a tool designed to destroy the man I had come to define myself by. My resolve hardened, a cold crystalline structure forming in my chest. I would be a tool, all right. But I'd be a defective one. I'd be the one that broke in Roman's hand and left him bleeding. I closed my eyes and imagined Gideon's voice. Not the soft version, but the one that gave commands. "Stay. Wait." I internalized his dominance, deciding to wait for the perfect moment to strike. My submission to Gideon was my rebellion against Roman. If I obeyed the invisible ghost of the man I belonged to, I could endure anything this plastic imitation threw at me. The SUV turned sharply again, and I sensed a shift in the environment. The silence of the countryside was being replaced by the low-frequency thrum of a city. Light began to leak through the heavily tinted windows, neon signs, street lamps, the flashing reflections of a skyscraper on the chrome trim. We were entering the heart of the syndicate's power, the urban jungle where Gideon had spent a decade enforcing the will of men like Roman. The thought of the city linked me back to my old life, to my father and the hit I'd witnessed. It all felt like a lifetime ago. My fingers twitched against the floorboards, the zip ties still biting into my skin. I was bound, hurting, and miles from the only person who mattered, yet I felt the undeniable, painful pull of Gideon's presence. The ownership was absolute. Roman could hold the keys to the cage, but the bird had already been branded. The SUV accelerated into the dense city night, weaving through traffic with a ruthless efficiency. I forced myself to look at the dark reflection of my own face in the window. My lip was split, my cheek was bruised, and my eyes looked like amber glass, but there was a fire in them that hadn't been there before. I leaned my head against the cool glass, my breath fogging the surface for a brief second before it dissipated. "Come for me, Gideon," I whispered, the words so low they didn't even disturb the vanilla-scented air. "Hurry." I didn't care about the cellar. I didn't care about the physician or the protocols. I just cared about the moment the door would open and I'd see those slate-gray eyes again. Until then, I'd be exactly what he trained me to be. A survivor. A witness. A weapon. And I'd be waiting. The SUV took a final turn into an underground parking garage, the screech of the tires echoing off the concrete walls like a scream I hadn't quite finished yet. Roman stood up, smoothing his jacket, and looked down at me one last time. "Welcome home, Miranda," he said, and for the first time I didn't feel fear. I just felt the cold, hard weight of the knife against my thigh. He didn't have a clue. Next book, Don't Run. Miranda. I knew witnessing that Harbor Warehouse hit would be my death sentence, but I never imagined the depth of Gideon Stride's obsession. Dragged into his world of blood and silence, I'm trapped in his gilded high-rise, a prisoner to a man who thrives on my terror. His possessive hunger threatens to consume my very identity, yet I can't escape the primal, twisted pull of our connection. If I surrender, I risk losing myself. If I defy him, I may not survive the night. The moment I met Gideon's cold, slate-gray gaze, I was marked for ruin. His touch brands my skin, and his presence poisons my resolve until I can think of nothing but the relief of surrendering to his dominance. I know he's a monster, a lethal predator who should have ended me in that rain-slicked alleyway. And yet I crave the danger, the thrill of being possessed by the man who stole my freedom. Every time he looks at me with those cruel, beautiful eyes, I'm powerless to resist. Gideon. The moment I pinned her against that brick wall, I knew Miranda Greer would be my downfall. Her defiance in the face of my blade stopped me cold, and her fire hooked me deeper than any contract ever could. I was sent to erase a witness, but I found the only thing I've ever wanted to keep. I'd never been hit like that before, a sudden, violent need to possess the very thing I was supposed to destroy. I should have walked away and kept my chaos from touching her, but I couldn't let her go. Now she's mine, caged within my walls and bound by my rules, though this obsession is a slow-acting poison consuming us both. I will burn this city to the ground and destroy anyone who dares take her from me. This love is a war, and I'll see us both drowned in the aftermath before I ever let her run. This is the second book in the Edge of Ruin series. Reading order: Stay Still, Don't Run, You're Mine. Available now. Did you love Stay Still, Dark Mafia Romance? Then you should read Don't Run, Dark Mafia Romance by Daisy Fox. Miranda. I knew witnessing that Harbor Warehouse hit would be my death sentence, but I never imagined the depth of Gideon Stride's obsession. Dragged into his world of blood and silence, I'm trapped in his gilded high-rise, a prisoner to a man who thrives on my terror. His possessive hunger threatens to consume my very identity, yet I can't escape the primal, twisted pull of our connection. If I surrender, I risk losing myself. If I defy him, I may not survive the night. The moment I met Gideon's cold, slate-gray gaze, I was marked for ruin. His touch brands my skin, and his presence poisons my resolve until I can think of nothing but the relief of surrendering to his dominance. I know he's a monster, a lethal predator who should have ended me in that rain-slicked alleyway. And yet I crave the danger, the thrill of being possessed by the man who stole my freedom. Every time he looks at me with those cruel, beautiful eyes, I'm powerless to resist.
Gideon. The moment I pinned her against that brick wall, I knew Miranda Greer would be my downfall. Her defiance in the face of my blade stopped me cold, and her fire hooked me deeper than any contract ever could. I was sent to erase a witness, but I found the only thing I've ever wanted to keep. I'd never been hit like that before. A sudden, violent need to possess the very thing I was supposed to destroy. I should have walked away and kept my chaos from touching her, but I couldn't let her go. Now she's mine, caged within my walls and bound by my rules, though this obsession is a slow-acting poison consuming us both. I will burn this city to the ground and destroy anyone who dares take her from me. This love is a war, and I'll see us both drowned in the aftermath before I ever let her run. This is the second book in the Edge of Ruin series. Reading order: Stay Still, Don't Run, You're Mine.